Chapter 1. Present Day, Norris Area. Yellowstone National Park. First he heard the sound of a low rumble, faint, deep-rooted in his surroundings, but alarming, like the sound of a freight train coming down the tracks of a long, narrow tunnel. The dark smoke blurred his vision, complicating an already dangerous situation. As the noise grew louder, reverberating off the canyon wall, he turned in circles, confused as to the location of the menacing sound. "Jesus!" he mumbled, not sure if he was asking for guidance or drawing attention to what he saw. The far side of the ravine had exploded with fire. A blossoming mushroom cloud of fire and smoke poured up in a deadly column of destruction into the sky. Drawing in the oxygen from all around it, the fire swirled and twisted like a tornado crossing a field in Kansas at its base. Flames shot out in all directions, burning trees in its path as it devoured the landscape. In his life devoted to the outdoors, he'd never seen anything containing such raw, stark power. Yet whirlwinds of fire ripped through the forest, shredding treetops and devouring underbrush. Watching the spectacle was mesmerizing and exhilarating at the same time. Then the crashing of a tree behind him, followed by shouts, reminded him of the menacing threat to his life. His heart was pounding out of his chest when he heard heavy footsteps approaching in a rush, so he instinctively stood to the side of the trail to avoid being trampled. Fighting fires was not his job, but it was all hands on deck as Yellowstone National Park, which he'd called home for years, succumbed to this blazing inferno from hell. "Run" was the word of the moment, as several firefighters brushed past him and headed downhill toward a stream. Billows of agitated smoke banked down the side of the mountain like the shaking of a black velvet curtain, the sheets of the dark clouds rolling and folding as they approached. He sensed they were losing the fight. The flames were moving toward them, moving so fast, eating up brush and the pine forest in its path. The fire shot through the forest horizontally as it chased the firefighters off the mountain. Burning embers flew through the air, lighting up spot fires across the man-made trail they'd built to start the construction of their firewall. The sound was deafening, like a huge mountain lion roaring from behind him. Panic began to shoot through his brain as the air seemed to catch fire. The burning mixture of pine needles and twigs began to fall around him, which brought him back to the present. He chased after the group who, despite their heavier gear, were either in better shape than he was or, based upon their past experiences, more frightened. Momentarily they reached a clearing, a pocket of relatively clean air which allowed him to take a deep breath. That was when it hit him. A dense and oily blast of smoke-filled wind smacked him in the back, knocking him to the ground. It was heavy, carrying the weight of hot and sticky tar as it blasted through the air. He turned around to see what hit him, but that wasn't what caught his eye. It was something he'd never forget. Despite a dirty film covering the protective face mask he was wearing that obscured his view, he saw an orange glow appear along the rocky cliffs of the mountain. Through the haze he could see the blob dim and then suddenly glow brighter, as if it were breathing. The large, oddly shaped ember, or whatever it was, appeared to be growing. He couldn't be sure because it was too far away to make out its true shape or size, but I have to know. Bewildered, he rubbed the soot off his face mask and unconsciously stepped toward the otherworldly sight. As the smoke danced and swirled across the ground, he strained to focus as he sought the exact location of the radiating orange color. There you are!" Ignoring the flames that approached from his left, he walked up the black, scorched forest floor in a trance. He never once blinked as the glow reappeared. How far away is it? Like an enormous magnet. He was drawn closer to the source. He just couldn't rely upon his eyes through the murky cloud of smoke. He would trust his skin. The glow was putting off heat. A hotness that far surpassed the forest burning around him. The glow might have been 100 feet away, but it became scorching as he approached. He lost his footing, slipping on a still smoldering tree limb, but he continued undeterred. 80 feet? 70 feet? The intensity of the heat continued to climb as the pulsating glow began to stabilize. He tried to estimate the temperature based upon what the firefighters had told him to expect. 130 degrees. Maybe 150. No, this glowing thing, whatever it was, surpassed any burning fire. It was extreme. Its severity caused everything around it to melt. 60 feet, 50 feet. Am I too close? He crawled on all fours now, pushing through debris and charred soil. None of that mattered. He had to see 40 feet, 30 feet. It's hissing. He immediately stopped. It was warning him away. The glow became brighter, and the fizzle sound grew louder with each hesitant yard he advanced. Despite the threat, his mind willed his body forward. He rose to his feet and leaned toward the monster, which was only 20 feet away. He attempted in vain to swipe the smoke-filled air out of his line of sight. He knew it was time to go, but the constant hissing held him in a trance. Then an updraft sucked the smoke skyward for a brief moment, providing Jake Wheeler a clear glimpse of the source of the intense heat hellfire. Chapter 2. Norris Area, Yellowstone. Jake scrambled down the mountain in search of the firefighters. He raced without regard to the poor footing underneath, like a man running from the devil itself. Within a minute, he found the man-made trail and chased after the others toward the creek bed, which was being used as a natural barrier to stem the advance of the fire. Another minute later, he caught up with the others and followed his team leader down the trail under a canopy of lodgepole pines. Their branches turned into ghostly aberrations of dust and ash. The constant foot traffic along the newly created path had pulverized the soil and ash to a fine gray powder that flowed over the toes of his boots like a cloud of dust. Overhead, the helicopters had momentarily abandoned their continuous water brigade to and from Yellowstone Lake. Wildfires had become business as usual in northwestern Wyoming, especially as a drought had set in over the last couple of years. Despite the extended drought, forest fires had existed since the first tree had been struck by the first bolt of lightning, the number one natural cause. Mother Nature had a way of overcoming tragedy, and the forests of the Mountain West provided proof positive of this. Despite the fires over the years, forests had survived, evolved, and grown stronger. As Jake and his team reached a point where the path had widened to a narrow road, he wondered whether the bulldozers and chainsaws caused more of a lasting scar on the beauty of the Yellowstone landscape than a fire did. The fresher air allowed them to stop their descent down the mountain, and an opportunity to inhale fresh, clean oxygen. It also allowed Jake the opportunity to consider what he'd just witnessed. He didn't want to accept the explanation that his gut instinct screamed at him. It was probably just the charred, glowing embers of a fallen tree. After all, he couldn't get close enough to be sure. But what about the extraordinary heat, he argued with himself. That was just my overactive sensory perceptions getting in the way of logic. There's too much brush fire. We've got to move the line farther down the mountain. The instructions shouted by the team leader reminded Jake that he didn't have time to dwell on what he'd seen. "Run for the creek!" shouted one of the firemen as the group bolted down the trail once again. Jake followed along, exhausted from days of tackling the biggest forest fire at Yellowstone since 1988. That September, thousands of firefighters had descended upon the park in an attempt to save it from total destruction. High winds and a prolonged drought fueled the largest wildfire in the recorded history of Yellowstone National Park, and only the cooler temperatures of autumn brought the fires to an end. The actual cause was never determined. Smoke was first reported in this part of the Norris Geyser Basin 9 days ago during a routine helicopter patrol of the park. By the time firefighters could assemble, hot, dry winds had forced the fire across the side of the ridge and into the ravine. Day after day, wind-driven flames jumped roads and fire lines, with burning embers starting new flash fires up to a mile away. This portion of the park was eventually closed by day 3 of the fire, and the firefighters leapt into action. Jake had joined the fight, too. Despite their quick response, it wasn't long before this portion of the Wonderland of the West, as the Yellowstone region was once called, was engulfed in flames. After days of battling the blaze, the firefighters caught a break. The flames reached the Firehole River, which provided them an unlimited supply of water. Fire was stymied in its advance. Then the wonders of Mother Nature, who had a way of fixing things, blessed Yellowstone with a steady rain, its first in 3 weeks. As the afternoon turned to night, the light rain turned into a steady downpour. The fire was doused, and by dawn the next day, the charred remains turned into a muddy mess, but no longer a danger when it was over. Jake wanted to return to the spot where he'd seen the unusual glow. For one thing, he wanted to make sure its flame had been put out by the rain. More importantly, he wanted to convince himself that the conclusions he'd reached on the side of that mountain that day were not the result of an overactive imagination. I just have to know. Chapter 3. Near the Kilauea volcano, the island of Hawaii. Dusty Holder whistled cheerfully as he drove the rented RV up the side of the mountain toward the peak of Mount Kilauea. A river of lava had engulfed the surroundings after the volcano had erupted on Hawaii's Big Island more than a week before. The treacherous lava flow had destroyed more than 80 homes and forced thousands of tourists and islanders alike from nearby towns. The fact that Kilauea was once again blowing its top was not unusual. The volcano located on the southeast part of the island of Hawaii was one of the most active volcanoes in the world. It had continuously erupted on and off for thousands of years. What attracted the attention of Dusty and the late sleepers in the back of the RV was the depth of the magma that blasted toward the surface of Kilauea and ejected itself skyward through the volcanic edifice. The southeast flank of the volcano was becoming increasingly unstable and could potentially slide into the Pacific as it tore away from the rest of Kilauea. The ramifications of this were enormous for the region. The possibility of a tsunami being generated from the landslide would have a far-reaching effect depending on the volume of the mountain that disappeared into the ocean. In addition, the thinning of the volcanic structure would provide an easy subterranean pathway for the magma to travel to the surface, resulting in further eruptions in the future. "Hey, you got us going early," moaned a sleepy-eyed Rita Charles as she emerged from the back of the RV. She was wearing a pair of pajama bottoms covered in a Hello Kitty pattern and an oversized Cal Berkeley sweatshirt in honor of her undergraduate alma mater. "Good morning, sunshine," said Dusty, a notorious early riser who had an affinity for Cheetos. He continued to crunch on the cheese-flavored snack while Rita spoke. "Shut up! Did you make coffee?" "Of course," he replied as he swerved to avoid a coconut that had rolled into the middle of the road. Dusty looked into the rearview mirror and saw that the other female member of the team was stirring, so he respectfully found a place at the crest of a ridge to pull over, allowing them to fill their systems with caffeine and hopefully a better disposition. He carefully parked the RV at a roadside picnic overlook, which gave them a view of Hilo to their north and Kilauea to their south. He grabbed his still full tumbler of iced coffee and stepped out of the RV to provide the women some privacy. Just as he opened the door, he was startled by a news truck roaring past. The satellite dishes attached to the top swayed back and forth with the top-heavy vehicle as a slight gust of hot wind crossed the peak. He walked to the edge of the cliff overlooking Hilo and took in the beautiful scenery. For miles, the unspoiled paradise of the Hilo Forest Reserve stretched between Kilauea and Mauna Kea, a dormant, snow-capped volcano that rose 14,000 feet above sea level to create the highest point in the state. He casually walked to the rear of the RV and took in the surroundings. His eyes gazed upon Mauna Loa, serene and docile at the moment. One of 5 volcanoes that form the island of Hawaii, Mauna Loa has been considered the largest volcano on Earth in terms of both mass and volume. Unlike the conical-shaped stratovolcanoes of Mount St. Helens and Mount Pinatubo, Mauna Loa rose out of the sea with relatively gentle slopes to reach a peak just below her sister to the north, Mauna Kea. Like Kilauea, Mauna Loa had been erupting continuously for at least 700,000 years. However, the most recent eruption had occurred in the spring of 1984, over 30 years ago. Unlike the hundreds of other scientists who'd descended upon the island paradise to study Kilauea, their team had different plans. They were studying the potential lava link between Kilauea and Mauna Loa, which stemmed from a connection 50 miles beneath the Earth's surface. The two massive volcanoes seemed to contradict one another. Historically, the island's 2 active volcanoes, separated by only a few miles, seemed to ignore one another when eruptions took place. When one was active, the other was not, and the episodes where both inflated simultaneously were extremely rare. However, their research had shown that both volcanoes were fed by the same source of magma under the Big Island. The coupling of the two was via a vast network of channels of molten rock which climbed haphazardly toward the surface. Following the renewed activity of Kilauea in recent days, the team used global positioning devices to create readings comparing the deflation and inflation of the cycles of the 2 massive volcanoes. The GPS findings led them to reach a conclusion that might have far-reaching implications when studying volcanoes around the world. Applying their findings to historical records, they determined that an inflation within the magma chamber causing an eruption at Kilauea was often followed by swelling at Mauna Loa about 6 months later. The 2 volcanoes were linked in a way that they shared the source of energy in Iceland and the Galapagos Islands. Similar sister volcanoes stood side by side. If their findings held true in this instance, volcanologists could more accurately predict eruptions. "Good morning, Dusty." A friendly, energetic voice greeted him as the rear camper door opened and slowly hissed to a close on its pneumatic closer. Chapter 4, near the Kilauea volcano, the island of Hawaii, in contrast to the growling beast that was Rita in the morning. Their boss, Dr. Ashby Donovan, was far more amiable. "Hey, Doc, I was just checking out the view." The head of the three-person team dispatched by NASA to the Big Island emerged from the camper alone and joined Dusty's side. Ashby was a geologist whose primary focus was on volcanology. She had attended one of the top schools in the world for her chosen profession, Oregon State College of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Sciences. She was a member of the prestigious Weber Group, an acronym for Volcanology, Igneous Petrology, and Economic Geology Research, a real mouthful, hence the adoption of the abbreviated form. As a former student and part-time faculty member within Viper, she was trained in conducting research in all fields associated with geology, and volcanoes in particular. Dusty and Rita were Viper students assigned to Ashby and had traveled abroad with her, conducting geologic testing on both land and sea. They'd studied the volcanic eruption of Volcán de Fuego in Guatemala and mapped the granite deposits of the Cascade Range in the Pacific Northwest. "Welcome to another day in paradise, right?" Dusty greeted her with a smile and a quick toast of his iced coffee. Ashby smiled and nodded before she took another sip of brew. "Yeah, it'll be our last day, I'm afraid." She joined Dusty across the road, where they stood by a guardrail protecting them from a cliff overlooking Mauna Loa. The faint sounds of local seabirds rose up the side of the ridge over the long stand of tropical forest. After a moment in which they soaked in the beauty, they dashed across the road to avoid yet another media truck just as Rita emerged from the RV. Ashby's two assistants were polar opposites, every bit as much as the contrast between the serene view towards Mauna Loa and the destructive scene that surrounded Kilauea. Dusty, her geologist assistant, was an easygoing jokester who preferred to dress like he was going on a fossil dig in the Canadian Badlands. His standard attire was some form of cargo shorts, regardless of the weather, a graphic t-shirt which typically reflected his mood for the day, and sneakers, which he'd wear until his sock-covered toes protruded through the end. Rita, like Ashby, was fascinated by volcanoes, although for different reasons. Rita came from a long family of scientists who studied volcanic systems. She was at the top of her class, and Ashby admired her for being book-smart. Rita also had a tendency to be arrogant, and her attitude toward Dusty often hinted that she was somewhat of a man-hater. Their relationship was a mystery, much like the volcanic plumbing systems they studied. Despite their differences, the two had an excellent working relationship, and Ashby liked to believe that her own calm demeanor kept the two from clawing each other's eyes out. The three of them found a seat and stared toward the Pacific Ocean. Despite the incredible sight before them, their eyes couldn't help but be drawn toward Kilauea on their left. The peace and quiet of an early summer morning on Mauna Loa stood in stark contrast to the view on the south side of the road facing Kilauea. Winding its way from the top of the volcano to the Pacific was a river of molten misery, carving its way down the path of least resistance to the ocean. Although there was no meaningful impediment, as everything in the lava's path succumbed to its superheated wrath. For the first time in nearly 100 years, lava from Kilauea's molten lake overflowed, creating a fiery spectacle that grabbed the world's attention. At first, spectators rushed to the surrounding neighborhoods to take a selfie for social media or to make light of the event by roasting marshmallows over the 1,000-degree slow-moving lava flow. Finally, after one adventurous tourist slipped in an attempt to get the perfect picture, resulting in his burning to death, local law enforcement closed the Kilauea region to looky-loose. Only credentialed media and scientists were allowed near the volcano and the continuation of its eruption. "We look at these things from a different perspective," started Ashby. "There aren't a lot of words that can describe a gradual, slow-developing natural disaster like this." A plume of ash continued to rise from Kilauea into what would ordinarily be a beautiful blue sky in Hawaii. To complicate matters, a new fissure had opened up the day before, which released lava towards subdivisions in the town of Pahoa. Dusty, who was the resident social media watcher and internet newshound, pointed out reactions from around the country. "I really don't understand people. We've seen the devastation here. Thousands of people have lost their homes and businesses. Tourism, the lifeblood of this island, has disappeared." On the mainland, this news story is about 10th on the list of what's currently being talked about on Twitter and Facebook. Rita shrugged. It's not often that an ordinary American subdivision gets evacuated because of a volcano. Even the fairly recent events at Mount St. Helens and Mount Redoubt wouldn't get the attention of people in, say, Florida. "We don't care when they get hit by a hurricane either," said Dusty, who'd lived his entire life on the West Coast. Ashby stood and finished her coffee. She wiped the thin, imperceptible film of ash that covered the picnic table off her butt. "This is our last day, gang. Let's make the most of it," Dusty groaned. "Oh, come on, boss. Can't we stretch it another day?" "I wish, buddy, but I've got to get home and prepare for the symposium at Caltech in a few days. Plus, you two have to prepare reports on everything we've learned here." "I hate the reports part," Dusty whined. "Idiot," Rita chimed in, giving her counterpart a playful shove. "That's how we get our grade. Do you think gallivanting around Hawaii will get you that doctorate degree?" "Hold on, you two," interrupted their professor. "I have a reward for you both. The reports are necessary because I have to turn them into NASA, who commissioned this project. However, I'd like to give you two an opportunity to shine." "How so?" asked Rita, whose interest was immediately piqued. "Scientific American has been bugging me for a research paper on something I consider newsworthy," started Ashby in her response. "I think our discoveries here are newsworthy, don't you?" "Hell yeah!" exclaimed Dusty, who gave his associate a high five. "For real?" asked Rita, the younger and more hip of the two. Ashby laughed. "For real! Now, let's get loaded up and do our final calculations. I want to be on the last flight to LA that gets us home by tonight." Chapter 5. Near the Kilauea Volcano, the island of Hawaii. The 7.9 earthquake occurred here, indicating compression along a fault at approximately 3 miles below sea level, explained Dusty as Ashby and Rita hovered over his shoulder. He used the cursor as a pointing tool. "That's why we're seeing this destabilization along the southern flank of Kilauea. Over time, the volcano grew upward through years of eruptive activity," added Rita. She reached over Dusty's shoulder and moved the cursor on his MacBook to open a separate tab. The screen changed to show a moving GIF image indicating the results of her research. This created a weak detachment at the contact between the stronger oceanic crust that the big island was built on top of and the weaker conglomeration of fractured lavas and other volcanic debris that it was created from. "The net result is the whole flank is sliding into the ocean," concluded Dusty. Ashby stood to take the entire scene into perspective and then put her arms on Dusty's shoulders. "Show me the drone footage again," requested Ashby. "I want to take another look at those cracks." Dusty made several keystrokes on the MacBook and the screen revealed a video from above Kilauea. A drone had been sent above the volcano the day before and scientists were alarmed by what it revealed. Several cracks had appeared along one of Kilauea's main craters. They watched for a moment, and then Ashby abruptly said, "Pause it." "I see it," interjected Rita. "There's no doubt about it," Ashby said, shaking her head. "The crater is collapsing and will undoubtedly block the vent here." She pointed with her unmanicured fingers. Ashby was very much the outdoorsy tomboy that her mother had been. Rita continued, "That'll put a lot more strain on the Holu'umu crater. It's already lost its lava lake. Do you see the indicators of sulfur and the large ballistic rocks around the crater rim?" "I've compared aerial photographs from before and after the most recent eruptions," said Dusty. "The empty vent we're looking at was once covered by a 12-acre lava lake. Now, not only is the lava gone, but the vent has stretched as wide as 100 acres. The large boulders are blocking the eruptive vent, keeping more clouds of ash from emerging," added Rita. Ashby stepped away from the computer and slowly walked toward the edge of the mountain overlooking Kilauea. She stood silently for a moment, taking in the ash, the fires, and the lava flow as it marched to the Pacific. She was joined by Dusty and Rita, who'd experienced these quiet moments. Ashby used to process information. "What are you thinking, Doc?" asked Dusty. Ashby broke out of her deep thought and turned to her students. "We really don't know the implications of this, but it might prove our theories regarding the connection between Mauna Loa and Kilauea. The lava may have been distributed through the emptied magma chamber only to resurface at the end of the year over at Mauna Loa. Or it's possible the energy is building beneath the vent and new explosions will blast through the rubble at the bottom of the crater." "Do you think the new eruption will be larger than the ones experienced so far?" asked Rita. Ashby reflected for a moment and then responded, "Well, there are two possibilities in that regard. If the vent is permanently blocked, there won't be any eruption from this crater. If our coupling hypothesis is correct and the magma becomes dispersed toward Mauna Loa, that eruption in 6 months or so might be larger. Only time will tell. There's also the big picture, right, Doc?" asked Dusty before he added, The whole thing could be interconnected. There are 169 volatile volcanoes stretching from here to Alaska. The USGS has placed 50 of them on the high-priority watch list. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Dusty," replied Ashby. "The Ring of Fire encompasses a massive geographic area and spans several tectonic plates. Besides, we need to focus on the connection between sister volcanoes before we tie all of them together." Rita couldn't resist. "He spends too much time on those conspiracy websites and not enough time on scientific journals." "Not true. I spend equal amounts of time on both." Rita rolled her eyes and chuckled. "Point proven. Next." Their conversation was interrupted as a media truck pulled in behind them at the overlook. The group turned to see the truck with the logo of KHON News Channel 2 emblazoned across the side. A young, attractive female reporter bounced out of the front seat and came in their direction. Dusty stood a little taller and adjusted his frumpy outback attire. "I'll handle this one." "Of course you will," quipped Rita with a hint of snark. Chapter 6. Near the Kilauea Volcano, the island of Hawaii. "Aloha. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it?" began Dusty as he greeted the young reporter. She was leggy, curvaceous, and slightly taller than he was. He switched his laptop into his left hand and extended his right to shake. "My name is Dusty Holder. I'm a geologist with NASA." "Good grief," mumbled Rita as she turned her attention back to her research. "He's so full of himself." "Come on, Rita," Ashby chuckled. "I think it's cute. Look at him, full of charm and confidence." "Dusty's a nerd who would have never approached a pretty girl like this growing up." Ashby hesitated and listened as the young woman introduced herself. "I'm Layla Camlin, a reporter with News Channel 2. Together with my producer, we're hoping to conduct a brief interview with a scientific team studying the events here at Kilauea. Our viewers are especially interested in an explanation of the difference between volcanoes in Hawaii like Kilauea and Yellowstone, the world's most famous volcano." "Well, Layla, this is your lucky day, you see. As part of my work with NASA, I have a particular expertise in geohydrobiology, geohydro." What?" she asked with a perplexed look. "Geohydrobiology. It's basically the study of how our planet, water, and life itself works." Ashby looked on with amusement as Rita continued to pound away angrily on her keyboard. Ashby thought about the flirting ritual between males and females. Dusty loved to flirt. He'd come out of his shell in the 18 months after he was accepted into the Viper program. He was a somewhat introverted nerd, spending his time on computers for his studies and his entertainment, which consisted of playing interactive video games. Once they began traveling all over the world, something changed within him, especially as it related to his interaction with members of the opposite sex. Ashby had never seen him close the deal when he made overtures toward a woman. In a way, his flirting seemed to be for his amusement rather than in search of a possible relationship. The conversation continued, so she eavesdropped. "Which is the reason there is so much thermal activity in Yellowstone," Dusty explained as he gently took Layla by the arm and escorted her to the edge of the cliff for a better look at Kilauea. "You're looking at the Kilauea volcano in all its glory. So, what's the difference, you ask? The answer is simple. Yellowstone is sitting on top of a volcano. All of the geysers and mud pots and hot springs are the result of hot fluids rising to the caldera's surface and mixing with water." The cameraman had been filming the interaction and now had closed on the back of Dusty to get a close-up as he answered questions. "Is that what makes Yellowstone a supervolcano?" she asked. "Well, let me clarify something. In scientific jargon, the term supervolcano doesn't really exist. It's a word that began to be used years ago by the BBC to refer to eruptions of the size produced by Yellowstone, which is more appropriately called by its scientific term caldera." "A caldera?" "Yes, like a sinkhole or a crater. When a so-called supervolcano erupts, it spews large volumes of magma into the air over a short period of time. This causes the cone-shaped structure to collapse downward into the partially emptied magma chamber. The depression left behind looks like a crater from above. It doesn't happen very often, and Yellowstone is the most famous of them all." "Is that the only difference?" "Oh, no. There's a huge difference in size, and Layla's size matters." Even Ashby rolled her eyes at that one. Dusty reached down and picked up a pebble. Then he searched around until he found a fist-sized hunk of volcanic rock. He reached for Layla's left hand and placed the pebble in it. Then he pointed toward her microphone. "May I?" Sure." She handed him the microphone, and he placed the rock in her right hand. She subconsciously moved her hands up and down as if she were a human scale. "Big difference." "Exactly," said Dusty, as he turned the microphone toward his mouth like an old pro. Kilauea is approximately 2.5 miles across. Yellowstone is a whopping 44 miles wide at least. And consider this. Volcanoes are measured in intensity by the Volcanic Explosivity Index. 0 is the quiet end of the scale. They are deemed relatively non-explosive like Kilauea and Mauna Loa over there. What is Yellowstone? This is where the term supervolcano comes in. It implies an eruption of magnitude 8 or higher. In the history of mankind, there have been only 48 supervolcano eruptions, and Yellowstone accounts for 2 and possibly 3 of those. Okay, so how does this relate to the 2 rocks you've given me? The pebble represents the amount of material ejected from the earth in a devastating eruption like Kilauea. The larger stone, which in actuality should be much, much larger, represents the volume of magma in a Yellowstone eruption. This much? No, Layla, replied Dusty as he looked directly into the camera. 1,000,000 times more. As the news reporter's eyes grew wide, she dropped both stones to the ground. Ashby sensed the interview was over. She glanced down and noticed that Rita had stopped her work and caught the tail end of the interview. She looked up at Ashby. "Kinda puts it all in perspective, doesn't it?" "It sure does. People have no idea." They both stood silently for a moment as Dusty shook hands with Layla and her cameraman. As he started back toward them, Ashby knelt down next to Rita. "He really is a good guy." "I know." Ashby hesitated as she studied Rita's demeanor. She was watching Dusty approach. "So why do you bust his chops so much?" "He likes it," she replied with a smile. Chapter 7. Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. Yellowstone Rick Younger strode confidently into the newly completed Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. The YVO was built on several acres in Grant Village, located near the westernmost part of Yellowstone Lake, called West Thumb. Part of the Yellowstone caldera was a 136-square-mile basin covered by Yellowstone Lake. In 1870, an exploration team named the Washburn Party described the lake as being shaped like a human hand, with the fingers extended and spread apart as much as possible, with the large West Bay representing the thumb. The YVO was constituted in 2001 by the United States Geological Survey to provide a permanent monitoring team for volcanic and earthquake activity at Yellowstone. Several public and private organizations under the USGS umbrella work together to monitor the volcanic system, accumulate and interpret data, and act as a central clearinghouse for dissemination of information to the government and the media. The person in charge of all activities within the YVO was the scientist in charge. Since the YVO's inception in 2001, the position had been held by the same man, Dr. Don Peake. Dr. Peake had used his considerable influence in the scientific community to draw the most qualified team of geologists, volcanologists, and seismologists to join the daunting task of monitoring the dangerous supervolcano. Dr. Peake's days as the scientist in charge were numbered after historic events in the history of geology unfolded in 2015. That was the year Project Hydra was introduced and implemented. It was an ambitious concept with a hefty price tag. Proposed by scientists at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory at the California Institute of Technology, Project Hydra was deemed to solve 2 major issues: provide an engineering solution to the Yellowstone supervolcano threat, and as a byproduct provide clean geothermal energy to reduce America's dependence on fossil fuels. Despite its naysayers, the concept behind Project Hydra was met with open arms by a presidential administration seeking to leave a lasting environmental legacy. It was also seen as a job-boosting project that was endorsed by members of both sides of the aisle. Conceptually, the primary purpose of Project Hydra was to release the stress building underneath the Yellowstone caldera, theoretically preventing a massive eruption. However, once Washington and the media wrapped its arms around the environmental benefit, the threat to humanity posed by Yellowstone took a back seat. With the full endorsement of the president, Congress acted quickly and pleased all of their constituents in the Mountain West states during the 2016 election year. By early 2017, the project was underway and construction began. Project Hydra appeared logical and simple: cool the supervolcano down by injecting water into the magma chamber. Yellowstone is an enormous heat generator that leaks nearly 70% of its energy into the atmosphere via water, which seeps into the magma chamber through cracks in the Earth's surface. The remainder, however, remains inside the magma chamber, building up pressure which enables it to create more energy. Eventually, an explosive eruption would occur. The scientists at the JPL proposed a way for the built-up energy to be extracted. NASA estimated that if an additional 35% of the heat could be transferred into the atmosphere from the magma chamber, Yellowstone would no longer pose a threat. "Therein lies the rub," Shakespeare's Hamlet once said. "That's where the problems lie." The scientists at NASA came up with a plan. They would drill down into the supervolcano no more than 6 miles and inject water into the magma chamber below. Water could then be extracted at a temperature of over 600 degrees Fahrenheit, systematically releasing heat from below the Earth's surface. Once the project was announced, the interest of private enterprise was piqued. A consortium led by Rick Younger stepped up to fund the project by taking advantage of low-interest government loans designed to promote alternative energy solutions. Younger was a Stanford-trained geologist who'd spent the majority of his career introducing large oil companies to fracking, the process of injecting liquid at high pressure into subterranean rocks to force open existing fissures, which facilitated the extraction of oil or natural gas. With the jury still out on whether fracking was environmentally acceptable, Younger looked at Project Hydro as nothing more than a large-scale fracking project. The benefit to easing the pressure within the Yellowstone caldera meant nothing to him. One of the most vocal opponents of the project was Dr. Peak. He devoted his life to studying Yellowstone and fully understood the threat the world faced from its next eruption. He'd issued several warnings during congressional hearings on the project. He warned them against the notion of disturbing the delicate balance within the Yellowstone caldera. The magma chamber was brittle and prone to breakage. Drilling through the top of the magma chamber would release noxious gases at best and trigger an eruption at worst. The scientific team sent to Washington by Younger proposed drilling into the supervolcano from the lower sides, starting outside the boundaries of Yellowstone National Park, on privately owned lands. This would have the effect of extracting the heat from the underside of the magma chamber. In theory, the team assured the members of Congress the heat would be extracted from below and never reach the top of the chamber where the real threat of eruption was located. Dr. Peak then argued that the undertaking would take many decades to cool the chamber enough to make a difference. Therefore, the risk of disturbing Yellowstone outweighed the benefits. In the end, Congress and the public embraced the immediate benefit of a new supply of energy with the long-term ancillary benefit of releasing the heat from Yellowstone. The implications of disturbing the fragile dynamic of the world's most destructive force was lost in the hype. Dr. Peak's continued opposition to Project Hydro resulted in his being pushed out of a job he'd held for nearly 2 decades. Today, the new sheriff in town, Rick Younger, was being installed, and he proudly took the podium after his introduction. Thank you all very much. I'm honored to stand before you as your new USGS scientist in charge. However, before I begin my opening remarks, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Dr. Peak for the outstanding work and unselfish sacrifice he's made for the YVO and Yellowstone overall. Please join me in giving him a round of applause. After the applause died down, Dr. Peak, who wore his civilian attire, which resembled a throwback to the Old West, waved to his former colleagues and took a seat behind Younger. Younger retook the podium and turned to the former scientist in charge. Thank you, Dr. Peak, and thank you for your service to the USGS. Then he turned to the 36 employees and members of the media as he resumed his remarks. For several years, great minds have come together to create the most ambitious geological project in the history of mankind. I have been involved with Project Hydro since day one, and today I'm pleased to announce that the geothermal tubes are producing clean, efficient energy. Younger paused as the group applauded his efforts. Just a month or so ago, this facility was opened, and it's now operating on all cylinders. Data is pouring into our extensive computer servers and recording the results in real time, revealing our successes. But there's still work to be done. The geothermal energy has far exceeded everyone's expectations and the advanced timetable. Well, all I can say to you is, congrats on a job well done with your efforts. We're on course to double the energy extraction over the coming years. I need to provide big congratulations to the engineers at ExxonMobil for devising a way to drill at a much faster pace than ever anticipated by the scientists at the JPL. What was once considered a decades-long process was reduced to a matter of years. Their applied technology from the petroleum sector has brought Project Hydro online decades ahead of schedule and on budget. Once again, Younger paused as he soaked in the adoration from his subordinates. In closing, I'm pleased to be a part of the YVO team and look forward to hanging my hat in this fantastic new facility at Grant Village. I'll be glad to take a few questions before I roll my sleeves up and get to work. Younger, with a toothy politician's smile, anxiously awaited the media's queries. He'd been raked over the coals for years as Project Hydro came to fruition. Media, congressmen, and corporate executives had all taken a bite out of him. Now was his time to shine and earn the generous bonus, which was part of his contract at ExxonMobil that had survived his appointment to the USGS position. The low six-figure income his GS-15 pay grade allowed paled in comparison to the under-the-counter bonuses he'd earned from the petroleum industry for fast-tracking Project Hydro's production. He pointed to a young man in the front row. "First question. Go ahead, please." "Doc." "Younger, some have said," the reporter began before being interrupted. "Thank you for the elevation to the doctorate level of study, but I never pursued my PhD. I guess my formal title is scientist in charge or something like that, but I really prefer to be informal. Please call me Rick." The young reporter smiled and continued. "Rick, Dr. Peak has repeatedly warned that Project Hydro is risky, even at the much slower pace of drilling originally anticipated. You have managed to increase the drill rate by nearly 90%. Was Dr. Peak wrong?" Now, young man, that was a loaded question and wholly inappropriate for this setting. Dr. Peak has provided a tremendous amount of knowledge and expertise to the USGS over the years. I, on the other hand, have devoted my life to the petroleum industry, where the concept of fracking was first used to extract energy from our planet. Fracking has become a successful, safe way of producing oil and natural gas for use in our everyday lives. The geothermal energy produced here at Yellowstone will be no different. Younger looked around the room and chose another questioner. "Do you have a question?" "Yes. You've described Project Hydro as groundbreaking. There are others beside Dr. Peak who've mocked your use of that term and applied it to the potential to trigger an eruption at Yellowstone followed by an environmental catastrophe akin to a nuclear winter." Younger bristled and didn't wait for the reporter to actually ask a question. These are all arguments that have been addressed in very public forums such as the halls of Congress. We provided all the information at our disposal, both for and against Project Hydro, in the interest of full transparency. The funding and the approvals sailed through Congress. So, without hesitation, I can say I'm proud of what I have accomplished in bringing this to fruition. Thank you all for joining us today. Without another word, Younger marched off the elevated platform and through a side exit to avoid taking any further questions. The expletives mumbled under his breath resembled those muttered by the angry caldera beneath his feet. Chapter 8. Jake Wheeler's Cabin. Yellowstone. Jake exited his National Park Service Ford Expedition and walked to the hood of the vehicle. Strapped to the bumper guard and the hood was a big buck mule deer he'd shot on a hunting preserve south of the park. Hunting within the boundaries of Yellowstone National Park was illegal, so to pursue one of his favorite pastimes, he'd often travel to western Wyoming and eastern Idaho to hunt. He admired the 12-point rack on his kill. Mule deer bucks were very crafty and a challenging hunt. Because Jake was a regular at this particular hunting preserve, he wasn't required by this outfitter to join a pack train made up of tourists. Jake knew his way around Greater Yellowstone like no park ranger or other member of the law enforcement rangers currently employed there. Plus, he needed the quiet time to reflect on what had happened during the fire and what he'd seen. He patted the carcass on the side and made his way to the back of the expedition. He quickly unloaded his hiking gear and rifles before making his way across the front lawn of his cabin. Jake, who'd been with the Rangers for 13 years, was one of the few occupants of an original National Park Service soldier station at Yellowstone. Several of the log cabin structures had been built in the late 1800s, and his home had been constructed in 1908. The building was used as a ranger station until 1959, when the 7.2 magnitude Hebgen Lake earthquake shook Yellowstone and sent waves of panic around the country. The massive quake, which was felt throughout Wyoming, southwestern Montana, and Idaho, was perceived to be a precursor to an eruption of the supervolcano. Nearly 30 people died, many from the landslides that were triggered, but the feared eruption never came to pass. Following the quake, the cabin was converted from a soldier station to a residence. It was one of the perks afforded Jake, with the only downside being he had to remain on call 24/7 unless he was on vacation. He knocked the dirt off his boots as he climbed a few steps onto the massive wraparound deck which encompassed the log and mortar structure. He opened the front door and slid his gear onto the well-worn wood floor. "Hi, honey, I'm home," he announced sarcastically. Jake had never married, and except for one serious relationship with a high-spirited girl from Southern California, which had ultimately led him to Wyoming, he'd never seriously dated. He was married to his job, but he was in love with his mistress, the great outdoors. Jake removed his flannel shirt, revealing a T-shirt with the USGS logo embroidered on the left pocket. Still in his late 30s, he was fortunate to have maintained his chiseled body through the years by engaging in a variety of outdoor activities, including hiking, caving, hunting, and fishing. There wasn't an outdoor sport that he didn't like except for maybe skydiving. He just couldn't grasp the concept of jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. But then again, skydivers couldn't imagine why he liked to climb up the side of a mountain with no ropes, harnesses, or protective equipment. Known as free climbing or soloing, Jake used physical ability and climbing knowledge to flawlessly go up and down rocky faces, as well as explore caves and crevices in granite outcroppings. After he field-dressed the mule deer and butchered it, he was exhausted. A long hot shower brought him back to life, and a cold beer put him in a reflective mood. He walked outside to the back porch and flopped into an Adirondack chair. The view of the valley below him and Firehole River, which ran through it, caused him to close his eyes for the 100th time since he'd laid eyes on the boiling earth. He was now firmly convinced that it had been lava seeping to the surface, which had never been seen at Yellowstone since the park's inception. He understood enough about the volcanic system to know that the heated rock was more than 4 miles below the surface, and the actual magma chamber stretched down as much as 400 miles if he was correct. This would have a tremendous impact on the constant scientific studies taking place at Yellowstone and might even cause Project Hydro to be suspended. The only reason Jake chose to go hunting rather than report his findings was because a good man, Dr. Peak, had been run out of his job for speaking out against Project Hydro. The swiftness of Dr. Peak's departure was a clear signal to Jake that the people who endorsed the project would not stand for criticism, whether directly or indirectly. His suggestion that lava had found its way to the surface and was the cause of a massive fire would most likely be met with resistance. Jake couldn't afford to lose his job, and he didn't have a trust fund or inheritance to fall back on. In fact, it was just the opposite. He and his family barely spoke, yet he was sure of what he'd seen, and he needed to tell somebody. He hadn't met the new guy younger, but a lot of Dr. Peak's people were still around. Tomorrow he'd mosey down to the YVO and see if he could find a friendly ear. Tonight he'd drink beer and enjoy the night under the stars, alone. Chapter 9. Ramo Auditorium, California Institute of Technology, Pasadena, California. The California Institute of Technology in Pasadena, California, was founded in the late 1800s as a small university with over 900 PhD-level researchers, compared to just 300 regular faculty members. Over the years, the school became known as one of the world's leading institutions of scientific research and education. Eventually, philanthropists and private foundations, led by the Carnegies and Rockefellers, discovered Caltech, and funding for scientific research projects began to roll in. For a period of time, it was an educational institution in name only. During World War II, the newly constituted Jet Propulsion Laboratory, together with $80 million in federal funding, began to produce new discoveries from rockets to early aerospace technology. Over time, it became the recognized world leader in scientific and technological advancement. "Do you know where we're going?" asked Rita as she studied the Google Maps app on her iPhone. Dusty was driving slowly down South Holliston Avenue, pressing his face against the windshield as he drove in search of street signs. "Of course I do, and I don't need a map app to get me there. What I need is a place to park." Ashby sat quietly in the back seat of the four-door Jeep Wrangler, studying her notes. Today's symposium at Caltech was the third annual event since she had been appointed to NASA's Advisory Council on Planetary Defense. The Advisory Council was commissioned by NASA to bring together scientists from various fields of study to discuss potentially hazardous objects, or PHOs, such as asteroids and comets. While the initial focus of the council was to assess the threat and provide scientific solutions, with the addition of Ashby and 2 other scientists 3 years ago, the Advisory Council had added 3 additional potential threats to the conversation: biological, solar, and volcanic. In her first two appearances at the symposium, the roundtable-style discussion focused on NASA's five-step plan to prevent a catastrophic asteroid impact: locate, predict, characterize, deflect, and prepare. In the first year, Ashby barely spoke other than to introduce herself last year with the near miss of a potentially devastating solar flare. The advisory panel scientists debated whether the resulting electromagnetic pulse was sufficiently dangerous enough to warrant extensive hardening of the nation's power grid. This year, however, with the recent volcanic activity in Hawaii and South America, Ashby was expected to take a more prominent role in the conversation. Naturally, her colleagues in the Planetary Science Division would spend a considerable amount of time discussing near-Earth objects. When the focus turned on Ashby, she wanted to address the topic of volcanology in a cogent and compelling way, without appearing uninspiring. In other words, she had to be interesting without dropping any bombs, a difficult task for a strong-willed woman with a lot to say. "Boom!" shouted Dusty as he sped forward and then whipped the steering wheel of the Jeep toward the right. His sudden outburst startled Ashby, and the accompanying driving maneuver threw her sideways across the back seat. She calmly looked at Dusty using the reflection of the rearview mirror. "Dusty, was that necessary?" Well, I don't want you to be late," he replied sheepishly. Rita snorted and shook her head. As the trio exited the vehicle, Ashby admonished her young associate. "Arrive alive, remember? That's rule number 1. Rule number 2, don't destroy government property. It took me 6 months to get this Jeep and get rid of that dinky Nissan Leaf that Rita loved so much. It was electric," Rita defended her choice. "It was a death trap that could barely climb a hill." Ashby replied jokingly as she put her arm around the young volcanologist in training. "The places we'll be going require a vehicle with some grit and stamina." Dusty jogged to catch up. "Yellowstone, right, Doc? You betcha. If it were up to me, we'd have the RV loaded up, Jeep in tow, and be on our way already." Dusty ran ahead and turned around to walk backwards. Ashby smiled at his boyish approach to life. "Let's do it, Simon. You can blow this off. This place is full of eggheads anyway." "You dope. We're eggheads too," chastised Rita. "I know, but not like these rocket scientists," Dusty shot back as he continued to walk backwards. "I mean, think about it. They find microscopic air bubbles 10 feet below the Martian surface, and the next thing you know, they're calling a news conference, and every cable network declares breaking news: life on Mars was possible 10 quadrillion years ago. Meanwhile, we discover that Yellowstone is about to blow its top and kill every last human on the planet, and nobody cares. It's bull." Rita lifted her arm and pointed as Dusty was railing on NASA, but Ashby pulled it back down. Both of them watched in amusement as Dusty tripped backwards over a short hedgerow, tumbling onto the grassy lawn in front of Ramo Auditorium. "You're such a dork," Rita said half-jokingly. Dusty hopped up and quickly looked around to see if anyone had seen his clumsy antics before he jumped the hedge and joined them once again. "You know I'm right," he declared. Ashby didn't respond, but she certainly agreed. Chapter 10, Ramo Auditorium, California Institute of Technology, Pasadena, California. 15 minutes later, Rita and Dusty were settled at a table toward the rear of the auditorium near the invited press corps, and Ashby was sitting amongst her peers as one of the theorists from the advisory council spoke. "Think about it," the scientist continued. "Life on our planet has been marked by a continuous and steady rate of extinction. There are currently 50 million species of plants and animals on Earth. On the surface, it appears we are remarkably diverse. Yet it is nothing compared to what has existed before. Science has revealed approximately 50 billion different species have inhabited our planet since life began here. Only 1 out of 1,000 still remain. That means 99.9% of life on Earth has already been extinguished. To be sure, there have been the so-called extinction-level events, which resulted in massive die-offs, at least 3 of which are evidenced by the massive craters around our planet created by asteroid impacts. "And volcanic activity," interjected Ashby, which drew a look from the speaker. "I've been honored to be a part of the advisory council for the last couple of years, but it seems our eyes are always looking to the heavens. We must acknowledge how continuously active our planet is. Just in the last 75,000 years, a geologic blink of the eye, intense volcanic activity such as the Toba supervolcanic eruption has reshaped the Earth's surface and resulted in a near-catastrophic interruption in human evolution. The genetic bottleneck theory," added the scientist, who reluctantly yielded the floor to Ashby. Ashby immediately broke protocol and stood choosing to wander the stage with her portable microphone clipped to her linen blouse. Unlike the other members of the advisory council who wore their Sunday best, Ashby wore her customary khaki slacks, white shirt, and her white North Face hiking shoes. The Toba eruption was every bit as catastrophic as the asteroid impacts that we've mentioned on this stage before. The eruption was 100 times greater than the Mount Tambora event in 1815, which caused the year without a summer in the northern hemisphere. After Toba erupted, a global volcanic winter lasted nearly 10 years, followed by a 1,000-year-long cooling period, during which time the population of humans on the planet fell to just a few thousand. Ashby turned to the audience of roughly 400 academics, scientists, and media who were in attendance. The symposium was also being filmed for closed-circuit rebroadcast to classrooms around the globe and for the benefit of live news feeds. It is not my intent to diminish the importance of a near-object threat. However, I would like to raise awareness of the threat under our feet. We live our daily lives on the edge of catastrophe. Less than 1,000 miles from this auditorium, a restless killer lurks underneath the surface of our planet. It is a natural phenomenon perfectly suited for creating an environmental disaster beyond comprehension, not to mention the extinction of our species. The Yellowstone caldera, one of the scientists interrupted. Exactly, said Ashby. In the recent history of our planet, hundreds of thousands of people have died from the noxious gases, mudslides, tsunamis, and pyroclastic flows that were caused by volcanic eruptions. You should also consider this fact against the following backdrop. Modern man hasn't been around for the most devastating supervolcano eruptions that have occurred in Earth's history. Isn't the human race incredibly naive to think that just because we are technologically advanced and blessed with incredible knowledge, our lives aren't in constant danger of a catastrophic eruption? Every day we're at risk of an extinction-level event that has happened many times before and will most certainly happen again. The attendees in the room began to speak among themselves and nodded their heads in approval. Ashby wasn't sure if they were agreeing with her statement or excited about the possibility of verbal sparring between the intellectuals. Either way, after hearing Dusty's statement earlier, she'd become determined to make her feelings known. Another scientist interrupted her statements. Dr. Donovan, I admire your work, but you're misleading the audience to an extent. We have ample warning of potentially imminent eruptions of Earth's supervolcanoes. Whether it be Taupo in New Zealand or Yellowstone in our own backyard, we have the ability to monitor the geological signs pointing to a catastrophic eruption far in advance. Ashby could tell she was in for a fight. For a brief moment, she wondered why she was even placed on the advisory council if all they wanted to do was talk about space. I'm aware of the new study, which, by the way, my team participated in. The model, based upon the Taupo volcanic zone, studied the supervolcano and how it related to tectonic stresses. Taupo was an ideal subject because of its relatively uncomplicated setting. Any form of tectonic stress may result in the destabilization of the rock and could trigger eruptions. At Taupo, I took it one step further and studied the amounts of stress, the tectonic plate movement, and the amount of magma supply in its reservoirs. I intend to take this same analytical approach and apply it to the Yellowstone caldera at the back of the room. A pretty young woman in her mid-20s shot her hand up and began waving to get Ashby's attention. Holding a notepad, she stood and began walking toward the middle of the auditorium. She walked with a noticeable limp, as if her left leg were in a brace or somehow restrained. The tradition at the annual symposium was to hold media questions until the presentation had ended because it was considered rude to interrupt the speaker. The room became silent as all eyes veered toward the woman. Dr. Donovan, might I ask a question? The reporter said in a wonderfully British accent. Certainly, your name, please. Yes, of course, I'm Ella Hewitt with BBC Earth. My question relates to Yellowstone, okay? Or any volcanic eruption, for that matter. Are you saying the threat of a supervolcano eruption is greater than the NEO threat typically addressed at this symposium? Ashby hesitated, as she knew she was treading on thin ice already. I believe it is fair to make the comparison. The eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano would be similar to the impact of an asteroid nearly a mile wide. Those among us who are well-versed in probability study will tell you that the chances of a supervolcanic eruption are 5 times more likely than a mile-wide asteroid crashing into Earth. I might also add, an asteroid of that size would most likely be seen well in advance. Now, what to do about it is another matter, but at least there would be warning of an incoming near-Earth object. Ella continued forward, drawing the attention of all the attendees. But Dr. Donovan, as you've just mentioned, there are scientific measurements and monitoring devices available to give the public warning of a potential supervolcano eruption. Ashby closed her eyes momentarily and recalled riding in the back seat of her father's car through the jungles of the Philippines. There were warning measures in place back then, too. Not necessarily under the present circumstances, at least. The room burst into side conversations, whispering and chatter that eventually reached a crescendo. Chapter 11. Ramo Auditorium, California Institute of Technology, Pasadena, California. In a politically and environmentally volatile world, scientists were careful not to go against the grain. Their funding was typically provided by governmental agencies or pro-environment private foundations who wanted results that comported with their ideology. To speak out against a politically sensitive topic could result in a loss of funding, being ostracized, and, worse, getting fired. Ashby didn't care about that. Nobody understood her perspective, so she went there. "Can you expand on that?" asked Ella, who was now firmly planted near the front of the stage, barely 30 feet from Ashby. Ashby explained, in the past, the teams at the Yellowstone Volcanic Observatory have done a tremendous job of monitoring all aspects of the caldera. Seismometers, temperature gauges, GPS, satellites, and many other types of monitoring devices keep tabs on the vital signs of Yellowstone. As a result, predictability models can be created based upon the raw data. "How has that changed?" asked the persistent reporter. "Oh, the devices haven't changed, nor have the incredibly talented members of the YVO team. What's changed is," Ashby paused momentarily, causing the attendees to whisper among themselves. She looked past the reporter and found Dusty and Rita at the rear of the auditorium. Rita was nodding her head, and Dusty slowly gave her a thumbs up. They were fully aware her next words might affect their future as well. "What has changed is the unpredictable results of tampering with the caldera," she continued over the muted conversations occurring throughout the hall and from the scientists seated behind her. "Are you referring to Project Hydro?" asked Ella. "I am." Ashby was impressed with the young lady's familiarity with the topic. The reporter continued. "You were a vocal opponent of the water injection project. Now that it's been underway for a couple of years without incident, why haven't you changed your opinion?" "Well, for starters, my point has been proven in many respects. The reports I've seen show the amount of geothermal energy is nowhere near the levels they'd hoped for, and that's with their advanced drilling timetable. I stated that their plan to drill just 6 miles into the magma chamber was insufficient to yield the desired result." Ashby paused to look around the room and see if security was bearing down on her yet, or to determine if the sound engineer intended to cut her microphone. She continued. "Their models were all wrong from the beginning. The projected geothermal yields were based upon drilling from the top of the caldera at a much steeper angle. When I and others strenuously objected on the basis of the potential damage to the crust, the proponents of Project Hydro altered their drilling plan. The problem is they didn't make a corresponding adjustment in the projected geothermal energy yield." Ella was frantically scribbling notes and took Ashby's pause as an opportunity to ask a provocative question. "Are you saying, to use an American term, that your Congress was sold a bill of goods to get Project Hydro approved?" "Those are your words, not mine, but I can't disagree with the premise. But isn't it safe to say that a reduction in yield means a lower profit, if any, which equates to a substantial waste of your taxpayers' money?" Ashby smiled and studied the young woman closer. She was spot on with her analysis, so she decided to give her an honest opinion in response. "It's difficult to answer that question without seeing all the data, which I hope, by the way, will be made available to me when I arrive in Yellowstone in the next few days. I can say this, however, if the geothermal yield is below what was represented in their models, that means the projected amount of stress they promised to release from the magma chamber is also below predictions. If that is the case, Project Hydro has put our planet at tremendous risk for little or no benefit." With that, control over the auditorium was lost, and the chairman of the advisory council intervened. He approached Ashby from behind and grabbed her by the elbow. He whispered in her ear, "Dr. Donovan, I think we've heard enough on this subject. Why don't we change the topic and allow another member of the council to speak?" "Fine." Ashby pulled away from the man's grip and shot him a nasty look. She returned to her seat, and for the remaining 45 minutes of the symposium, she sat in deep thought, replaying her words, and then considered the ramifications of her statements. The minutes felt like hours until the conference was called to a close. Ashby was immediately joined by Dusty and Rita on stage. After they congratulated her for her intestinal fortitude, Dusty suggested they quietly exit stage left and sneak out of the building via a fire exit. Chapter 12. Ramo Auditorium, California Institute of Technology, Pasadena, California. Fresh air. "I was beginning to feel smothered in there," said Ashby as she pointed her face toward the warm Southern California sunshine. The three of them walked at a steady pace, and just as they rounded the corner of the building toward the sidewalk, they were confronted by a gaggle of reporters. Dr. Donovan, a couple of questions, please." Ashby was immediately swarmed and instinctively ducked as cameras and recording devices were shoved into her face. She pushed through the crowd, but her progress was stopped as the reporters held their ground. "Dr. Donovan, are you saying taxpayer dollars are being wasted on Project Hydro? Have you voiced your concerns to the president? Are the water injections putting us at risk? When will Yellowstone blow its top?" The questions were hitting her in all directions as she spun in a circle, trying to consider which one to address first. Finally, Dusty put both of his index fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly, surprising the reporters and causing them to quieten down. He whispered to Ashby, "Do you want to answer their questions?" Ashby was shaken but quickly regained her composure as the crowd quieted. "Sure, why not? Okay, people," Dusty shouted. "Dr. Donovan will be glad to answer your questions one at a time. If you start yelling again, we'll leave." "Got it?" Ashby squeezed her protector's shoulder in appreciation. Both she and Dusty took a deep breath, and just as she was about to speak, Dusty continued. "First off, let me introduce ourselves. This is Dr. Ashby Donovan, Donovan. She is the foremost volcanologist in the world. I'm Dusty Holder, a geologist, and this is Rita Charles, also a volcanologist." Rita, who hadn't left Ashby's side, whispered in her ear, "I hate him." Ashby smiled and was about to speak when she was interrupted by Dusty again. "Okay," he said cheerfully, smiling to the sea of stern faces in front of them. "Take it away, Doc." She hesitated, waiting to make sure Dusty was finished before she began. He gave her a smile and nodded before proudly taking a position behind her with his arms crossed, but his eyes on any reporter that got out of line. Ashby decided to clarify and soften her remarks from earlier. She hoped by doing so she might save her job. She also noticed a crowd of attendees had gathered behind the reporters to see what she had to say. Arms stuck high in the air, undoubtedly filming every word for YouTube and other social media platforms. "Before I answer your questions, let me state the basis for my concerns at Yellowstone. Seismicity and ground deformation are carefully monitored at Yellowstone. It isn't unusual for the earth to shake and swell around the caldera. With a fire, you get smoke. With earthquakes, oftentimes you get volcanic activity. Project Hydro has the potential to exacerbate earthquake activity in this already geologically fragile region, a region, frankly, that shouldn't be disturbed. Dr. Donovan, there are dozens of fault lines that traverse Yellowstone. There have been recent reports of increased earthquake activity near the Norris Geyser Basin. Are these reports the basis of your opinion?" "In part, yes," replied Ashby. "In the reporting, I've seen evidence of bulging as a result of earthquake swarms. Now, this could be normal activity, although the increased frequency and intensity could also be an indicator that magma is starting to move up or is spreading underneath the Earth's surface to previously unknown locations. Could the drilling by Project Hydro cause this? Possibly, yes. That's part of the reason we're going to Yellowstone. I'd like to see the data for myself and conduct my own analysis." The young reporter from Great Britain, Ella Hewitt, pushed her way forward to continue her questioning from inside. "Isn't it true that the ground uplift might be hydrothermal, simply an uplift of water that is not necessarily out of the ordinary?" Once again, Ashby was impressed. It was rare to be questioned by a member of the media who had advanced technical and scientific knowledge of volcanology. Typically, science reporters for major media sources covered a broad variety of subject matter, choosing to know just enough about the science to seem intelligent. This young woman was different. Ashby decided to pump up her team. Volcanology and geology is a lot of detective work. Talented individuals like Rita and Dusty undertake painstaking analysis in an attempt to uncover the biggest environmental threats to mankind. Pardon the cliché, But our goal in studying recent geologic events at Yellowstone is to leave no stone unturned. Ella continued the back and forth. What about the current predictability models produced by the Yellowstone Volcanic Observatory, which conclude the activity at the Norris Geyser Basin is within accepted norms? I want to reiterate something, responded Ashby. We've made great strides in recent decades with technological advances in forward modeling and forecasting regarding the Yellowstone caldera, but none of that makes a difference in determining when the next eruption will be. The reporters were feverishly taking notes and pushing forward to get a better view of Ashby as she spoke, but began Ella before Ashby cut her off by holding up her right hand. Most of my colleagues are of the opinion that Yellowstone will provide us initial warning signs that an eruption is going to occur in the near future. Even the National Park Service tamps down fears by saying the build-up to a catastrophic eruption would be detectable for months or even years. Many scientists are of the opinion that the precursors have not yet begun. I disagree. For decades, seismic activity, ground uplift and subsidence, and gas releases have been occurring which are telltale signs of a potential eruption. Couple that with the fact Yellowstone is arguably hundreds of thousands of years past due for a volcanic eruption, and the indicators of an eruption are becoming more prevalent. Let me make myself clear. I believe many catastrophic events, whether natural disasters or man-made occurrences, can be triggered by something out of the norm. All of our predictability models are based upon the science of Yellowstone as determined by an analysis of prior eruptions that occurred up to 2 million years ago. What the science does not take into account is man tampering with nature, a trigger out of the norm, as I just said, which in this case is Project Hydro. That caused the delicate truce reached between Dusty and the reporters to be cast aside. Once again, questions were being bombarded at the trio, but it didn't matter. Ashby had said her piece, and now she'd let the chips fall where they may. Then one final question was yelled at Ashby as they attempted to push past the crowd. Dr. Donovan, how many people would be killed if the Yellowstone supervolcano were to erupt? Ashby paused and quickly turned to answer. When? Excuse me, replied the reporter, who was somewhat confused. You asked if, continued Ashby. The question should be phrased when, not if. And the answer is potentially all of us. Chapter 13, Hilton Hotel, Pasadena, California. Ella Hewitt's head was still spinning from the whirlwind of excitement generated at the NASA Advisory Council on Planetary Defense Symposium. This was the first time the British Broadcasting Company had sent her to the event. In prior years, the BBC had relied upon wire reports from the Associated Press to generate a brief news article for their website. Today's events would be worthy of far more than a cursory mention on the BBC Earth tab of the website. It might not make the on-air broadcast, but it should be prominently featured on the news homepage. After downing a bottle of the Hilton Hotel's complimentary water, Ella quickly peeled off the pantsuit she'd worn for the symposium. The temperatures in Pasadena were in the low 90s, which was unseasonably warm for early June. She preferred to wear more casual clothing when lounging around the hotel room and writing her story. She'd gone to the mall the day before, in nearby Arcadia, to visit her favorite American store, Hollister, a lifestyle brand that catered to young adults. The store resembled an upscale surf shop, complete with a variety of tees, shorts, and hoodies. If it were up to Ella, she'd wear shorts every day despite living with a prosthetic leg her entire life. She'd overcome any self-inflicted stigma many years ago as a child. Ella had been born with amelia, a birth defect that results in a child lacking one or more limbs. Ella's parents were informed of the amelia diagnosis during a routine prenatal ultrasonography. Initially, the doctors warned her parents that amelia might be isolated or, on rare occasions, associated with major malformations in the unborn baby's organ systems. Outward instances of cleft palate and malformed head were possible. Internally, lack of a kidney, a herniated diaphragm, and a weakened body wall could result in organs protruding through the abdomen. After this shocking prognosis, her parents made regular visits to their physicians to monitor their unborn child's progress. As time passed, the medical staff presented them with the harsh reality that the 24-week deadline for terminating a pregnancy grew closer. Her parents were filled with anguish when given this stark option, but deep down they knew they would love their new baby regardless of the challenges they would face as a family. When Ella was born, relief overcame her parents and the medical team who'd helped them through the pregnancy. She was healthy in every aspect, and she was absolutely the bee's knees, as her father said when he laid eyes on her. Ella was cute and smart, too. She excelled in her classes during her childhood years, especially in her science studies. As she grew older, the science of prosthetic devices advanced. She worked with her prosthetist to get mentally prepared for life without a left leg. It was frustrating at first, as she was teased by other children or stared at when shopping with her parents. By the time she entered the London School of Journalism, she'd learned her limitations, found activities she could enjoy, and even learned how to have relationships with guys who wanted to date her for the beautiful young adult she'd become, and not judge her on the disadvantage she'd been born with. For Ella, one of the benefits of being born with a disadvantage was it gave her an inner drive to succeed and overcome all obstacles. She'd met other kids who were born without limbs and had interacted with adults, as she visited her prosthetist on a regular basis. Some afflicted with Amelia couldn't adopt a mindset to cope with their lives. Ella was just the opposite. She thrived on it, sometimes pushing herself too hard. But it was that drive and determination that landed her a position with the BBC in her favorite field of study, earth sciences. And now she was sitting on a blockbuster story. Propped up in bed with her laptop open, she stared at the clock until it was 7 a.m. in London. Her senior editor was known to be an early bird, and properly British prompt as well. As the digital clock on the bedside clock ticked closer, she prepared to dial him up. There's a saying, "You had me at hello," which usually applies to something far different than the response she received from her editor to her proposal, despite the fact it was now 2 a.m. In California, Ella was wired with excitement. She recalled the events of the day from the moment she began asking questions to the press gaggle following the symposium. He'd tried to interrupt her several times to tell her he'd seen the satellite feeds of her questioning Dr. Donovan, but Ella continued anyway. Excitedly, she relayed her proposal. She wanted to be assigned a photographer in a vehicle. She wanted to go to Yellowstone and follow the story. When she finally finished, she leaned against the headboard, took a deep breath, and exhaled. Her editor was silent on the other end of the line, which immediately led her to believe that they'd gotten disconnected, which meant she'd have to start all over again. Or, worse yet, he'd hung up on her. "Hello? Are you still there?" she asked, hesitantly. Her editor began laughing, as did several other colleagues in his office. He'd placed her on speakerphone, and during her hurried, one-sided conversation, she had been unaware of it. "Yes, Ella, we're all still here." The group on the other end of the phone call began laughing again as several journalists made themselves known by saying hello or jokingly teasing her about wanting to stay in the States to work on her suntan. "What do you think, sir?" "I think you're absolutely priceless, Ella. That's what we all think. And while you've been waffling away, I've contacted our LA bureau to assign you a photographer. Travel is arranging your flights from LAX to Billings, Montana, and we've booked you a room at the Grant Village Lodge." "Oh, yes, Ella. O is right. You'd better start getting ready to go. I suspect you've stayed awake all night waiting to call me. Am I right?" "Yes, sir. Well, you can sleep this evening." "I need a brief story this morning before you leave, but don't give away the goods just yet. Get to Yellowstone, locate this hotshot volcanologist, and get the exclusive. When this story breaks, it'll rattle some cages." "Yes, sir. Many thanks." Ella hung up the phone and immediately pumped her fists into the air. This was going to be the biggest story of her young career. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She had to calm herself because this adrenaline rush would only last so long before she crashed. She turned her attention back to her laptop. She navigated to one of her many disaster threat apps, which she employed to keep abreast of potentially catastrophic events around the world. It appeared Hawaii was taking another hit. A bright red triangle with an exclamation point in the center covered the big island. Apparently, Mauna Loa was showing signs of activity, and Kilauea continued to erupt. 2 major volcanoes wreaking havoc at once would be a rare event. Then she noticed the stratovolcano at Mount Cleveland in Alaska was under an eruption advisory. Between June 10 and June 13, 1944, Mount Cleveland generated a VEI-3 eruption, 100 times more powerful than what was currently being experienced in Hawaii. The ash plume rose 20,000 feet into the air and covered much of the Gulf of Alaska before making landfall in Canada. Ella thought for a moment. Mount Pinatubo's major eruption occurred around the same time frame in June of 1991. Here we are, she thought to herself, the first 2 weeks of June. It might not be a scientifically accepted pattern, but things do come in threes. Chapter 14, Grand Loop Road, Yellowstone. Jake loaded up the expedition as he returned to his regular duties for the first time in a couple of weeks. His job as a law enforcement ranger was generally uneventful. Most of his calls dealt with lost hikers, responding to motor vehicle crashes, and providing emergency medical treatment. Too often, social media caused stupid people to do stupid things. People posed themselves in risky situations like diving off the cliffs at Firehole with a GoPro camera strapped to their head or attempting to pet a bison. A month ago, Jake had responded to a call involving a marathon runner from Canada who was gored by a 2,000-pound bison. While Jake was keeping the victim stable during the wait for the ambulance, the jogger explained he'd seen the bison grazing and thought it was cool to see one in real life. He'd approached the massive animal in an attempt to pet it. Bad idea. His first impression of a large but passive creature turned into a run for his life as the bison charged him. The behemoth managed to dig one of its curved horns into the runner's butt, briefly lifting him off the ground. The impact tossed the jogger forward 10 feet. As the bison charged again, the man hustled for a cluster of trees where the bison couldn't pursue him. Throughout his career, more dangerous situations had occurred, including officer-involved shootings. After 9/11, the law enforcement rangers became more heavily armed. Prior to 2001, a gun-in-the-glove box policy was in effect to avoid creating undue concern from park visitors. Now, law enforcement rangers were well armed, highly trained police officers not unlike the cops who patrol city streets. The entire team at Yellowstone went to the Public Safety Training Center in Santa Rosa, California, 2 weeks out of every year for training. In addition to advanced firearm classes, a full-scale scenario village and campground had been developed to practice dealing with active shooter scenarios. Jake rarely thought about this aspect of his job, as, fortunately, Yellowstone had not experienced an active shooter, but he was certainly prepared if they did. Now his daily gear loadout included 2 sets of handcuffs, bear spray, pepper spray, a 9mm sidearm with 4 extra magazines, and an M16 automatic rifle. Subconsciously performing a mental check of his gear before he left, Jake fired up the ignition and wheeled the expedition down the mountain toward Grand Loop Road and headed south. It was a 30-mile drive from his cabin to the administrative offices located at Grant Village, but his first stop, which was part of his daily routine, would be for breakfast and coffee at the Lakeview Cafe. Jake was deep in thought, analyzing how he intended to explain what he had seen while fighting the fire that day. He didn't want to appear to be a crackpot, and he certainly didn't want to ruffle any feathers. With the departure of Dr. Peak, whom Jake had the utmost respect for, he was unsure of the proper person to approach at the YVO. He considered reporting it to his supervisor, but was afraid it might get sloughed off into the proverbial File 13, a euphemism for the trash can. He needed breakfast and strong black coffee to clear the fog out of his brain. The first day back to work was always the hardest as he tried to reestablish his routine. Grand Loop Road leveled off as it entered the lower geyser basin. At this point, a wide-open prairie emerged, and Jake took in the view. He rolled down his window to enjoy the fresh air. Movement caught his eye to the left of the truck. After checking his mirrors, Jake slowed down to focus. A swishing sound could be heard, which piqued his interest. It was a sound he'd never associated with Yellowstone. He looked up through the windshield to see if any storm clouds were brewing. Much-needed heavy rains had fallen the night before while he slept, but the front had moved out and left behind clear blue skies with no wind. The sound grew louder, and then suddenly he heard a low rumble as well. At first it was faint, almost inaudible, but as he strained to listen, the noise grew louder. There were 2 separate and distinct sounds mixed together. One, soft, like the wind blowing the tall grasses that surrounded him. The other, more intense, deep, and foreboding. Jake stepped out of the truck and stood on the chrome side step to get a better look. Large swaths of grain were being knocked down or displaced. Whatever was approaching was moving fast, and the sounds had increased in intensity. Then he remembered. The fire had caused the relocation of part of the bison herd inhabiting Yellowstone into the lower geyser basin. For whatever reason, they had been startled and were stampeding directly toward him. They were barely 50 yards away, so he jumped to the ground and scrambled to re-enter the truck. It was only seconds before the lead part of the herd was upon him. Jake rolled up his windows and waited. He couldn't drive off, as the herd might react and charge his truck. 2 or 3 direct hits by the powerful animals would knock the 5,500-pound Ford on its side. It was safer for him and the stampeding herd to remain stationary and allow them to pass. He waited, his heart beating out of his chest as the first of the herd exploded out of the field and charged toward him. They split into two groups, flanking the front and back of his truck. More rumbled past, too many to count. He was engulfed in a sea of brown fur and thundering hooves which were deafening. The field was flattened as the last of the 100-plus bison sped past him into the western part of the basin. This was the second time in Jake's career he'd seen the bison stampede. The first was the morning of Sunday, March 30, 2014, when a 4.8 magnitude earthquake hit the Norris Geyser Basin. A couple of hours before the quake, Jake had witnessed a much smaller stampede than what had just occurred. Jake had spoken with one of the geologists later that day in 2014 who assured him there was no correlation between the two and that the reports on conspiracy websites of an imminent eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano were unfounded. At the time, Jake had shrugged it off, and as he fired up the truck to get some breakfast, he smiled and shrugged this stampede off as well. Chapter 15. Lakeview Cafe, Grant Village, Yellowstone. "Well, looky here what the cat dragged in," exclaimed Florence Jean Holloway, the 40-ish tender of the sit-down counter at the Lakeview Cafe in Grant Village. Flo, as Jake affectionately called her, was the stereotypical gum-chomping, big-haired career waitress who could have been ripped straight out of the 70s sitcom. Alice, "Honey, ain't you something for my sore eyes? Where you been?" Jake removed his camouflaged cap and tossed it on the round bar stool next to him. He stretched to lean over the counter and planted a kiss on Flo's outstretched cheek. He glanced over to a couple sitting at a nearby table who were fascinated by the exchange. The two looked mismatched. The older man had wild, fiery red hair and was dressed like a hunter. The young woman with him was very pretty and nicely dressed. As Jake leaned back to make sure his fanny hit the stool, he noticed the woman's prosthetic leg sticking out from under her pant leg. He looked up and gave her a smile before turning his attention back to Flo. "Flo, I've been fighting fires." "Literally. Did they drag you into that?" "Yeah, all hands on deck, as they say." Flo slid a mug of black coffee in front of him, and Jake took a sip. After the way his morning started, a shot of Irish whiskey might have been appropriate too. He glanced over and noticed the young woman was studying him. She continued to drink her coffee, but neither of them was eating. Her companion was making notes in a spiral notepad and periodically checking his iPhone. Jake shrugged and continued his conversation with Flo. "Hon, can I get you the usual? Made the special way you like it?" "Sure. Western omelet stuffed with hash browns. I need sustenance, and my six-pack abs disappeared years ago." Jake looked to his left and then back toward his right. The restaurant was empty compared to usual. "Kind of a light crowd, isn't it, Flo?" She finished putting the order into the computerized cash register system and returned with the coffee pot. She topped him off and sighed. "Yeah, the last 2 days have been like this. There was some geologist down in Cali that scared the bejesus out of everyone, claiming Yellowstone could erupt at any minute." Jake chuckled. "Come on, people should know better. Those articles come out every week in those British tabloids." The red-haired man seated with the young woman very vocally cleared his throat, which caused Jake to pause. They were obviously eavesdropping on his conversation with Flo. Nah, this was different. Jake started Flo getting suddenly serious. There was some kind of conference, and the lady geologist, who's pretty well respected, said the water injections are going to cause Yellowstone to blow. Jake hadn't read the article and wasn't much for getting into the science of what was going on under their feet. It did amaze him daily that millions of visitors travel to Yellowstone every year to watch the geyser at Old Faithful put on a show or to camp in the beautiful park, which he loved as well, all the time being fully aware that this was the largest, most dangerous active volcano on the planet. Real smart, Jake. Maybe you should pay attention. "Flo, something weird just happened to me." "What was it, hun?" "I was just overrun by bison stampeding through the lower geyser basin just above Old Faithful." "Whoa, really? Was something chasing them?" Jake laughed. "Flo, I think the only thing those 2,000-pound beasts would run from is if Stan, the T-Rex skeleton at the dinosaur center, came back to life. You know, the bison can get excited at times, but this was a herd of over 100. They went roaring past my truck." "Are you talking like before the quake years ago?" "Yeah," said Jake as he unfurled the napkin and retrieved his utensils. He began eating his omelet while Flo greeted some more guests. Jake enjoyed coming to the Lakeview because it was the most casual of the full-service restaurants in the park, and it offered diner-style counter service, which suited him because he almost always dined alone. He enjoyed the playful banter with Flo in the mornings and always admired the view of the west thumb of Yellowstone Lake. As he finished his meal, Flo returned to the conversation. "Jake, there have been a couple of things I've noticed in the last week. I haven't seen any ducks or loons around now. I thought the fire might have run them off, but there's one more thing. Me and Buddy went fly fishing along the shoreline across West Thumb. Hon, you know how it is up there? The cutthroat trout are good-sized and there are plenty of them. We didn't catch a dang thing." "Nothing. Flo, I don't know about the birds, but the fire is a logical explanation. Maybe give it another week and they'll come back. I don't know what to tell you about the lake trout. I've always done well up on that part of the shore. Can't blame the fire for that, however." Jake wiped off his mouth and patted his stomach, which was still flat and solid despite his previous self-deprecating remarks. While Jake didn't have the chiseled core he'd once sported during his short stint in Hollywood, he still remained in great shape through hiking, mountain climbing, and hunting. Jake stood to retrieve cash out of his pocket when a young boy entered the diner. He casually walked to the counter and got Flo's attention. "Good morning, young man. How can I help you?" Flo chomped her gum and made the boy feel welcome. "Ma'am, what should I do about these?" The boy plopped a paper bag on the counter and opened it for Jake and Flo to see. Chapter 16, Lakeview Cafe, Grant Village, Yellowstone. The boy of about 10 years old was a good-looking, cute kid in a little Opie Taylor kind of way. He wore blue jeans, rolled up at the cuff, a jeans jacket over a white t-shirt, and a pair of white Converse sneakers which were now soaked in mud. He looked at Flo and then up to Jake, who towered over him. "See? They're dead." Before Jake could address the boy, the well-dressed young woman made her way to the counter and attempted to see inside the bag. "What's dead?" she asked. Jake was immediately intrigued by her British accent. He took a longer look at her and then turned to the boy. "The frogs," the kid replied. "They're all dead. Hundreds of them. What's your name?" asked Jake as he lifted the bag closer to his face to get a better look. There was a foul odor that was unusual emanating from the carcasses. The dead frogs had not yet decayed. In fact, they appeared to have died very recently, as in the last several hours. Yet they smelled somewhat like rotten eggs. He mumbled to himself as he studied the contents of the bag, Western toads. The boy responded, "Jesse James, like the outlaw, but I'm a good kid." The group laughed at the youngster's sense of humor, although he seemed deeply concerned about what he'd found. "Well, Jesse James, the good kid, let's go have a look, okay?" The young man took back his paper bag and turned for the door. "Yes, sir, I'll show you." Jake dropped a $20 bill on the counter, which was more than twice what his tab was. He always tipped Flo generously, and in return, she took better care of him than anyone else in the Lakeview Cafe. Jake walked alongside the boy, who strode with purpose down the wood plank boardwalk toward West Thumb. Jake asked him some casual questions, such as where he was staying and where his parents were at the moment. Yellowstone National Park was considered a safe place to be for families, and it wasn't unusual for young kids to be roaming around Grant Village unsupervised. Nonetheless, Jake always thought it was a good practice to inquire, although he thought it was best for parents to keep tabs on their kids. They walked down the 50-foot-long elevated boardwalk which led through a marsh from the restaurant to the shoreline. Once they stepped down onto the still wet ground from the previous night's rain, the boy led Jake about 50 feet to their right. Jake could barely keep up with the kid as he raced along the shoreline and through paths that meandered through the tall grasses. "This is one of my favorite places to explore when we come visit," he said before pausing. He pointed toward a shallow inlet up ahead which stretched into the marsh. "See? There are hundreds of them." Jake scowled and looked back to the boy. "Stay here, Jesse." "Okay, but Mr. Jake, they weren't around yesterday when I was here." "Thanks, Jesse." Jake pulled a handkerchief out of his back pocket and covered his mouth as he walked closer to the dead frogs. Despite covering his nose and mouth, the stench of burned meat or charred wood passed through his nostrils. As he cautiously drew closer, a male voice with a Scottish accent spoke, startling Jake. "Sulfur. It smells like a burnt match." "Hey, step back, please, sir," said Jake, not out of necessity, but because the man had closed on him without being detected. He inwardly chastised himself for losing awareness of his surroundings. "Sorry, mate. I'm Simon Brown with the Los Angeles Bureau of the BBC. We overheard your conversation inside and were curious. Jake calmed down as he noticed the man's companion approach. She was moving carefully through the muddy soil and wet grasses. "Sir, we're sorry to interrupt your investigation," she began. He could listen to her proper English all day long. "My name is Ella Hewitt, Earth and Sciences reporter with the BBC. We're here on assignment, and I must apologize for earwigging." "Earwigging?" asked a puzzled Jake. "So sorry, eavesdropping. I overheard your conversation inside about the bison, birds, and fish. The boy's discovery is quite alarming, wouldn't you say?" "I don't know," replied Jake. "I'm not a zoologist." "Well, surely this is extraordinary animal activity for Yellowstone." Jake hesitated and thought about his answer. "You think this is out of the ordinary? Let me tell you about the lava I saw the other day." "This happens all the time," he lied. The last thing Jake wanted at this juncture was to be quoted in a British news article about the end of the world as we know it. "Look," yelled the young boy from 20 feet behind them. "There's one still alive." Jake spun around and approached the piles of dead frogs. One of the western toads struggled to escape his dead brethren. It finally pulled itself loose from the pile and began to hop toward them. The frog made 2 hops before succumbing to the poison that killed it. Simon began taking dozens of photographs while Ella rapidly tapped on the keyboard of her phone. Jake couldn't stop them, but he did warn them against getting too close. The two seemed oblivious to his warnings, so he returned to young Jesse. "Jesse, I think it might be a good idea for you to go back to your hotel room for the time being. I'm going to have to close this area off until we figure out what happened." "Okay." "But the day's just getting started," the young man whined. "I know. Find your family and explore somewhere else." Dejected, Jesse turned over the bag of dead frogs to Jake and left. Jake needed to pull the BBC news crew away from the messy scene. Miss Hewitt? Simon? I need you to come off the shoreline, please. I need to close this off until we can determine what's happened." Jake waited as the two of them finished their photos. As they walked by, Ella stopped and asked, "May I have your complete name and spelling, please?" "No," Jake bluntly responded. She smiled as she looked at his chest and saw his name badge affixed to his shirt pocket. "Never mind, Officer Wheeler. I'll rely on your name badge, and I believe the waitress referred to you as Jake. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Jake Wheeler." Jake stood there dumbfounded as Ella and Simon made their way back to the boardwalk. He turned and stared at Yellowstone Lake. The pristine, clear blue waters had produced a lot of things for those who visited the park, from trout to millions of family photos. He'd never seen anything like this, however. Chapter 17, South Entrance, Yellowstone. Dusty mouthed the words and hummed the tune to Jimmy Buffett's Volcano as he approached the twin log cabins that marked the entrance to Yellowstone National Park. 2 law enforcement rangers were present, cheerily waving visitors through and occasionally answering questions. They were there as a deterrent and rarely undertook to search vehicles that entered the park. Dusty smiled and waved as they entered, and then, losing himself in the music, he suddenly shouted, "Let me hear you now!" "What?" asked a startled Ashby, who was riding in the passenger seat of their Dodge Ram ProMaster van, which was outfitted to haul their gear and instrumentation for studying in the field. Unlike Hawaii, where they had dozens of hard cases of luggage to check and tote in the rental RV, the Ram contained everything they needed, including a satellite interface, full-time internet capability, and access to government computers from NASA, the USGS, and Homeland Security. "Dusty, would you get serious?" Rita chimed in from the back seat. "And turn that joker off. We've been listening to that same playlist since we left L.A." Dusty looked into the rearview mirror and craned his neck until he could see Rita staring back at him. He gave her a devious grin and provided his best Jamaican accent. "Driver picks the tunes. Besides, I'm still on island time, Mon. He's still sweet on Layla," Rita mumbled. "Are you jelly, Rita?" teased Dusty, who continued to stare at her in the mirror. Ashby, forever the peacemaker with this bunch, interrupted. "Come on, you guys." "Sorry, Doc," apologized Dusty. "I guess I got lost thinking back to Hawaii, that Layla was a real hottie." "Whatevs," mumbled Rita from the back seat. "Doc," began Dusty, "when are we going to go back to Hawaii? I fell in love with that poi dish at the Puka Puka Kitchen in Hilo." "Arg, that was gross," groaned Rita. "I'm telling you, it was strained baby food for $9.95. Dusty ignored Rita's negativity. Speaking of food, are we going to get breakfast first or go straight to the YVO? If you guys are okay, I'd like to get started, replied Ashby as she turned down the music. I'm not sure what I'll be up against this morning. This whole thing with Dr. Peak is disconcerting. I can't reach him on the phone and the news reports don't really address it. It's like the USGS clamped down on the story. All the emphasis is on this new guy, Younger, added Dusty. I did a little digging on some of my alternative news sites, and the lowdown on Younger is he's a corporate guy who's still working for the man and not in the best interests of Yellowstone. One post I saw on Reddit claimed he's going to ramp up the drilling, if he hasn't done so already. The government oversight of Project Hydro is gone, interjected Rita. You know, I don't have the same conspiratorial mind that Dusty has, but this whole deal stinks. I called a friend who is an intern to the House Energy and Commerce Committee. He told me once the project was approved and operational, bureaucrats turned their attention elsewhere. They don't care what's happening unless additional funding is requested. Or there's a problem, interjected Dusty. But this was a public-private partnership, said Ashby. Project Hydro could receive backdoor funding through its corporate benefactors. You bet, said Dusty. They have more money than our bankrupt government, Rita continued. My friend said Project Hydro has blown their $3.5 billion budget and then some. But they were so thrilled that the water injection was ahead of schedule that nobody asked the Inspector General's office to look into it. If the private money is being used to facilitate drilling, nobody in Washington would know or care. What about the EPA? Asked Dusty. You know those guys, replied Ashby. If there isn't a remote stream or an inch-long fish to protect, they stay out of the way. They continued traveling northward, running parallel to the Lewis River and nearer Grant Village. Ashby continued to study the data on an earthquake that had struck Montana yesterday morning. The data was being posted by the USGS this morning, so she shared it aloud. Here's the latest update on yesterday's quake. It appears to have been a 4.8, with its epicenter 240 miles from Yellowstone. Rita scooted up in her seat so she could look over Ashby's shoulder. Was it irregular? Ashby continued to scroll through the report. No! What kind of faulting? Asked Dusty as he slowed to avoid an oncoming convertible which was passing a Winnebago. The location and focal mechanism is consistent with right lateral faulting. It appears to have trended east-southeast from northern Idaho to the east of Helena. The Lewis and Clark line, added Dusty. It's known for strike slip, dip slip, and oblique slip faulting. Not unusual. This sounds like the continuation of the swarm that started a couple of weeks ago, continued Ashby. According to the report, there have been over 900 recordable quakes since June 2. Rita shook her head. I don't know, you guys. This is not that far out of the norm, except for the fact the bulk of the activity has occurred on the western edge of Yellowstone. This quake, at 4.8, is significant enough to make me take notice. Yeah, me too, added Ashby. The group traveled in silence until they reached the entrance to Grant Village. Finally, Dusty broke the silence and asked the question that was most likely on everybody's minds. The quake was over 200 miles away, but the swarm activity on the western rim of the caldera is much closer. Is there any chance this is related to the water injection and Project Hydro? Ashby chuckled and shook her head. She stared out the passenger side window at the newly opened volcanic observatory building and provided her honest answer. I don't know, Dusty, and I suspect that neither do these people. Chapter 18, YVO. Yellowstone, why don't you guys hang loose here until I get back? Suggested Ashby as she folded up her laptop and shoved it into her messenger bag adorned with the Corona Beer logo, which she'd carried since college. Its edges were tattered and worn, and a few mud stains covered the bottom, but Ashby carried it with her like most women would carry a handbag. It was her constant companion, along with a special journal inside. Dusty gave her a concerned look. Seriously, Doc, if you're expecting trouble, we should be in there to have your back. Right, Rita? I totally agree, Ashby. Besides, this gig was set up months ago through Dr. Peak. Why would they not be fully cooperative? Ashby laughed. My big mouth. That's why I wait here, and I'll come back and get you. In fact, go ahead and disconnect the Jeep from the hitch and transfer our personal gear to it. After I touch base inside, we'll check into the hotel and then get started. How's that? You're the boss, replied Dusty, who still appeared unconvinced. Ashby slung the messenger bag over her shoulder and walked across the crushed stone parking lot toward the entrance of the building. Painters were outside on ladders. touching up the exterior trim from scars and scratches left by the roofers or gutter installers. The building had a new look and smell about it. She entered a large open reception area with a number of bookshelves lining the walls. Some of the shelves had been attached and others were freestanding. All had a variety of boxes and electronic equipment stacked upon them. Ashby tried to imagine how excited Dr. Peak was to move into this new facility, only to be shown the exit door within days of its opening. The receptionist was absent, so Ashby wandered toward the sound of a man's voice emanating from an open door located down a short hallway. The staff of the YVO appeared to all be present as they gathered to listen to Rick Younger speak. Ashby had never met Younger in person, although she'd watched his congressional testimony on C-SPAN. Her initial assessment of his capabilities was that he was adept at repeating key phrases and buzzwords. Although he'd studied geology in college, there was a big difference between field training and being book smart. Regurgitating what Younger learned from others would only get him so far. Eventually, his lack of knowledge in the field of volcanology, and especially the complex volcanic system at Yellowstone, would catch up with him. She remained tucked in the alcove while he continued his remarks. He certainly had command of the room, as most accomplished speakers do. May, our first full month in operation, was an exceptional one for the YVO. Steamboat Geyser provided our visitors with a record 4 eruptions during the month. At the 1st of May, our scientists quickly deployed a portable seismic array around the geyser, and with yesterday's 9th eruption of the year, they've gathered data on 4 of them. This array should yield data that will help us map the geyser's plumbing system, further revealing insights into how intermittent geysers work. Ashby shook her head. Sure, and it might even expose how your excessive water injection into said plumbing is pissing off the caldera, Younger continued. With summer comes field season. Several of our YVO scientists took advantage of the coordination meeting I conducted several days ago to meet with their counterparts from around the globe. As they've been made aware, the dynamics here at the YVO have changed, and there will no longer be unescorted field operations sanctioned by this facility. The enhanced equipment we've deployed in conjunction with Project Hydro, together with 12 semi-permanent GPS stations around Yellowstone, cannot be interfered with by outsiders. It is incumbent upon our YVO team to make sure the outside visitors from the scientific community stay in their designated areas. Ashby stood taller in the doorway and immediately became concerned. She'd set up her field study with Dr. Peak some time ago. There had never been requirements of YVO-assigned babysitters. Further, she hadn't been contacted about any coordination meeting. Frustrated and anticipating that she and her team would be locked out of the summer field study program, she walked back into the lobby and paced the floor. She contemplated calling her supervisor at NASA to have him stand up to Younger on her behalf. She paced some more, electing to wait and see what Younger had to say first. She stared outside toward the parking lot, observing Dusty and Rita working together to ready the Jeep, when a man's voice startled her. "Dr. Donovan," he began brusquely. "My name is Rick Younger, and I'm the scientist in charge. How may I help you?" She spun around and approached the much taller, middle-aged man, unlike Dr. Peak, who always dressed in typical geologist style, khakis, white shirt, and hiking shoes. Younger chose to wear an expensive pinstripe suit, a white starched shirt, and the proverbial red power tie befitting his corporate persona. "Mr. Younger," began Ashby, who was aware the new scientist in charge didn't have an advanced degree, to the surprise of many by arrangement with Dr. Peak. "I'm here on behalf of NASA for our summer field study. I just wanted to let you know of our—" Younger interrupted her. "Dr. Donovan, all of the field study allotments have been filled. Our new policy requires outsiders to be paired with a YVO scientist, and there simply aren't any more available." Ashby got huffy. "I know nothing of this policy, and this is completely contrary to past arrangements I had with Dr. Peak." Younger grimaced and looked around the room. He removed his hands from his pockets and waved them around the room. "Well, you don't see Dr. Peak around anywhere, do you?" A small crowd had assembled in the hallway and just inside the reception area. Ashby was not going to be deterred. "Of course not, and I'm anxious to speak with him to find out what happened. Be that as it may, my team has driven all the way from LA and we're ready to get to work. Now, are you going to assign a YVO scientist to me, or do I need to go in there and pick one out?" Ashby started toward the door, and Younger quickly moved to block her progress. "You're not welcome here, Dr. Donovan. Not by me or any other member of this facility who take great pride in their work." What? You don't think we've seen your grandstanding interview at Caltech? Some of us have watched it many times. Your disparaging comments and contradictions of the good work we do here was uncalled for. I can assure, that's not fair and you know it. Ashby shot back. I've always had the utmost respect for Dr. Peake and his team. I've worked with all of these people in the past, and we've never had a problem. You, on the other hand, know nothing about the delicate intricacies of the Yellowstone volcanic system. You're here for one reason, and one reason only, to fatten bank accounts and generate profits for corporate bottom lines. Younger shouted back, I've had enough of this. You didn't attend the coordination meeting, and even if you did, quite frankly, your piss-poor attitude is counterproductive here. I must insist that you leave. Chapter 19. YVO Yellowstone. Jake had entered the reception area of the YVO about the time voices began to be raised between Ashby and Younger. He was unfamiliar with the woman scientist, but one thing was certain. If he was ever in a bar brawl, he'd want her fighting by his side. She was feisty and fearless, completely unintimidated by the larger man, who was apparently the new head of the YVO. Jake was enjoying the back and forth, imagining a bag of popcorn in one hand and a cold beer in the other. He'd determined that it wasn't only the animals of Yellowstone that had gone crazy. Apparently two-legged creatures had lost their minds as well. Then the dynamics of the argument changed. The war of words turned belligerent when Younger demanded that the woman leave. He moved quickly towards her in a menacing manner, which caused her to back up against several shelves that weren't secured. Just as Jake stepped forward to warn her, the shaking began. It was slight at first, causing all of the onlookers and Younger to pause. Then it began in earnest, causing the shelves to wobble and a couple of gasps to come from the YVO staff. Seconds later, the earthquake hit. Younger screamed for everyone to seek cover or exit the building. Jake was still approaching Ashby when a top-heavy bookshelf toppled toward her. She turned just in time to see it crashing toward her, but her feet didn't move, as if they were stuck in the concrete floor. Jake bear-hugged her and immediately turned his back to the shelf, which crashed on top of both of them. Using the strength of his legs and his high pain tolerance he'd acquired from his days as a stuntman in Hollywood, he absorbed the blow of the bookcase and the heavy seismometer, which slid off the shelf onto his shoulders like a bear rubbing his back on a tree. Jake swayed back and forth until the shelf crashed to the floor. "Are you all right?" he asked the young woman. She was still fuming as she hollered at Younger, who was ushering people out of the building. "I guess that little quake was just another day at the office." Jake considered restraining her to avoid an altercation, until she began to wriggle loose. She adjusted her hair and looked up to his face. "Yeah, thanks. Let's get out of here." They moved toward the door, and Jake put his arm around her to shield her from further debris, which continued to fall off the bookcases. Once outside, most of the YVO staff milled about, looking at their telephones and watching the ground below them as the final tremors subsided. Jake let her go, and she walked off mumbling, "Good talk, good talk." A shout came from across the parking lot. "Doc! Doc! Are you okay?" Ashby left Jake and ran toward the Jeep. Rita and Dusty met her partway and hugged her. Rita picked bits and pieces of drywall out of Ashby's hair, as Dusty examined her to make sure she wasn't injured. Jake stood still for a moment and examined the reactions of the people around him. They were trained geologists for the most part, except for the support staff. All of them, however, worked in a field dealing with earthquakes, and at the YVO in particular, a supervolcano capable of blowing them into space at any moment. Yet, at the first trembling of the earth, they panicked. Do they actually live in fear of the big one? The doomsday scenario that was the stuff of action movies and post-apocalyptic novels. He shrugged and began walking toward his truck when a voice shouted after him. Jake turned around and saw the female scientist chasing after him, waving her arms. "Hey, where are you going? I want to thank you again." Jake stopped and smiled. He adjusted his service belt and his weapon, which had twisted on his hip during the fracas. "Not a problem. I was glad to help. My name's Jake Wheeler. I'm one of the law enforcement rangers here." She continued walking toward him. "Well, Ranger Jake, you're my knight in shining armor. Thank you for shielding me from that bookcase with your quick reflexes. You'd think these people would learn to bolt those things down considering where we are." "Isn't that the truth?" Jake asked rhetorically. His palms were sweaty and he felt awkward. He couldn't understand why he was so nervous. He'd never been shy around pretty women in the past. But this one was different. She seemed confident and self-assured. He liked it. My name is Ashby Donovan. I'm a volcanologist with NASA. She extended her hand to shake. He quickly wiped off his palm and shook hands with her. Jake immediately noticed her handshake was firm, but her hands were soft. The contradiction struck him as odd for some reason. She seemed to have that effect on him. It's nice to meet you, Dr. Donovan. I'd like to take credit for the quick reflexes, but really I saw you were in a tough spot and I stepped in just in case you two came to blows. Ashby laughed and wiped a little sweat off her brow. She tucked her blonde hair behind her ears. Oh, that. I guess I had it coming to a certain extent. Sometimes I don't know when to keep my opinions to myself. You made sense to me, Jake said, as he watched the YVO staff file back into the building, leaving him alone with Ashby and her team, who stood respectfully to the side. I'm no geologist, but I do understand Mother Nature. She doesn't like to be messed with. It's kind of like the Russian bear, as they say. You keep poking, and it'll stand up on its hind legs and swat you. You're right, Jake. Yellowstone, if pissed off, is big enough to swat the whole planet. Listen, thanks again. I'm sure you have work to do, and I have to break the news to my team that we're not welcome here. Ashby started to turn and walk away when Jake stopped her. Say, you seem like a pretty reasonable person. There've been some strange things going on around here that you might want to hear about. Like what? You know, animal behavior, unusual swaths of trees and plant life dying, stuff like that, and then there was the fire? Yeah, I heard about it. What was unusual about the fire? The fire, he began, stuttering as he wrestled with sharing what he'd seen. It wasn't the fire itself, it was the cause, I swear I saw. Jake's sentence was interrupted as his two-way radio squawked to life. All units, reports of damage and injuries at the Lakeview Cafe. Please respond when en route. Jake was the first to respond. He was also the closest. Unit 111, Wheeler responding. Ashby stood with her mouth open and Jake turned to her. I want to talk with you. Can you gather your people and meet me at the Lakeview Cafe, but not too close? I don't know what's happened. Ashby shook her head. Okay, we'll meet you there. Jake raced to his truck and glanced one more time at Ashby as she hustled toward their Jeep. He hoped he could trust her. Chapter 20. Lakeview Cafe, Yellowstone. Jake was the first law enforcement ranger to arrive on the scene. Tourists lined the roadway leading down to where the Lakeview Cafe stood, partially submerged in water. Apparently, people had rushed out of their cabins and the small shops located in Grant Village when the earthquake struck, only to be greeted by a tsunami that had traveled into the west thumb portion of Yellowstone Lake. The standing water was shallow enough for him to plow through it toward the restaurant. He inched closer, going as far as he felt comfortable before the buoyancy of his tires caused the vehicle to float. He pushed the gear stick into park and stepped on the side step before entering the water. He quickly sloshed through the rising waters until he arrived at the wraparound deck, which was covered in a foot of water. Several guests of the restaurant were standing to the side, frantically waving their arms at him. One of the waitresses is hurt. Come quick. Jake trudged through the water, high-stepping just above the surface to move toward them as quickly as he could. Where is she? He asked the couple who held onto the deck railing like they were about to float off to sea. The water was only 18 inches deep on the deck, although it was still 5 feet above normal ground level. The kitchen. He entered the cafe through a side entrance. The power was out, and Jake was relieved that he didn't have to worry about getting electrocuted. He reached for his belt and retrieved a tactical flashlight, which was also water-resistant. He pushed the button on the base and illuminated the entry to the kitchen. The water was still knee-deep. Hello, do you need help? There was no answer, he shouted this time. Anybody need help? He heard a muffled response and a pounding on the door of one of the walk-in refrigerators. He made his way through the floating debris and found a steel prep table, which had overturned, effectively blocking the heavy aluminum door. The woman's garbled voice was frantic. Help! Help! Get out of... Please! Jake maneuvered through the water, holding the flashlight in his mouth to provide some light. The table was upside down and wedged in by a large Hobart mixer, which had toppled over during the melee. He shouted to her, Hold on! I just need to move a few things. Jake bent over and tried to lift the mixer, but it was too heavy for one person. He tried again to slide the table out of the way, but was unsuccessful. He was just about to go outside and solicit some help when a woman's voice came from the entrance to the kitchen. Can I help? It was Ashby. She sloshed toward Jake wearing a spelunking headlamp with triple lights that lit up the whole room. I thought I asked you to stay clear, admonished Jake half-heartedly. Yeah, well, I don't follow orders or rules very well. Is someone trapped, or are you trying to score some frozen pizza or something? Very funny, although I might just do that while we're here. No, there's a woman trapped inside, and all of this crap is blocking the door. Can you help me move this mixer? Piece of cake. Ashby joined his side and grabbed the feet at the base, while Jake took the heavier top side. They lifted it slightly, and Ashby walked backwards while Jake pushed forward. They'd moved it maybe 5 feet when Ashby's feet slipped out from under her, and she fell backwards into the water. Jake moved around the mixer to help Ashby to her feet. Her pants were soaked. Well, that was fun, she quipped before the woman started yelling, "Help again." She laughed and pointed at the door. "You've got another damsel to rescue. You'd better get to it, Sir Jake." Jake gave her another look over and then slid the stainless prep table away from the door enough for the woman to emerge from the cooler. She was gasping for breath. It was Flo. "Flo, are you okay?" Flo began crying and rushed into Jake's arms. "It all happened so fast. I just started my break and I was going to surprise that kid Jesse who was sitting down by the water with an ice cream. I came to the cooler and the ground started to... Oh my God, Jake! Jesse! He was down by the water when all this happened. The water rose so fast. My God, is he all right?" "Come on," said Jake as he pulled Flo through the kitchen. Ashby stood by the door so she could illuminate the path for them. Then the ground shook again. "Aftershock!" shouted Ashby. "Hurry!" The 3 of them scrambled out of the building, and Jake asked Ashby to get Flo to safety. He tore through the water and headed for the boardwalk. Many of the planks were missing, so he had to be careful not to step through an open space. "Jesse, are you out here?" From the front of the building, Jake heard people hollering Jesse's name as well. He searched around the shoreline and near the boardwalk. He made his way back to the restaurant thinking Jesse might have found a place to hold on. Jake stepped through the broken rear door and entered the dining area. Jesse, are you in here?" His radio was bustling with chatter now, as law enforcement rangers were responding to emergency calls around the westernmost side of the park. He muted his speaker for a moment so he could listen to any slight sound Jesse might make in response. Jake had never experienced a tsunami on Yellowstone Lake. Something underground or a major landslide must have triggered it. Satisfied that Jesse wasn't in the building, he moved toward the front of the building. "Jake, come quick!" Chapter 21. Lakeview Cafe, Yellowstone. He frantically made his way to the front entrance. The receding water levels allowed the doors to open now. He ran across the deck and was careful not to slip as he descended the steps into the 3-foot-deep lake waters surrounding the restaurant. He looked around for the source of the person calling his name. White Jeep belonging to Ashby and her team had driven deeper into the parking lot near the stand of pine trees, buffering the restaurant from the cabins. Standing on the hood of the Jeep was Jesse and the young man who was part of Ashby's team. "Jake," the man shouted again, "look what we found!" Relieved, Jake broke out in nervous laughter and moved through the water toward them. As he approached, he saw Ashby with the other female member of her team standing on top of a concrete picnic table holding onto a green canoe. "Jesse, were you going after frogs again?" Jake asked with a smile as he got closer. "No, sir, Mr. Jake. I was just sitting there looking around and minding my own beeswax." Jake arrived and held his hands up to grasp Jesse under the arms. He helped the boy down into the waist-deep water. "We found him in the canoe, Jake. I'm Dusty Holder." "It's nice to meet you." Jake lifted his hand up to help Dusty slide off the hood of the Jeep. "Nice to meet you, Dusty. Did you say in the canoe?" Jesse looked up at Jake as they made their way toward the picnic table. "Yes, sir. I stood there during the quake thinking it would be better than going into the restaurant." "That was good thinking," interrupted Jake. "Yeah, anyway, I was watching people run out of the building into the parking lot and never noticed the water rising behind me. Before I knew it, the waves were crashing against the boardwalk and they knocked me down. I didn't know what to do, and then I saw that green canoe tied off around a post. I got in it thinking I could just untie it and float on top of the water. I was wrong." They arrived at the picnic table and Dusty helped Jesse sit next to Ashby. "Why's that, Jesse?" Jake asked. "The waves were stronger than I thought, and the next thing I knew, I was headed right for the back deck of the restaurant. I crashed into the railing, spun around backwards, and then headed toward the trees. I didn't have a way to slow down, you know. So what happened?" I crashed into the top of a no parking sign over there near the dumpster and got stuck between it and a tree limb. I decided it looked like a pretty good place to park after all." The group laughed, and Jake mussed up Jesse's curly black hair. "We're glad you're okay, Jesse," said Rita as she adjusted the young man's shirt collar. "Thank you, Dusty and Rita. I was afraid when the water went down I'd be stuck up there." "No worries," Dusty responded. Flo joined the group, and Jake made the introductions. The water continued to recede, making the conditions a little better around them. "Crap," muttered Jake, as he suddenly remembered his radio was muted. He turned the volume up, and the chatter continued. "Close off the road to Elephant Back Mountain. Landslide. Report any casualties." Jake looked around and saw that several Yellowstone park rangers had arrived. They were directing people to return to high ground and ordered them away from the damaged restaurant. "Listen, I need to go," Jake began. He turned to Flo first. "Would you mind escorting Jesse back to his parents? You know the village, and can make sure he doesn't run into any trouble." "You got it, Jake." "And thank you for saving me." She gave him a polite kiss on the cheek, which caused him to blush. She took Jesse by the hand, and they made their way to a trail that cut through the pine trees. Jake rubbed his forehead for a moment and wandered toward the lake. He conducted a mental checklist of everything that he'd observed today to go with the glowing orange thing during the fire. His face started to flush. He was going to burst if he didn't tell his story to someone. He turned around and approached Ashby and her friends, who were deep in conversation. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" First, he formally introduced himself to Rita, and then he turned his attention to Ashby. "I really need to talk to you about a few things," he said nervously, glancing around the parking area as if someone might be listening. "Ashby, something's wrong here. It's a gut feeling, but I'm rarely wrong. I've got to go to the north side of the lake." "Something's happened there, maybe even a landslide. It may have been a landslide that caused this water to rise, a tsunami or whatever they want to call it. If so, my gut is dead on the money." Ashby reached over and touched Jake's arm, which startled him somewhat but had an overall calming effect on his nerves. "You started telling me about it at the YVO? What is it, Jake?" Constant chatter on the radio provided Jake a sense of urgency, but it also was a pivotal point in his life. He just didn't know it. "Can you guys ride with me? I'll tell you along the way." "Let's ride!" exclaimed Dusty. Chapter 22. Grand Loop Road, Yellowstone. "Sorry about the tight squeeze in the back. My truck is equipped like any other police car." Jake apologized for placing Dusty and Rita in the back seat like a couple of perps. "From time to time, I have to actually arrest people and take them into our central holding facility. The usual infractions range from drunk driving to unlawful discharge of firearms within the park. Bonnie and Clyde back there will be just fine." "Right, guys?" joked Ashby. "Yeah," muttered Dusty, who seemed a little less enthusiastic than Rita was at being confined to the back seat with steel cages in front and behind them. "Hey, look!" Rita exclaimed, pointing out the left side of the truck. "Isn't that the British reporter from Caltech? It looks like her." Jake slowed the truck as he maneuvered through the water toward the entrance to the parking lot. Ashby leaned over the console to get a better look. She was close to his shoulder when she spoke. "It is her, I don't remember her name, do you guys?" "No," replied Dusty. Ella Hewitt," said Jake. "She's with the BBC. The red-haired fella is her photographer, Simon." Ashby leaned back against the passenger door and studied Jake. "You two know each other?" He shrugged and shot her a glance. "No, not really. I met them at the restaurant this morning. When I went down to the lake with Jesse to look at the dead frogs, they just kind of showed up behind me unannounced." "Dead frogs?" asked Dusty. "You mean she snuck up on you?" Ashby persisted. Jake looked at her again and shrugged. "Yeah, just like you did when I was in that walk-in cooler. 2 women snuck up on me in one day. It's a dangerous world, I tell you." After they exited the flooded parking lot of the Lakeview Cafe, he hit dry pavement and flipped the switch for his emergency lights. Ashby turned to Rita in the back seat and spoke through the steel mesh screen. "Seriously, are you guys okay back there?" "Yeah, plenty of legroom, but the cages make me feel a little claustrophobic," replied Rita. "Do you have room to work on the laptop?" "I think so. Let me see what I can find out on our trimmer this morning." Dusty was impatiently waiting for an answer to his question. "Jake, are you going to tell us about the dead frogs?" Jake sped up and began the 20-mile ride to Elephant Back Mountain via Grand Loop Road. Fortunately, traffic was light as the park was temporarily closed following the earthquake, and an announcement had been made to the existing visitors to shelter in place. He turned down the squelch on his radio again so they could talk. Jake took a deep breath and began. He chose to start with the day's events, and then, depending upon how that was received, he'd tell them about the day of the fire. Let me get started by telling you about myself so you'll know I'm not some kind of crackpot. Since I was a kid, I've spent my time doing everything outdoors. I hike, rock climb, hunt, fish, camp. Pretty much anything out of doors, I've done it. I've even been on the TV show Survivor back in the day. Rita scooted forward, ignoring her laptop chores. Hey, now I recognize you. That was a long time ago. I started watching Survivor as a little kid, and I think the first season I watched was Thailand. Wow, now I feel really old, said Jake with a chuckle. You're right, Rita. It was season 5 in 2002. I was 20 back then. This is way cool, Rita continued to fangirl. Wasn't that the year all the old people got to the end? Ashby turned in her seat and looked at Rita. Really, Doc? Have you ever watched the show? Asked Dusty, who was also a fan. No. Well, maybe bits and pieces. How do you define old on Survivor? 40-ish, replied Rita dryly. Geesh, mumbled Ashby, who threw her head against the headrest. She was a few years away from the golden years as defined by Survivor fans. Remind me to fire you two when we get back to L.A.? Jake chuckled at her reaction and replied to Rita. Good memory. 4 out of the final 6 were over the age of 45. I was the youngest that season and made it to jury. It was a pretty neat experience. Ashby wanted to get back on topic. You can tell us more later, Jake? What have you seen that's got you so concerned? Jake raced past Old Faithful, which was erupting, as it had been every 30 minutes of late. In the past, the range had extended as far as 2 hours between eruptions. Now 30 minutes was the norm. This morning on my way in, I was almost overrun by a bison stampede. First, let me say this. The bison move in herds, and they're known to run from time to time, especially along roadways around the park. It's not because they're spooked by something, but rather they want to get off the road. What happened this morning was different. Jake took a deep breath. Tell us, Jake. They were racing full speed toward the west. It was almost like they were being chased. I've never seen them act like that within the park. Where were you? Asked Rita, who was banging away on her laptop. I was driving down Route 191 in the Lower Geyser Basin, which is due west of Elephant Back Mountain, where we're headed. I take it you believe the earthquake and the bison stampede might be connected? Am I right? Asked Ashby. Jake nodded. There's more. I had breakfast at the Lakeview before I came across you guys. I spoke with Flo about the bison, and she relayed a couple of stories about the birds and fish. Common birds around the lake, like the American dipper and the geese, disappeared several days ago. It could be the fire, but that was located much farther north of where we are. What about the fish? Asked Dusty. Same thing, replied Jake. Flo and her boyfriend have fished West Thumb and Yellowstone Lake for years. They know that lake like nobody else in the park. Their last outing yielded nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. These people catch so many they have to give them away or bring them to the restaurant to cook for guests. Jake, I see where you're going with this. There have been stories of strange animal behavior prior to earthquakes dating back to the days of ancient Greece. In recent history, scientists in China and Japan have dedicated scientific teams to studying the relationship between animals and seismic activity. Stories like what you've relayed today are abundant. Animals, birds, reptiles, and even insects exhibit unusual behavior anywhere from weeks to seconds before a quake. The problem is consistent and reliable studies prior to seismic events and a scientific explanation have eluded geologists and zoologists. Jake shrugged and shook his head. Okay, it was probably nothing. Ashby studied his reaction and quickly added, No, I didn't say that. Here's the thing. I'll just explain it in scientific terms. Let me do it, Doc, interrupted Dusty. I speak scientific English a little better than you do. Rita slugged him without saying a word and then continued studying her computer. Ashby looked back at Dusty and smiled. You're lucky this screen is between us. Sorry, Doc, that didn't come out right, said Dusty apologetically. Jake, it's like this. In geology terms, seismic waves are created during earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, landslides, and magma movement. P waves, or primary waves, mean the energy-created vibrations run very fast and can be detected first. A P wave travels a lot like light and sound. S waves, or secondary waves, are different because they run at right angles, away from the direction of vibrations. Waves can be detected by our seismometers on the other side of the Earth, and S waves can only be detected near the earthquake's center. Here's the other thing. From a scientific perspective, animals have keen senses that can detect the P wave almost immediately, whereas humans typically cannot. That explains how they react quickly to seismic activity seconds or minutes before we feel it. What about days in advance? Asked Jake. Dusty sighed. It's like Ashby said, there isn't enough scientific evidence to say for sure. There are precursors to earthquakes and volcanic eruptions that might send off warning signs to animals, such as ground tilting, changes in the subsurface groundwater, and even magnetic field variations. Through the evolutionary process, animals could sense these signals and connect them with an impending earthquake. 4.9, interrupted Rita. Slightly stronger than the Montana quake the other day.
Wow, it felt like it was right under our feet, added Ashby.
It wasn't close, actually, Rita began. The epicenter is centered around the north end of the lake, just to the east of the Elephant Back Fault Zone. Hang on while I do an overlay of the big quake swarm of '08. Rita made several keystroke entries and produced a map of a period in 2008 when over 1,000 earthquakes occurred in a swarm. She turned the laptop so Dusty could see the map overlay. Several dots were congregated at the northern region of Yellowstone Lake at the top end of the Eagle Bay Fault. Today's quake was in the same region. Out of those 1,000, only 18 were in the magnitude range of 3 to 3.9. Today's was much stronger. Obviously, today's earthquake was strong enough to trigger a landslide, said Jake. We've had rock slides before, but based upon the radio chatter, I think this is worse. Ashby finished off the answer to Jake's query. Go back to our discussion about the animal activity with the epicenter located in an area of known earthquake swarms. It could be the fish and birds are wired to flee at the first sign of danger, Dusty asked again. Now are you going to tell us about the frogs? Chapter 23, Elephant Back Mountain, Yellowstone. Jake relayed the story to the group as told by Jesse. Then he described what he'd seen along the shoreline and the accompanying smell. They all agreed with the photographer's conclusions that the sulfur smell related to the earthquake that had occurred an hour later. Ashby reeled off a to-do list for Rita and Dusty, which included studying water levels and temperatures, looking for reports of unusual animal behavior during the 2008 swarm, and finding one of the dead frogs for testing. Jake crossed the bridge over a part of the lake that stretched into the Bridge Bay campground. From the clearing, they got a beautiful view of Yellowstone Lake to their right. Traffic was heavy-headed away from the landslide, as the Bridge Bay Recreation Area as well as parts of the Lake Lodge Village were being evacuated. Elephant Back Mountain was by no means one of the tallest peaks in Yellowstone. It rose roughly 800 feet above the lake's altitude of 7,700 feet. By comparison, dozens of peaks within the park rose well above 10,000 feet, Eagle Peak being the tallest at 11,000 plus. The recreation area was a favorite of hikers. It was moderately steep, and with only an 800-foot elevation change. Families of all ages could tackle the gradual inclines. One of the favorite viewing points enjoyed by hikers once they reached the summit was on the east face of the mountain, overlooking Yellowstone Lake and the small community of Lake, which had two of the park's most popular hotels. Jake passed through 2 roadblocks before reaching a point where vehicular traffic was stopped. The group didn't say a word as they looked at the devastation. The east face of Elephant Back Mountain had collapsed. Landslides constituted a major geologic hazard, regardless of whether they were caused by an accompanying earthquake, rain-soaked ground, or the constant battering of powerful ocean waves. Over long periods of time, rivers, glaciers, or seismic activity created oversteepened slopes. They became things of beauty to onlookers, or those who dared construct their homes at the edge of the cliffs to take advantage of a beautiful view. They were, however, potentially deadly. In the case of Elephant Back Mountain, the ground around the base of the east face overlooking the town had become saturated with heavy rains from the last couple of days. This, coupled with the 4.9 earthquake with an epicenter barely a mile away, triggered the slope material to give way. The resulting slurry of rock and debris had picked up steam as it raced down toward Yellowstone Lake. Hotels, campers, and visitors had never had a chance as they were engulfed by the mass of debris. The four of them exited the truck and stared at the devastation. Ashby and her team had seen what Mother Nature hath wrought. In their geologic studies around the world, they'd seen Leilani estates succumb to the constant lava flows from Kilauea. At least they'd had warning. In Guatemala, the team had been told stories of families sitting down for Sunday lunches. As Volcán de Fuego had rumbled to life, food was left on the table, clothes hanging on clotheslines, and children's toys had been abandoned. Sadly, animals and pets had been left behind in the panic. By midday, massive volumes of ash and smoke had pushed skyward for miles before the heaviest of the debris fell back to earth, dusting a wide swath of Guatemala. Many had fled, but others, gambling that this eruption was minor like others before it, had remained. They'd bet wrong. Tons of ash, propelled by scalding toxic gases, had poured down the sides of the volcano. The pyroclastic flows had sped at much faster speeds than the lava flows people around the world had observed from Hawaii. Trees, giant rocks, and mud had crushed the villages in their path. By the next day, as the volcano had stopped erupting, everything in the lush tropical landscape had been coated in layers upon layers of sepia-colored ash from de fuego. Where there was once life, there were now entombed bodies of people and animals alike, suspended in animation amidst a lingering smell of sulfur. Ashby had seen it before, up close and personal. Jake wandered off to speak with his fellow law enforcement rangers and returned to the group. "How bad is it, Jake?" asked Ashby. "Nothing definitive, but my guys have estimates that would make this one of the worst disasters at Yellowstone Park since it was created." "So sad," mumbled Rita. "There is remarkably good news, a miracle, really. They just told me most of the people followed warnings and emptied out of the buildings during the earthquake. At the first signs of the landslide, they ran out of the path of the sliding debris. There's been a ton of property damage and some injuries, but thus far no fatalities." Ashby reached out for his hand as Jake appeared to be clearly shaken. "That is amazing. Is there anything we can do to help?" "Rescue and recovery teams are already in place, and the roads into the area are closed. My people have been ordered to stay out of the debris field in order to let the experts with the Wyoming National Guard handle rescue and recovery. Helicopters are on the way to look for hikers that might have gotten caught up in the landslide. The good news from that perspective is that the east face of the mountain collapsed and the trails don't run through there. The hiking trails have been closed, but they do need some help telling hikers to get off the mountain." "We'll hike up there with you," offered Dusty. Jake thought for a moment and then looked around. "There's one of our Kawasaki mules with 4 seats. We can take it to the top." Jake returned to his fellow officers and advised them he'd sweep the mountain trails. After loading up the group, they found the trailhead and began their ascent. The route took them alongside the highway for a short distance before turning into the woods. This part of the park contained extremely tall lodgepole pine trees, undamaged by wildfire. There was little undergrowth, giving the surroundings an open and airy feel, which helped when watching for bears. After the trail climbed for a quarter mile, it flattened a little at a shallow ravine, where they found several hikers making their way down. Jake spoke to them for a moment and learned quite a few people were at the summit taking pictures. Jake thanked them, and he continued up a steep gully to where the plateau of Elephant Back Mountain stretched north-south to provide an incredible view of the north end of Yellowstone Lake. Jake traveled the length of the plateau and back, admonishing the sightseeing hikers to get off the unstable mountain before it collapsed. They began to jog down both sides of the trail. Once they were alone, Jake found an opening where the trees didn't hide the landscape. They could only see about 120 degrees of the landscape, but the viewpoint was breathtaking nonetheless. Dusty and Rita were the first to exit the mule, and like the visitors Jake had just run off, they immediately rushed to the edge to take pictures. Jake shook his head as the two ignored the warnings he'd just given to the hikers. Ashby moved alongside Jake and laughed. "It's unlikely the mountain is going to collapse. We're on top of solid granite here. The landslide consisted of the loose stuff that had built up over hundreds if not thousands of years." Jake grimaced and nodded. "Good to know. Here's the thing. Nobody respects authority anymore. They've learned they can argue with cops, even those like me. If I didn't scare them, then I'd get a bunch of lip service. Over time, I've learned that fear is a great motivator. It worked. Yeah, it did." Ashby walked toward the edge of the cliff, and Jake followed. The shadows were growing long as the day completely got away from him. To say it was action-packed would be an understatement. Jake was looking forward to a quiet night and a cold beer, not the excavation of dead bodies. He silently cussed himself for being callous and cold-hearted, but his psyche just wasn't cut out for devastation like this. He was glad that emergency responders and the Guard, coordinated by the National Park Service, had been called in to handle the recovery effort. They'd practiced response to a volcanic eruption in the past, and he'd participated from the law enforcement side, which consisted mainly of traffic and crowd control. The scenario contemplated by the NPS was a series of minor eruptions that could be manageable by first responders. Jake thought the premise was absurd. In his opinion, when Yellowstone erupted, they'd all be toast. He'd learned early on that, as a government employee, it was always best to keep strong contrary opinions to yourself. Go with the flow was his motto. When dealing with any of his government colleagues, he looked toward this beautiful woman standing in front of him that he'd come to admire. For all of her positive attributes, Ashby could benefit from Jake's laid-back, go-with-the-flow approach. At some point, something in her life had caused her to be a woman on a mission. He wondered if he'd have the opportunity to learn what it was. Chapter 24, Elephant, Back Mountain, Yellowstone. Come on, Jake. Get in the picture with us. Dusty was positioning Ashby and Rita to have the perfect view of Yellowstone Lake in the background. Reluctantly, Jake joined them. He was concerned about an image of him, in full uniform during the worst crisis in Yellowstone Park's recent history, taking Facebook selfies or Instagram stories in front of the devastation. No social media, okay? This could get me fired. No worries, Marshal, Jake replied Dusty jokingly. We have our own scrapbook. The rule is like the one in Vegas, you know what happens in? Yeah, chimed in Rita. Who hasn't heard that saying ad nauseum? Dusty laughed and tried to hug Rita, who playfully swatted him away with a slug. Oh, Rita, I love it when you talk dirty like that. Get away from me, loser. Jake shook his head and laughed. Ashby, is it always like this? She shrugged and smiled. Yeah, pretty much. Come on, you two, it's getting late. Reassured Jake joined the group, and Dusty, using a selfie stick that had been tucked in his field jacket, took a variety of snaps. Some were serious, and then a couple of times, the group made the silliest faces they could muster. Jake thoroughly enjoyed the moment, and especially the interaction with some fun people. He didn't have many friends to speak of, and none of them had the sense of humor these three had. It was now darker, and Ashby became suddenly serious. Listen, you guys, we need to get going. In case you've forgotten, we don't have a place. Holy light show, Batman, shouted Dusty, who was pointing at the lake. Check it out. Everyone turned toward the lake. The hues of several colors were pulsating on top of the water, creating a dazzling spectacle. Add that to the list of things I've never seen before until today, said Jake, who was mesmerized by the display. What's causing it? It's possible some hot gases are emanating from a rock fracture at the bottom of the lake, began Ashby in response. If I remember correctly, the lake is about 400 feet deep. 382, added Jake. Dr. Peak recently told me a bulge has been forming under the lake, which has caused the depth to change 12 feet from its previous level of 394. Dusty, make a note of, started Ashby before being interrupted. On it, Doc? Jake continued. You know, here's something else to add to my never-ending list of weird crap going on around here. The lake usually freezes by early December and stays that way until June 1st. This year it was thawed by the end of April. Dusty, said Ashby. I got it. They continued to watch the lights as they danced across the water. Rita offered some suggestions. It could also be hot phosphorus reacting with the cold water or even radioactive radon gas. Remember that study in 2010, which found radon was released from underwater cavities and into the soil prior to the 2010 Chilean earthquake? That was a big sucker, quipped Dusty. 8.8, baby. Good point, Rita, said Ashby. Once again, she turned to Dusty, who held up his waterproof notepad and Sharpie. He was already scribbling check radon levels on the pad. The sun was almost down and the temperatures began to drop accordingly. Jake was the first to suggest they head down the mountain. The Kawasaki mule had headlights, but riding the trail could be treacherous, especially if there was an aftershock. The three scientists chattered amongst themselves all the way to the highway. The area of devastation was filled with flashing red and blue lights and tall diesel-powered light towers, which were kept at a local utility for emergencies like this one. Jake returned the four-wheeler and spoke with the officers, managing the traffic and turning away the curious. He returned to the group to give them an update. Sadly, as expected, the death toll has risen. It's too early to officially call this a recovery mission because miracles do happen, but they don't hold out much hope. They're going to work throughout the night, and our people have been supplemented by the Wyoming National Guard. Are they going to close the park? Asked Ashby. I don't know. Right now, they're trying to find a place for displaced visitors to stay for the night. Hundreds of hotel rooms and cabins were destroyed here in Lake. The small tsunami flooded out another 100 or so at Grant Village. Ashby sighed. She turned to Dusty and Rita. Guys, we don't have a place to stay, and now I question whether we should be running around the park doing tests. Dusty spoke up first. Doc, I can't think of a better time to be here. Between this seismic activity and what Jake has told us, something may be brewing underneath. This is what we've been trained to do, detect and warn. Rita put her hand on Dusty's shoulder. I agree with Dusty. This is a great opportunity. I don't care if we have to sleep in the van. I vote we stay. Jake listened to them debate, and then he came up with an idea. Just as Ashby was about to render her decision, he interrupted her. I've got a place with extra bedrooms. It's owned by the NPS, but it's mine for all intents and purposes. You're welcome to bunk with me. Ashby walked closer so she could see his face in the ambient light created by the emergency vehicles. Jake, are you sure? We don't want to impose or invade your privacy. I mean, would your, any roommates object? Jake smiled. None of those, and no, I wouldn't mind at all, which is why I offered. I'll need to hustle up some more food, but if you don't mind hot dogs and beer for tonight, we'll make it work. Plus, there's one more thing I need to tell you about, but it can wait. I'm in, shouted Rita. You had me at hot dogs. Beer sealed it for me, added Dusty. Ashby tamped down the enthusiasm. Now listen up, you two, Jake. Here's not running a frat house. We can't pile on him and drink all of the man's beer. Jake laughed and opened the passenger door for Ashby to enter. One thing we don't have to worry about at my place is running out of beer. Now I've been known to eat leftover pizza for breakfast 4 days running, but the beer will always be fresh. Rita and Dusty exchanged high fives and darted for their respective doors of the expedition. Jake assisted Ashby in the front seat, and she whispered to him, Jake, are you sure we could drive out of the park and find a place, I'm sure? He smiled and shyly responded, Absolutely, Ashby. I could use the company and, well, I don't know. His voice trailed off. She gave him a reassuring smile and pulled her door closed. As Jake rounded the front of the truck, he could feel her watching him. Sometimes things happen for a reason. He just wasn't sure what the reason was, unless it was the fact that as the day went on, he was growing very fond of this new woman in his life. Chapter 25, Bear Lodge at Grant Village, Yellowstone. Grant Village had been built in the mid-'80s and named after President Ulysses Grant, who was in office when Yellowstone became the nation's first park in 1872. Located at the west thumb of Yellowstone Lake, Grant Village contained over 300 rooms for visitors, 2 full-service restaurants, and shopping. That morning before the earthquake and its aftermath, Ella Hewitt had secured 2 rooms for her and Simon Brown, the photographer assigned to her from the LA bureau of the BBC. Throughout the day, Ella noticed that the front desk was frantically trying to accommodate those visitors who'd been displaced by the tsunami and the landslide at Elephant Back Mountain. After conferring with Simon, whom she'd just met a few days ago, Ella informed the front desk they'd give up one of their rooms for a family in need. She and Simon would occupy a room with 2 double beds that was more than suitable, especially since it had a refrigerator and a coffee maker. As a thank you for their generosity, the hotel supplied the 2 journalists with unlimited coffee and free internet access. This worked out for Ella because, fortuitously, she was at ground zero of a breaking news story with worldwide appeal earlier. Ella and Simon had seen Jake, whom they'd met earlier, pull out of the parking lot with Dr. Ashby Donovan. For hours, she and Simon took turns staking out the parking area after determining the van and white Jeep with government tags most likely belonged to Dr. Donovan. After darkness set in, they gave up and left a note on the windshield for Dr. Donovan to call Ella's cell. She and Simon had to prepare because she was going to give a live report for BBC Breakfast on BBC One at 6 a.m. in London. She spoke with the producers about the difficulty of investigating this story, considering the time differential, and slyly mentioned that perhaps the evening broadcast would work better for her and Simon. She was over the moon with excitement when they agreed with her, but for the time being, she needed to be prepared for this first early morning broadcast. Their room had a balcony overlooking West Thumb and the damaged restaurant where she and Simon had sat earlier after wiring up her microphone and doing several sound checks. Ella was ready to give her report. I am here at Yellowstone National Park in the western United States, one of the most visited natural resources on our planet, but one that has erupted in chaos today, prompting fears of a disaster of epic and biblical proportions. Yellowstone is normally a serene, vast wilderness known for its magnificent geyser eruptions at Old Faithful, pristine lakes and secluded camping areas where millions of visitors can get back to nature. Today, however, nature reminded us all that we're sitting upon the biggest natural killer known to man, the Yellowstone supervolcano. No, the supervolcano didn't erupt because, frankly, I wouldn't be standing here if it did. But several precursors happened today that might lead many scientists to a logical conclusion. This long overdue beast is ready to rear its ugly head. This morning, my photographer and I were having a casual meal in a cafe behind me when we overheard a local law enforcement ranger speak about unusual animal activity. Now, in deference to this gentleman who was extremely kind to us, I will withhold his name so he doesn't face any repercussions from his supervisors, but what he revealed to us was nothing short of astonishing. In a matter of just a few hours, he witnessed a massive bison rampage. Nearly 2,000 beasts joining together to stampede across Yellowstone Park's landscape. Then, while we were having coffee, a young boy revealed a die-off of hundreds, if not thousands, of frogs in Yellowstone Lake. Based upon our experience, it would follow that sulfur poisoning was the cause. This, however, was only the beginning. A 4.9 earthquake occurred soon after, followed by an immense landslide which has killed hundreds, according to latest unconfirmed reports, not to mention the fact that it caused a tsunami across the enormous lake, resulting in heavy damage to Grant Village where we are staying. Now, my next statement will surprise our viewers. Everything I've just reported on is not the real news story here at Yellowstone. The Yellowstone supervolcano is a disaster waiting to happen, and mankind may be encouraging its wrath. A major eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano is considered a low-probability, high-consequence event that would have life-altering societal and planetary effects. Some scientists consider the eruption to be potentially extinction level. Considering the ramifications of such an eruption, it is unfathomable that the United States government has sanctioned the drilling into the massive magma chamber that some scientists believe could trigger an eruption. This undertaking, known as Project Hydro, has been on the fast track since it was approved just a few short years ago. The concerned scientists have put forward a theory that the intensive drilling into the magma chamber has upset the delicate underground structure of the supervolcano. Following today's events, we are left to wonder if this theory is more than just scientific speculation. Are we in fact inviting doomsday and the potential extinction of mankind? Ella remained stoic until the camera light went off and the report ended. She closed her eyes and exhaled. Simon, what do you think? Ella, you were great. Your delivery was flawless. You never. No, I mean about the possibility of an eruption, interrupted Ella as she stepped back inside and shut the sliding glass door. Listen, I live day to day since I lost my wife and kids to the car accident in Glasgow. I've taken life as it comes. If we're awakened tonight and shot into space by a supervolcano, so be it. But I would like to have a pint or two before we go, if that's okay. Ella started laughing. She looked into the refrigerator, and there was nothing inside except bottled water and soda. Sorry, my friend. We're out of ale, but tomorrow we'll remedy that. In the meantime, let's get some sleep and hope Dr. Donovan sees my note or the report I just gave. Maybe she'll give us an interview. Tomorrow might be a big day. Chapter 26. Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Be it ever so humble, quipped Dusty, as Jake flipped on the lights and stood to the side as his guests hauled in their gear. I gotta say, this is me. Cabin in the woods, peace, serenity, and no neighbors, Jake laughed. Yeah, all of that and more, Dusty. Actually, this used to be a quiet neighborhood before you three showed up. Everyone had a good laugh as Jake took them on a tour of the 1,200-square-foot cabin, the largest within the park, as he was the longest-serving ranger in residence. At the start of the 20th century, the U.S. Army constructed backwoods cabins every 16 to 20 miles throughout Yellowstone. They were designed to house troops who were preventing poaching. 4 of these cabins were built to act as both residences and patrol lodges to coordinate the rangers' activities. Rectangular in shape, they exemplified the Rocky Mountain style of a covered porch at the gable end of the building. Initially, the floors were packed dirt, but eventually concrete and pine plank flooring was installed. Otherwise, from the cedar shake shingles to the post and beam construction, the cabin remained in its original condition other than some repairs that had been made after the 1959 earthquake, including a modified look when a wraparound deck was installed. Jake showed each of them to their rooms, and after a brief skirmish between Dusty and Rita as to who got stuck with the top bunk, everyone found their way back to the living area where Jake had a fire underway. "There's no heat or air in the cabin," Jake began. "Temperatures are mild in the summer, and usually I open the windows when I'm here. In the winter, I keep the fire going and wear a lot of layers of clothes under a lot of blankets. I'll be honest, it's a challenge here in mid-January." "How long have you been here, Jake?" asked Ashby as she accepted the beer he offered her. "I've been a law enforcement ranger for 13 years. The park is divided into 7 ranger districts and 13 sub-districts. We are right about the point where the Mammoth, Canyon, and Old Faithful districts intersect. For that reason, I act as a floater, responding to calls and patrolling all 3. Everyone settled into a seat, either in front of the fire or on the single leather sofa facing it. Jake had a leather chair, which was well worn with age, which was his preferred spot. The space was not decorated other than a television mounted on a wall next to the fireplace. The only semblance of decor was the variety of outdoor equipment strewn about. Cross-country skis were propped in a corner, snowshoes hung from a nail on a wall. 2 backpacks and a couple of sleeping bags were nestled under a dining table. A large standing gun safe with its doors open, revealing several hunting rifles and shotguns, was located near the front door. Hundreds of rounds of ammunition were stacked on the top shelf. Ashby asked, "What brought you to Yellowstone? Obviously you love the outdoors." Jake took a swig of beer and chuckled. "Do you guys really want to hear this story? It's kind of boring if you ask me." "Come on, Jake," said Rita. "Nobody's story is boring." "All right, you asked for it," said Jake with a sigh. "But I'll keep it simple because it is. I grew up with my parents and younger brother in Northern California, Silicon Valley to be exact. My dad created a microchip which turned out to be something Intel wanted very badly. So they purchased his company for $1 bazillion, or something like that. Anyway, I had just graduated from high school and I planned on going to Humboldt State University, a small rural school near Eureka. "I know the area," interjected Ashby. "It's beautiful up there." "It is, however. Dad had other plans for me, which was no surprise. As part of the buyout, he was required to stay on with Intel for 5 years. They needed him at their offices in New York City, and rather than commute, he decided to uproot all of us and move cross-country. I wasn't interested in living in New York, so I moved into a dorm at Humboldt and studied forestry for a couple of years until, on a dare, some of my friends encouraged me to try out for Survivor. Like I said earlier today, I made it on the show and it changed the direction of my life somewhat, including a stint in Hollywood." "How so?" asked Dusty. "You still found a career in forestry, sort of? And you love the outdoors?" "Oh, don't get me wrong," replied Jake. "I love what I do and how my life turned out. It's just, well, things were rocky getting here." Ashby had been listening intently to Jake's story, and she moved from the fireplace to the sofa next to Dusty to get closer to Jake. Jake continued. "After Survivor, I got caught up in all of the reality TV star crap. I went to events all over the country, signing autographs at car dealerships and posing with fans. A couple of times a year, there would be reality show events for charity. I'd go just to see the new friends that I'd made after Survivor. It was like a fraternity, you know?" "You mentioned something about Hollywood," said Rita. "Oh yeah, Hollywood. Here's what happens. You go on these reality shows, and it goes to your head. All of a sudden, all of these people who were made famous just because they met a certain physical profile or filled a certain psychological niche for the show thought they were actors and actresses. I fell into that trap too." Rita perked up. "An actor? Did you appear on any shows or in a movie or something?" "Not really, actually. Yes. I wasn't an actor, but I was used as both a stunt double in the movie Troy as well as one of the Trojan warriors who fought alongside Orlando Bloom. My only speaking role was to yell, 'Erg!' Jake started laughing, and then Dusty gave it a try. He raised his beer in the air and yelled, "Arg!" This caused the group to laugh even harder. "You sound more like a pirate than a Trojan warrior," needled Rita. Ashby playfully wiggled her empty beer bottle and Jake hopped out of his chair. He returned from the kitchen with another round for everyone. "You know, I didn't do much to earn my royalties, but I still get a check for $800 to $1,000 every month for the work I did back then." "Pays for the beer, right?" said Dusty with a laugh. "You bet. And the hot dogs we need to eat. Can I recruit you guys to help me?" "I'm thinking since it's a beautiful night, we'll cook outside. Are you up for it?" "Absolutely," said Dusty enthusiastically. The girls agreed, and everyone stood to receive their assignments. Jake showed Ashby and Rita around the kitchen. He was going to give Dusty a brief orientation on the great outdoors, which would include a quick lecture about the danger of the forest. Bears were abundant and not receptive to human contact. As everyone started on their preparations for a campfire weenie roast, Jake went to the bathroom to rinse his face off. His eyes were sad and somewhat teary as he recalled the reason he'd come to Yellowstone. He was glad he didn't have to tell that part of the story. Chapter 27. Jake's Cabin. Yellowstone. "These were the bomb.com," exclaimed Dusty as he and Rita shoved the last of their hot dogs into their mouths. "This reminds me of undergrad. What about you, Rita?" "Are you kidding? I've been broke since I started college. Oscar Mayer all-beef hot dogs were for rich people. I was lucky to afford the mega pack of mystery meat from Walmart." Ashby laughed at Rita's statement. "Jake, I'm convinced that's the only reason these two applied for the Viper program. And my projects, NASA pays all of our expenses while on the road. I'm certain they'd starve if I didn't have an expense account." "True dat," said Dusty. "Say, Jake, I don't have any cell service up here. Would you mind if I tap into your internet?" "Not at all, but I have to warn you it's HughesNet, and it's much slower than what you're used to." "I'll take it," said Dusty. "I have our portable satellite system in the van, but it's dark, and I don't want to dig it out." "You're afraid of the dark, aren't you?" joked Rita. "No, I'm afraid of Mama Grizzly and her pals roaming around in the dark," Dusty replied in all seriousness. "I smell like roasted weenies, every bear's favorite." Everyone sat in Adirondack chairs which encircled a fire pit made of large stones and smaller ones to fill in any gaps. The fire crackled as the water trapped inside the wood turned to steam, exerting its pressure on the burning wood. The intense heat caused the water to vaporize, demanding that the logs give way to allow its escape. Ashby's mind wandered to the ground beneath them. She chuckled to herself at the juxtaposition of the fire in front of her and the boiling cauldron underground. Project Hydro was likely having the same impact as this burning wood. The water turned to steam, creating energy and demanding to be released. "Pop! Sizzle!" The sudden sound of the wood expanding and sparks flying out of the campfire startled Rita and Dusty. Both Ashby and Jake were mesmerized by the flames and appeared to be deep in thought, but for different reasons. Jake just blurted it out. "I think I saw magma or a lava flow." Dusty looked away from his laptop and leaned forward to see Jake better. "What?" The mouths of the scientists fell open in unison. Jake turned to Ashby. "I may be wrong, okay, but my reason for going to the Yville this morning was to report what I saw while fighting the fire a week ago." "Lava, are you sure?" asked Ashby. "Magma is what's contained below the ground, the molten rock. Once it comes to the surface, it's called lava." "Okay, lava then? But no, I'm not sure, which is why I took so long to say anything. Here's what happened. I'm not a firefighter, but I was doing what I could to help create fire breaks while the guys who knew what they were doing actually fought the damn thing. I got separated from the group and was making my way down the trail when an orange-red glow caught my eye. Listen, I was sweating, my eyes were burning, and my mask was covered with soot. Visibility was horrible because of the smoke and ash flying around." "What makes you think it was lava?" asked Ashby, who was intent on following Jake's explanation. "When it first caught my eye, I was curious." "No, curious isn't the right word. Beckoned is better. I swear, something came over me. My brain demanded to confirm what it was. I started to climb the mountain, and the closer I got, the more it glowed. Guys, the heat was intense, too. I was in the middle of the fire at times that day, and I know what 150 degrees feels like. No, this was twice as hot or more. I got as close as I could without getting scalded. Maybe 20 or 30 feet away before it started to hiss and fizzle. A brief gust of air caused an updraft, and I got a better look. It had to be lava oozing out of the crevice in the rock outcropping. Everyone sat in silence for a moment to allow Jake's words to soak in. Then the barrage of questions came flying at him. Was it flowing? Have you been back? Did you happen to take a picture? Could you find it again? Jake leaned back in his chair and shook his head. He finished his beer and turned it upside down to allow the last few drops to sizzle into the fire. It was a familiar sound, not unlike what he'd heard on the mountain that day. Finally, he replied, I haven't been back, but I'm sure I could find it. Tomorrow, right, Doc? Asked Dusty. We've got a lot of work to do, but I can't think of a better place to start, added Rita. Ashby leaned forward onto the edge of her chair. Jake, I can't stress enough the scientific implications of what you may have seen. You've got a job to do, and we don't want to take you away from your duties. I understand, and it's not a problem. I've got years' worth of sick time and vacation days available. In fact, I went back to work today even though my vacation doesn't end for another week and a half. If you think this is important, I'll devote my time to helping you guys. Ashby smiled and held out her hand to shake Jake's. Welcome aboard, Jake Wheeler, Chapter 28, Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Despite the late hour after Jake's revelation, the group was energized. Dusty and Rita raced to the truck and brought back their NASA-designed satellite hookup, which gave them internet speeds faster than anything HughesNet ever dreamed of. Rita was trying to pinpoint the GPS coordinates of where the fissure was located, which allowed the lava to seep out. Dusty was scouring news reports to find the latest information on the day's seismic activity. Ashby remained somewhat calm because of a slight bit of skepticism. She didn't want to discourage her team or make light of what Jake thought he saw. But the fact of the matter was, lava had never been seen at Yellowstone, ever. And if Jake did in fact see it, they had bigger problems than a small tsunami and a landslide. She shared a fourth beer with Jake and was completely relaxed. While Dusty and Rita chatted back and forth about what they'd discovered online, Ashby explained some of the recent scientific discoveries related to the Yellowstone caldera. Dr. Peake's team, along with researchers from the University of Texas, found a column of hot volcanic ash known as a magma plume beneath the caldera. From their study, it could stretch as far as New Mexico, creating an underground fountain of magma between the Earth's core and the mantle. Under the right geologic conditions, this magma plume will rise through the mantle into the crust. This is new? Asked Jake. To a degree, yes. It's been debated for decades as to whether or not a mantle plume lies beneath the Yellowstone caldera. Using new imaging techniques, seismic activity around Yellowstone was analyzed using GPS-tied listening stations across North America. Based upon the readings, it's been determined that a 45 by 35 mile wide channel exists beneath us. Ashby paused as Rita and Dusty picked at each other until the satellite was hooked up. After the bickering subsided, Ashby continued. Anyway, the jury is out on that one. Some scientists claim the new technology has allowed its discovery, while a small minority believe it's a fundamental change in the dynamics of the caldera. Jake sighed and sat back in his chair. He studied the fire for a moment as its dancing flames began to die out. If it means a recent expansion of the magma chamber, how would you know? Ashby was quick to respond. Increased surface activity within the park, for one. I'm sure you're aware the Steamboat Geyser has erupted for the 9th time in 3 months, twice in the last week. This is a geyser that goes years with no activity, and all of a sudden it puts on a show for the 9th time in a short period of time? Could today's earthquake and the recent one in Montana be part of this? Asked Jake. Maybe, although not definitively, the Montana quake could be coincidental. Today's quake could be coincidental, or it could be a result of the drilling by Project Hydro. We'll have to monitor the region for aftershocks in the coming days. There's still a hell of a lot of strain energy in the ground. Time will tell, Jake was perplexed, but my magma sighting was before both recent quakes. Yes, and that's why it would be astounding if your eyes didn't betray you. Jake, I know what you think you saw. If you're right, then magma is near the surface of Yellowstone and it's been undetected. This could have grave consequences beyond comprehension. Jake nodded, but was still concerned about what he was learning. Ashby, in all of our orientation classes and briefings, the USGS has assured us that while active, Yellowstone has not yet shown signs of erupting. They tell us we'll have weeks, months, and most likely years to prepare. Do you disagree? I do, Jake. Unlike my colleagues, I believe a reawakened Yellowstone has been building toward an eruption for nearly 70 years. Periodic earthquake activity in 1959, 1975, and through the most recent major swarm of 2008 is one indicator. Increased ground swelling throughout the caldera is another. This newly discovered magma column is a third. We shouldn't be waiting for the signs to begin. The scientific community needs to accept that signs of an eruption have been occurring for decades. Quakes happen a lot around here. Plus, that's a much longer time period between major events than where we are today. Wouldn't these two recent quakes be too early? Ashby looked to the ground and shook her head. Then she smiled as she considered Jake's question. It is too early unless it's being prompted by the drilling project. Hydro is nothing more than a giant fracking project. Do you remember all of the earthquakes in Oklahoma and Texas, places where there has been little or no seismic activity in recorded history? These geologists like Rick Younger, working with the energy companies such as Union Oil and ExxonMobil, pushed the fracking experiment too fast, too hard. I believe they knew what would happen, and they wanted to move quickly before the geologists forced them to stop. The government slowed them down, but fracking continues all over the country nonetheless. Make no mistake, what they are doing with Project Hydro is the functional equivalent of fracking, except they are extracting geothermal energy instead of oil and natural gas. Jake, it's one thing to mess with the subsurface rock in the middle of Oklahoma. It's something else to go after the fire-breathing dragon of hell that lies underneath Yellowstone. If they're wrong, or if they push too hard, they'll compromise the caldera and cause an eruption, which I firmly believe is already in its formative stages. Ashby paused and sighed. It's very simple, Jake. All of the signs you've experienced today, the unusual animal activity, the earthquakes, tsunamis, and landslides, when coupled with your lava sighting, the increased geyser activity and sporadic ground swelling that has been reported of late, are indicators Yellowstone has had enough. The caldera is taking a stand, and it's saying, "Don't mess with me." Chapter 29. Sentinel Creek at Jake's Cabin. Yellowstone. Jake's cabin was located on the Firehole River near the confluence of two tributary creeks. The Firehole River flows through the western part of Yellowstone. Its course includes trips through several geyser basins, including Old Faithful and the Upper Geyser Basin. As it traverses the mountains, it runs through three major waterfalls, including the Kepler Cascades, Firehole Falls, and the Cascades in Firehole Canyon. Several tributaries feed the river, and as the river flows between Madison Junction and the Continental Divide, all of these streams and creeks bring cooler water to the river, which is measured as high as 86 degrees due to the geothermal features surrounding it. This morning, Jake rose at the crack of dawn, as he always did. He snuck outside and took in the cool air, allowing his guest to get some much-needed rest. He and Ashby, the old folks of the group, had turned in first, followed by the more energetic duo of Dusty and Rita. They had clearly enjoyed the action created by yesterday's events and stayed up well into the night pounding away on their MacBooks. Jake decided a little fly fishing would give him an opportunity to clear his head and process everything that had happened yesterday, including the introduction of these new friends to his life. He grabbed his fishing gear and slipped on a pair of nylon fly fishing pants and a pair of neoprene socks. Then he pulled on his wading boots and made his way down the rock path to the creek. He didn't like to wear the customary vented-back linen fishing shirt worn by anglers and which was a mainstay of fly fishermen. He didn't like the way it restricted his cast, and he preferred to fish shirtless anyway. Typically, despite the temperature, he liked to soak in the morning sun, especially in the summer. He wore a plain black t-shirt as he left the house, but after the descent to the creek, he removed his shirt and left it on a nearby rock. Sentinel Creek was not that different from the Mad River outside Arcata, California, where his parents had a place. On rare occasions, his dad would pull himself away from work and they'd make their way up there for a weekend. This had been Jake's favorite part of growing up as a teenager, unlike other kids his age. When it came time for these family outings, he'd enthusiastically join in. Other kids did everything they could to avoid the proverbial family vacation. Not Jake, who upon receiving his driver's license would venture up to the getaway on his own to fish, hunt, and relax. During the summer months, the Firehole River got very warm. As a result, trout would move upstream into the tributaries like Sentinel Creek. These fish were usually much larger, at 9 to 12 inches, than the resident fish of Sentinel Creek, like the rainbow, brown, and brook trout, which average 6 to 9 inches. Sometimes Jake would load up his gear and hike upstream to the falls where the brook trout were more plentiful. He'd camp a couple of days and practice living off the land. One of the things he didn't disclose to Ashby and her team was that he considered himself an accomplished survivalist. The nomenclature typically raised red flags with people as being someone with a screw loose or part of the tinfoil hat crowd. Neither one of those generalizations applied to Jake. To the contrary, Jake was one of those guys you could put on the TV show Naked and Afraid and he would excel. With a good survival knife like his fixed blade Moracniv, his constant companion Jake could survive under any conditions. Hiking, camping, trapping, small game, and fishing were all second nature to Jake. He weighed his options of flies to use and settled on blue-winged olives and midges this morning. It was early June, and the warmer days weren't completely upon them as of yet. Jake had just made his first cast when a voice interrupted his privacy. "Look at you!" shouted Ashby as she made her way down the trail with a thermos full of coffee. "I woke up just as you snuck out the back door. I need coffee to get my day started, or I resemble a grizzly all day long. Good morning, this is my favorite day-off pastime. Fishing is good for your soul." Ashby watched him sidearm cast from a shallow part of the creek, just above a fork where another creek tied in. As the neon green line sailed over the rocks, the glistening nylon looked like a disconnected spiderweb in the breeze. "What's the fish of the day?" she asked as she found a rock to sit on. "Lately, rainbow trout seem to be the most cooperative," Jake replied. A moment passed, and he cast again. "Say, aren't you cold?" asked Ashby in a tone he hadn't recalled hearing yesterday. Jake glanced over his shoulder at her and smiled. She was wearing khaki cargo shorts, a loose-fitting linen blouse, and hiking boots with white socks protruding above the top. Her Ray-Ban sunglasses covered her eyes, but Jake sensed she was looking him over. He smiled with pride. While he wasn't the chiseled specimen he once was, he certainly was in good shape for being in his late 30s. "Mind over matter, missy," he replied. "It's cold, but I'm used to it." Jake felt a tap at the end of the line, and he suddenly jerked the rod. "Gotcha!" From experience, Jake had learned that these fish would nibble around a fly, and when he felt the tap, he had to set the hook. Now the battle was on. He raised his rod, and then it shot back downstream. He pulled again, and a generous-sized trout broke the plane of the stream and wiggled in the air before splashing back down again. Jake adjusted his stance and worked the fish. He held the rod high, causing the line to become more taut. The contest between man and fish continued until finally a nice 9-inch rainbow trout succumbed to the fierce battle. Jake pulled it closer so Ashby could see his catch, the gill of the trout pulsating in the morning sun. He carefully unhooked the fly, then laid the fish against a rock until it gave out. Then he slipped it into a canvas fish bag next to his shirt. After adjusting his fly and checking his hook, he started back to work. Ashby finished her coffee and poured out the last few drops. She wandered downstream to find a flat spot where she could wash out the thermos without disturbing Jake. She knelt by the water, rinsed out the container, and let the refreshing cold water run through her fingers. She lifted the thermos to take a drink when Jake yelled at her, "No!" She was startled, the wet thermos slipping out of her hands and dropping to the ground. Jake set down his rod and came splashing through the stream to join her. Ashby had a disappointed look on her face. "Jake, what's the matter?" He picked up the thermos for her and set it on a rock. Then he bent down next to her, placed his arm around her shoulder, and pointed downstream. "Do you see something unusual about the rocks along the bank just below where the two streams come together?" Ashby nodded her head, upset with her lack of awareness of her surroundings. "I see what you mean. They're covered with mineral deposits. Is this water toxic?" Jake pointed past the fork in the two streams. "Sentinel Creek, where I was fishing, is clean as a whistle. The other creek seems to have a high metal content. I'd have to look closer," added Ashby. "But it appears to be zinc, aluminum, or even sulfur, Jake. Where does this creek lead in the general direction of where we'll be going today, Norris?" They stood together and she patted him on the chest. "Are you ever going to stop saving me, Sir Jake? As long as I'm around, I'll save you if you need saving," he replied shyly. He turned back toward his fishing gear. "I planned on cooking fish for our breakfast. I've only got one, and those two have voracious appetites. Want to help me catch some more?" "Absolutely, but I have to warn you, this is my first time fishing, and I'm not very patient." Jake grabbed her thermos and placed his arm behind her back to allow her to go first. "We'll fish from the shore so you don't get wet. You'll enjoy this." A few minutes later, they were casting together. Ashby commented that this must look like one of those Hallmark Channel movie moments where the hunky guy showed the girl how to swing a golf club or work a pool stick. Jake didn't respond, nor did he discourage her from enjoying the moment. As their arms moved together, her body occasionally brushing up against his, Jake smiled as he realized how much he'd missed the physical connection with a woman. It has been a long time. Chapter 30. Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Ashby and Jake made their way back to the cabin with their catch just as Dusty emerged onto the back porch looking for them. He was holding his MacBook over his head, waving it around like it was a metallic flag of victory. "Doc, you gotta see this." "We're blowing up Twitter." Ashby turned to Jake and laughed. "Good, somebody needed to a long time ago." "Facebook and the rest of them too," added Jake. "Social media is ruining this country." They arrived at the short set of steps that led to the deck. Dusty continued with his amazing news. "Doc, our reporter friend has surfaced again. You know, the cute British girl? I knew I liked her from the beginning." "You don't always think with your big head, Dusty," said Grumpy Smurf Rita as she joined the group on the back deck. She pointed to the string of fish. "Hey, Jake, looks like you've been busy." Jake lifted them up for Rita to get a better look. "We were." Ashby caught half of them. "No way," said Rita. "She doesn't have the patience to sit in a restaurant to wait for an order, much less sit on a rock and reel them in herself." The group entered the house where a fire immediately surrounded them with warmth. Jake stowed the gear and left them to their own devices while he changed clothes. When he returned, Dusty was still reading some of the tweets, which raised his level of excitement to magnitude 10.0. Jake made a mental note to secretly use decaf in the next batch of coffee. Dusty finished a bag of Cheetos, his road trip breakfast on the go, and continued his morning news briefing. "Look at this headline from the UK Express. Government hiding?" Ashby interrupted. "Wait, Dusty, from the UK, what? The Express? They're one of the best at exposing our government when the US media won't." Rita reached for the laptop. She grimaced and then took her sleeve to wipe off Dusty's Cheeto remnants from the keyboard. "Let me see that." The headline reads, "Government Hiding Coming Extinction Level Event," says American Scientist. "Give me a break," said Ashby with a laugh.
Who would say that?
Rita kept scrolling down the article, and then she handed the laptop to Ashby. "You did?" "Hold up. No, I didn't. Give me that." Ashby took a minute to read the entire article. Jake continued to listen in on the conversation while he cleaned and then pan-fried the trout with a side of garlic-roasted red-skinned potatoes. She handed the laptop back to Dusty. "Find the original BBC report done by Ella Hewitt. These people took a few quotes and twisted it to make NASA look like they've condoned Project Hydro despite my warnings." Jake returned with plates full of food for Ashby and Rita and set them on the kitchen table. "Isn't that sort of true, Ashby? Didn't you warn them against it?" "Yeah, I did, but this report makes it look like I was vocally leading the charge." Dusty returned the laptop to Ashby, who scrolled through the text of Ella's live BBC report from hours ago. "Okay, this is more accurate. Naturally, I would have preferred she kept my name out of it, and I suppose it would imply that I was the lone voice of reason against Project Hydro. But I certainly wasn't alleging a government conspiracy or cover-up." Jake set a plate in front of Dusty and joined the group. "Ashby, in law enforcement, I've learned from interviewing witnesses to an accident that by the time the truth gets circulated from the eyewitness through a string of subsequent conversations, a fender bender turns into two totaled vehicles, smashed to pieces. The media has an agenda, and they'll twist the truth or lie by omission in order to advance their particular agenda." The conversation paused while everyone dug into their breakfasts. Compliments were passed around and praise was given to Ashby for going outside of her comfort zone with a newfound skill. Dusty had set the laptop to the side with the BBC article open on the screen and a picture of Ella on the balcony at Grant Village. He had a mouthful of food when he pointed at the screen with his fork. "You know," he began as he tried to quickly finish his oversized bite of fish, "when you think about it, she may have done us a favor, face it, Doc. Nobody at the YVO wants to listen to what we have to say. They've likely created a firewall between us and Homeland Security. Ella could be our secret weapon. Plus, she's easy on the eyes, right, Jake?" Jake's expression must have said it all, because Ashby immediately started laughing and gave Jake a slight nudge. "How about it, Jake? Is Ella easy on the eyes? Jake deflected by forcing a whole potato in his mouth. He shrugged and remained silent, allowing his puffed cheeks full of food to provide an excuse for not responding. Shut up, Dusty, scolded Rita. Until now, you've been all about Layla, Layla. Now you're sweet on Ella, Ella, you're such a player. You've been going on and on about Layla ever since we left Hawaii, and now you've seen this girl for all of a hot minute, and she's the one? Good grief. The two of them went back and forth for several minutes, during which time Jake leaned over and whispered to Ashby, Hey, is there something going on between these two? I mean, they're always nipping back and forth. Ashby smiled and then cupped her mouth as she replied, Not that I know of, but if the time comes, I can only imagine what they'll do to each other. Probably like one of those Ultimate Fighter deals, except with sex. Jake laughed out loud, which prompted the two bickering grad students to stop. What? They said in unison. Oh, nothing, replied Ashby. We were just talking about the plan for today. One of the first things on the agenda is finding that fissure and the lava Jake saw. Also, we have to assume that if we weren't locked out of the YVO following my confrontation of yesterday, this BBC report has probably resulted in a black and white wanted poster circulated throughout the park that reads, Shoot on sight. What are we going to do, Doc? We need to tap into their real-time data. I can circumvent them to an extent, plus we have our historical readings in the database. I want us to conduct our own ground deformation measurements with a focus on the Norris area. In the days before the eruption of Mount St. Helens, a team of geologists conducted their own independent surface studies and discovered an extraordinary bulge on the north side of the mountain. This helped raise awareness of a possible eruption. They got lucky, as have we with Jake's discovery. Dusty interrupted her. Do you want to install our own GPS receivers, tilt meters, and strain meters? I do, replied Ashby, plus a few other things. It's just a hunch, but I think Norris might be the key to what's going on underground. Jake stood and gathered up the empty plates. Let's get rolling then. Chapter 31, Norris Area, Yellowstone. Jake and Ashby rode in the expedition, leading Dusty and Rita, who followed behind in their van full of equipment. The 20-mile drive toward the northern reaches of Yellowstone into the Norris Geyser Basin provided a contradiction in terms of scenery. As they approached Gibbon Meadows, the impact of the wildfire could be seen to the north, while the south side of Grand Loop Road provided a gorgeous view of the pristine forest. They continued past the Gibbons River Rapids and wound through a long S-curve through the Norris Geyser Basin until they were surrounded by forest once again. Didn't we go past where the fire was located? Asked Ashby as she turned in her seat and looked backwards toward the Pearl Geyser. We're going to pull in up here at Byjaw Spring and take an NPS service road through a ravine where we'll have to park. This way we'll come up on the backside of the fire on top of a ridge to get a better look. Ashby retrieved her Midland X-Talker two-way radio and contacted Rita when they were in the field. Cell phone service was not always available to them, but the 38-mile range and 15-hour battery life of the X-Talker T-71 was ideally suited for communicating between them. After they turned off the main highway, Jake took them up the mountainous service road as far as he could before the van began to struggle with the terrain. He found a flat area to stop, and the group gathered around their temporary base camp. While the scientists got their gear together, Jake pulled out a topographical map of the area. He retrieved his Garmin handheld GPS device. He usually left the basic E-Trex model issued to him by Yellowstone in his truck. Instead, he carried the more advanced Oregon 750T, which also had a built-in 8-megapixel camera. The touchscreen interface was much easier for him to use, and he considered it to serve a dual purpose because of the camera. He set their coordinates and then went back to studying the map. He'd done this several times since the fire, but this was the first time he'd returned to the area near Bunsen Peak, where he'd observed the lava. Being on the ground helped him get his bearings and visualize what he'd seen that day. He charted a course toward Bunsen Peak, an 8,500-foot peak that rose prominently on the east flank of Kingman Pass, just south of the Mammoth Hot Springs. Because of Bunsen Peak's height, it provided him an excellent point of reference as they made their way into the forest for the roughly 6-mile trek toward Grizzly Lake and the rock outcropping he'd come across that day. With the scientific gear evenly distributed, Jake gathered up certain essentials that always accompanied him on day hikes. In addition to the Garmin Oregon and the map as a backup, he loaded first aid supplies, Mylar blankets, several ways to make fire, including waterproof matches, his extra Eldris knife and flint, and candles. His pack always contained a small repair kit, a rolled-up tent, meal replacement bars, and a life straw. They spent the first couple of hours climbing up the ridge on a little-used trail that zigzagged up the mountain. The high elevation and its emaciated air took its toll on Dusty, and he had to stop to catch his breath several times. As they made their way up the mountain, Jake and Ashby chatted. "I can still smell the remnants of the fire," she said as Jake lifted a low-hanging branch out of her way. "The fire raged about a mile to the west of us, but you can't see it from here," he said. The ridgeline provided a natural barrier that kept it from climbing up the top. Below the ridgeline, the earth is scorched with the trees looking like charred stick figures coming out of a sea of ash. Ashby walked closer toward the pines, which created a canopy over the trail. It's weird that the smoky smell still lingers despite the rains. To be in the middle of a forest full of conifers and not breathe the heady scent of pine is kind of like standing on the beach and not smelling salt air. "It's confusing to my senses." They continued upward, pausing momentarily to watch a raccoon wander across the trail. "It appears the critters hung around despite the fire," said Ashby. "They have the ability to sense these things, which is one of the reasons the bison made their way into the lower geyser basin as the fire raged. Look, up ahead. There's a clearing in the trees that might give us a better view down to Norris Geyser Basin." Jake led the way until several boulders provided them a place to sit and look out across the landscape. Grand Loop Road came into view as it carved its way through the Norris area, just a twisting black string over 1,000 feet below them. "Let's take a break here," said Jake as he dropped his backpack and helped the others remove their gear. Ashby wandered toward the edge of the drop-off and looked at the vast beauty of Yellowstone Park. The rest joined her as they passed a canteen of cold water between them. "Are those redwood trees, or at least what's left of them?" asked Rita. "Petrified redwoods, or remnants anyway," replied Jake. "This area used to have redwood forests just like coastal California. All over these mountains, you'll find large pieces of petrified wood that have the weight of rocks, but still look like wood along these trails. Most of the smaller pieces are gone, pilfered by hikers. If you venture down the sides, you can still find nice samples. Each piece looks like wood, and if you pick it up, your mind will attempt to warn you about splinters. But they're rocks now." Ashby provided Jake a visual of how this related to the eruption of a volcano. "That's what volcanic eruptions do to anything in their path. Flows of mud, ash, and sand create a river of muck, which replaces all organic material with the silica found in the sediments. Sadly, even as it relates to humans caught up in the pyroclastic flow, a lifelike fossil is the end result of the carnage. It boggles the mind," added Dusty. "So check this out," Rita began as she pointed across the horizon. "You want mind-boggling? This will blow your mind. This entire open flat space is the Yellowstone caldera. Look all the way across to the south. The Red Mountains are just beyond Hayden Valley. See the tall peak? That's Mount Sheridan. The caldera wall lies at the base of Mount Sheridan." Jake pulled out his GPS and punched in Mount Sheridan to give them an idea of the distance away from their position. 33 miles from here to there, Jake. Where are we in relation to Mount Washburn?" asked Ashby. 10 miles due east, give or take." "Okay, that's about right," continued Ashby. "We're on the other end of the caldera, which explains the formation of these ridges. When the last major eruption occurred 640,000 years ago, the vast lake of magma underneath where we are standing all the way to Mount Sheridan erupted. After the eruption, all of the mountain ranges and hills, similar to what you see around us, lifted upward into the sky and then plunged downward for several hundred yards below ground. More explosions, eruptions, and concussive atmospheric shocks took place like nuclear detonations." "Wow!" exclaimed Jake. "All of that created this 30-some-mile span of flatland." "Exactly," Ashby said. "Where we are standing gives you a perfect vantage point to see the magnitude of the beast below us. It's massive. I see why you guys are so concerned about this thing. Kilauea and others like it pale in comparison to the destructive potential. People have no idea." "That's why we do what we do, Jake," said Rita. "Sure, we're geeks who thrive on conducting the research and investigating leads like the lava flow you saw. But in reality, we want to be able to warn people so they have a chance to survive. Am I right, guys?" Dusty agreed, but Ashby became awkwardly quiet. Finally, after a long moment of silence, she said, "Come on, break's over. Chapter 32. Norris Area, Yellowstone." By midday, they crossed into a stretch where the trees and underbrush were burned. Any grasses were charred wisps, and tall pine trees stood like blackened statues. Jake marked their coordinates once again and advised everyone to drop their gear. It was going to become more treacherous, and the group needed to watch every step they made. Ashby dropped to one knee to tighten up the laces on her right boot. Jake knelt down next to her. "Hey, are you doing okay? You've been quiet the last hour or so?" Ashby looked up and managed a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. Let's talk later, okay?" "I really need to remain focused." "Sure, okay." Jake stood and shrugged. "All right, let's locate this mystery, and then you guys can take it from there. If we need any equipment, Dusty and I can come back for it. This is not going to be an easy trip down through these rocks, so everyone please watch your footing. A rolled ankle up here can be a pain in the ass." Jake guided them down through the fallen granite caused by years of earthquakes and ground deformation. As he led them, he periodically checked on their progress and gave Ashby a reassuring look with each glance. She seemed to be recovering from whatever it was that had upset her earlier. Jake felt bad for her because she was clearly troubled, but it wasn't his place to press, and he just hoped he hadn't said something to upset her. 30 minutes later, they reached the crunchy burnt ground of the forest floor. Nothing was alive, and many of the pine trees had been uprooted by the recent rains. Water runoff was apparent as gullies had emerged, creating a series of wrinkles in the earth as the rains found their way to the bottom of the mountain. Jake studied the landscape and spotted the firebreak he'd helped build with the firemen. He considered continuing down to the trail so he could get his bearings, but decided against it. The lava flow had come out of the rocks. If they traversed the mountainside just below the rock outcroppings, they'd come across it at some point. He marked their location once again on his GPS, so he knew where to climb back up the cliff. Ashby caught up with him, and she gave him a soft pat on the shoulder. "Jake, sorry about that. It's a long story that could possibly empty your beer supply, in fact. A keg might be in order." Jake laughed. "It's been a while since I've pulled an all-night kegger. I'm game when you are." Ashby's demeanor seemed to be improving. "Let me tell you something, Ranger. If you're right about this, I'll buy." "Deal. Let's get started." They slowly made their way along the rocks as Jake continued to check his watch. The sun didn't set until around 9 in the evening this time of year, but he didn't want to push his luck and run out of daylight. So far, they were in good shape. Dusty ran up next to Jake and Ashby and shouted excitedly, "Doc, look up to your left under the rocks that are jutting out to form a shelf. Do you see it?" Ashby started running in that direction, followed by Rita and Dusty, who gently shoved Jake out of their way. He was left standing alone as the trio scrambled up the slope toward the rocks. Rita arrived first. "I think it's basaltic. An eruption of the Yellowstone caldera would produce lava flows of either basalt or rhyolite. The type of flow would be significant because of the way it was forced from below the surface. Rhyolite, which was lighter in color and was more than 70% silica, typically resulted from an explosive eruption. There was substantial evidence of rhyolite magma eruptions, which had produced abundant levels of ash and pumice throughout the park. Basalt, on the other hand, was much darker in color and contained about 50% silica. Basalt was the most common rock type in Earth's crust and was abundant everywhere, including the ocean floor. Basaltic magma was commonly produced by direct melting of Earth's mantle, the region just below the outer crust. The shield volcanoes of Hawaii are composed almost entirely of basalt, which accounted for their slow-moving lava flows after an eruption. "That would make sense," Ashby said. "But how old is it?" Rita inched closer and then immediately recoiled. "Old won't be applicable here. It's still very hot, in fact." Ashby and Dusty caught up to her. The three stood in odd silence for a moment before Ashby carefully approached the flood basalt that had begun to solidify due to its exposure to the cool air and recent rains. She walked toward the source of the flow underneath the granite outcropping. She gently raised her hand to the old granite to feel it. Hesitating at first, Ashby then tapped it to feel the heat which had transferred from the lava flow to the surrounding exposed rock. Jake walked toward her, wanting to get a better look at the glowing mass of molten rock that had likely caused the enormous wildfire. Slowly, Ashby turned toward him, and tears were streaming down her face. She raced to hug him, causing them to lose their balance slightly. Ashby whispered in his ear, "Jake, thank you. You have no idea what this means to me." "You're welcome, Ashby," he said in response, although the heartfelt thanks was much more than he expected. She broke their embrace, and Ashby turned to her team. "Listen to me," she began, suddenly serious. "Document everything. Photographs, distances, measurements, no shortcuts, okay? We're on it, Doc," yelled Dusty. "Jake and I'll get the gear. You guys start filming? This is incredible." Ashby put her hands on her hips and wiped off her wet cheeks. She took a deep breath and exhaled as she looked around the charred mountainside. Then reality hit her. Incredible and devastating at the same time. This means I was right. Chapter 33. Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Jake attempted to apologize for another night of serving hot dogs and beer to his guests, but he doubted they heard him, much less cared. He'd never experienced this kind of energy and excitement before. Computers were set up throughout his living area. Several antennas were attached to his deck railing, all pointing in different directions. He didn't even bother building a fire. Between the electronics and the scurrying about of Ashby and her team, Jake found it necessary to open a few windows to let some heat escape. "How are we going to get samples?" asked Dusty. "I never imagined we'd have this opportunity at Yellowstone." "What do you need?" asked Jake before adding, "Maybe I can help." Ashby finished her beer and set it in the center of Jake's table with the other empties. "The technique is simple, actually. You dip a steel hammer or pickaxe into the lava flow with a stainless bucket attached, filled with water. The water will quickly cool the sample, preventing the growth of any crystals, thus preserving the composition of the lava. We'll need to send it for a more in-depth analysis of its chemical composition," added Rita. "We'll need Vierper to charter a plane or a chopper to come and get it." Jake was curious. "What exactly will you learn from the composition testing?" "One of the most important aspects will be the silica level," replied Ashby. "If the silica level is high, approaching the content of rhyolitic lavas, then an eruption could be brewing." "I have a galvanized bucket," Jake said as he wandered off to the kitchen. He rustled around through a lower cabinet and returned with a 5-gallon beer bucket with the Corona Beer logo emblazoned across the side. The handle had a hook at the top in the shape of a bottle opener. "It's one of my prized possessions, but you can have it." Dusty took the bucket and showed it to Ashby and smiled. "Hey, it matches my messenger bag." "Are you sure, Jake?" Ashby said. "Yeah, there's another one around here somewhere." Ashby studied the handle. "This will work perfectly now. We could use 2 more things. We need some type of headgear that can act like a heat shield together with some heavy insulated gloves that will protect us from the heat." "No problem," replied Jake. "We have a welding shop down at headquarters. I can get both of those for you." Ashby turned to Dusty and Rita. "Tomorrow we'll get our samples, and I'll make the arrangements for Vieper to pick them up." "Doc, you know what else this means?" asked Dusty. "What?" "The magma chamber beneath Yellowstone is much larger than everyone previously thought. Accurately mapping the volcanic hotspot that sits beneath Yellowstone has challenged scientists for decades. From geysers to hot springs, the most famous above-ground features of Yellowstone owe their existence to the melted rock in the shallow magma reservoir below the Earth's surface. Scientists have studied the caldera's plumbing continuously, hoping to accurately define the magma chamber's size, but nobody has been entirely successful. I've studied the research for years, including the most recent study from the geologists at Idaho and Washington State." "Nobody has mapped the magma chamber to our location and height," Rita interrupted. "That means it's building under Norris." Dusty agreed, just like Doc has said all along. With this discovery, Ashby began. "The magma chamber is probably double what previous studies have shown. As you said, Rita, it's rising as well to an incredible altitude compared to the current top of the caldera. If the silica levels are higher than normal, then we might be looking at an imminent eruption." Jake cleared the beer bottles and offered another round to everyone. Unlike Ashby's original concern, he was nowhere near running out, although he was almost out of food unless they wanted a steady diet of venison. After he got them the equipment from the weld shop, he needed to make a run into West Yellowstone, Montana, to restock and pick up a few things. Jake became concerned about the ramifications of his discovery. "Are you guys saying all of these strange things I've observed around here lately are part of a possible eruption? If so, we need to warn people?" Ashby took her beer and walked over to Jake. "Let's step outside for a moment." "Sure," Jake said with a puzzled look on his face. He followed her to the porch, where they took in a beautiful view of the star-filled sky. Ashby exhaled and leaned against one of the roof supports attached to the deck. She took a long drink of beer and began. "I need to tell you something that will explain what happened up on that ridge earlier today," she began. When I was a little girl, I lived with my parents in the Philippines near Mount Pinatubo. They were missionaries and taught the local indigenous tribes how to read and write English. It was 1991 when the volcano erupted. We lived in the jungle in order to be close to the villagers. As the volcano showed signs of erupting, the government was quick to evacuate larger cities and towns, but they were too afraid of the imminent eruption to enter the remote jungles to notify the small villages. My father learned of the evacuation order and insisted upon warning the villagers that we'd come to love. Ashby got teary-eyed but continued. The bottom line is he waited too long to get away. I remember racing along the road, lava bombs falling around us, and then the bridge to safety washed out. We tried another route but hit a dead end. My dad looked for a way out, but we were trapped by fire. After a few minutes, a rescue chopper came over our heads and dropped a rescue basket. Jake, I watched them die. I lived because they sacrificed themselves for me to get in that basket and into a chopper. As I was being pulled up, I saw the fire from the lava engulf them. It's a vision that's been embedded in my mind forever. She began crying, and Jake moved to comfort her. She was sobbing, and he tried to calm her down. He understood loss, but nothing like what she'd experienced. When she recovered, he allowed her to continue. I swore I'd devote my life to studying volcanoes with the hope of providing people adequate warning when an eruption was imminent. Unfortunately, I've been guilty of a couple of false alarms. As a result, I've gained a reputation for fear-mongering that has spread throughout the scientific community. Before I can warn the proper people about this, I have to be absolutely certain. Otherwise, due to my lack of credibility with some, my words will fall on deaf ears. Jake nodded. I get it, Ashby. Listen, I know what I saw above ground, and you make sure what's happening below ground is accurate. We'll be partners in this, okay? You take below, and I'll take above. We'll complement each other perfectly. She touched his face and nodded. Deal. Chapter 34. West Yellowstone, Montana, after Jake woke and procured the gear for Ashby's team from the weld shop. He made the 45-minute drive from the cabin to the small town of West Yellowstone just across the Montana state line. The town's population was only about 1,200 people, but its numbers swelled considerably with tourism from May through September. Many of the visitors who entered the park through the self-proclaimed gateway to Yellowstone were from China. In fact, the Chinese tourism was so great that there were businesses that had their signage in English and Mandarin. Initially, he'd planned on making one stop at the supermarket on Madison, but as he drove through the mountains, his mind began to wander. Jake was not an alarmist. For a third of his life, he'd lived and worked on top of the Yellowstone supervolcano, always ignoring the hyperbole and sensationalism surrounding the potential catastrophe that lay underneath. After the events of the last week and meeting Ashby, Jake was seeing things much differently. He wasn't interested in watching the news, although he did glance at the headlines from time to time. Jake knew the world was a dangerous place with saber rattling between superpowers being part of life. He always felt cooler heads would prevail before the nukes would start flying. If anything, natural disasters concerned him the most because they were, for the most part, out of man's hands. Whether it be Yellowstone's eruption or a deadly solar flare or a near-Earth object, Jake had confidence that scientific technology would provide him, and the world, adequate notice of impending doom since meeting Ashby. He was beginning to doubt that assumption. To be sure, she and others in her field were brilliant minds and had the most advanced technology available to them. He could only imagine the countless billions of dollars the world's government spent on monitoring and predicting the catastrophic events conjured up by nature. Jake, however, understood the Earth. He devoted his life to studying and understanding how plants, animals, and weather interacted. It was a sixth sense, an awareness that he couldn't explain, but it provided him an intuition that was beyond his normal perception. The feeling he had as he arrived in West Yellowstone that morning wasn't based upon fear or some irrational belief that the end is nigh, as some of the nut jobs on Venice Beach used to say. Jake felt a sudden sense of urgency. His intuition screamed at him to get ready. So, as he pulled into town, his mental shopping list changed from a single stop at the supermarket to include Gordon's gun shop for more ammo, Eagle's camping store, and the Silvertip Pharmacy. He carried a full trauma bag with him at all times. While patrolling Yellowstone, Jake would encounter visitors with a variety of minor injuries, including burns, sprains, cuts, and scrapes. While the bag contained over 300 commonly used items, it was only capable of treating 1 or 2 injured victims. At the silver tip, he purchased a backup of everything in his trauma kit. In addition, he purchased a box of N95 particulate masks. He'd actually thought of adding this to his pack during the fire. The difficulty in breathing had not been just from the intense heat, but also the debris flying around him. If Yellowstone decided to act up, the N95 mask would be critical to prevent the noxious gases and fallout from entering his lungs. At the gun store, Jake added to the number of rounds allotted to him for his government-issued weapons: a 9mm Glock handgun, a Mossberg 590 tactical shotgun, and the M16. He purchased 500 rounds for the Glock and another 500 for the M16. He only needed a couple of hundred double-aught buck for his Mossberg. In addition to his issued weapons, Jake had a variety of rifles, which he used depending on what he was hunting. His most versatile weapon was a Remington 700 chambered in .308. It could take down animals ranging from deer to a small grizzly at 200 yards plus. The .308 round was his #1 choice when hunting. At the camping store, he purchased a couple of dozen meals ready to eat, or MREs. This was standard fare for Jake when he camped. He didn't always take his fishing gear when he hiked into the remote areas of Yellowstone, and the MREs were easy and lightweight to carry in his backpack. He also purchased 3 dozen emergency ration bars. Each bar provided over 400 calories and a semi-palatable lemon-vanilla flavor. They were designed to provide a balance of nutrients and were an excellent source of energy. Then he added a couple of items from his weightlifting days in California: vitamins and meal replacement shakes. Many of the MREs were low in protein content, while Jake, as a survivalist, was capable of hunting and fishing to provide him adequate protein in a catastrophic situation that might not be available at the time. The multivitamins provided him all the basic nutrients that his diet did not. Plus, the shakes could give him a source of protein and energy by simply mixing the packet with water. Jake's last stop was the grocery store. As soon as Jake walked in, he was greeted with the smiling face of the proprietor, Jimmy Irby. "Hey, Jake," Irby greeted cheerfully. "What brings you out of the wilderness and into the big city?" The two men shook hands and exchanged pats on the back. Irby had been a mainstay in West Yellowstone for generations. From the day Jake arrived, he and Irby had become friends and often hunted together. There were only 2 supermarkets in town, and Jake always frequented the one owned by his friend. "Very funny, Jimmy. I've got a few house guests, and I needed to pick up some things to eat besides my usual crap food. Are they tired of hot dogs and beer already?" Jimmy asked with a chuckle. "Yeah, after 2 nights. Can you imagine?" Jake reached for a cart and glanced down the aisles of the store. "Jimmy, did the delivery truck not show up? The aisles look like they've been hit by locusts." Irby rubbed his temples and grimaced. "No, the trucks are coming like always. It's just, let's say business is brisk." Jake stopped and looked around to take in the entire store. Canned goods were picked over. The shelves in the cereal and cracker aisles were practically empty. Basically, any of the shelves containing non-perishable foods were decimated. "Jimmy, what's happened here?" Irby looked around and pulled Jake to the side. "It's the dang news, Jake," he whispered. "There was a report about Yellowstone erupting, and now even the local networks have picked it up. Man, they were waiting for me when I opened the doors yesterday morning. Pickup trucks full of guys dressed in camo and toting rifles. Who were they? Military?" "No, preppers," replied Irby. "You know how it is around here. All of Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming are full of these guys bugging out from the next nuclear war or EMP or some such." He and Jake looked around the store again. He got the feeling he was a couple of days late. He came to the realization what insider trading meant when they hammer some corporate CEO for selling or buying stocks on information nobody else had. 2 days ago, he'd known Yellowstone could potentially erupt. The time to hit the supermarket was then, not after everybody else got the news. Irby continued. 10 years ago, some guy wrote this book about the best parts of the country to hunker down being right here in our backyard. The next thing you know, cabins and hideouts were springing up all over the place. You know, off-grid type stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, I read the news and I can't blame them, but they sure as heck got spooked by this Yellowstone eruption threat, and the result is this." Jake laughed, which struck Irby as odd. He patted Jimmy on the back and leaned into him so other shoppers couldn't hear him. "Whoever wrote that book is an idiot. They can own the entire store, but it won't make a hill of beans difference when Yellowstone blows. They're all going to be covered in 3 feet of ash, and that's after they're burned to a crisp, owning an off-grid bug-out location within 200 miles of the greatest natural killer known to man is just plain stupid. Irby shrugged and then nodded his head. He whispered back to Jake, "Listen, do you have a list of what you need? I've been keeping a stash in the back for my regular customers." Jake thought for a moment and then thought about the preppers for a moment. Other than picking a piss-poor location to avoid a catastrophe, they seemed to be on track with respect to the food they purchased. "Jimmy, I'll have what they're having, a variety of non-perishables and as much as you can spare. Also, a couple of cases of Belgian white." Jake had been drinking Blue Moon beer since the late 90s when he had to scrape up loose change to buy a 6-pack. There was something about the taste that was smooth. Maybe it was the artesian spring water, whatever. He'd been loyal to it for half his life. Irby left with Jake's shopping cart, and 10 minutes later he returned with it full. "I think you'll be pleased with the choices, Jake. Let me get you checked out." Jake wandered over to the checkout counter. He picked up a handful of lighters and several packs of batteries for his flashlights. He also added a few small bottles of Purell. After Jake paid, Irby helped him to his truck. As the tailgate was opened, revealing all of the other supplies Jake had purchased, Irby grew suddenly concerned. His body language and facial expression were obvious to Jake. So after they loaded up the food, he decided to confide in his old friend. "Jimmy, listen to me, okay? You know me, and I'm not some doomsday guy, but something's happening at Yellowstone. It's out of the ordinary and might get worse. Do you have a place to go? Far away from here, if necessary? Jake, I gotta say you're kind of scaring me here. I'm not saying run necessarily, but if you had to go, do you have a place, family, anything? My wife has family in Reno. We could go there." Jake thought about the distance Reno was from West Yellowstone. 700 miles. "That'll do," said Jake as he turned to look inside the back of his truck. "This is just a suggestion. Do you see everything I've loaded up here? You need to do the same and have it ready to head out of Yellowstone." "Really?" "Yeah, really," Jake replied. He put his hand on Irby's shoulder and looked him in the eye. "Everything I've bought today won't go to waste. I'll use it eventually, but you've seen what it's been like since yesterday. It will only get worse. Take care of your family, Jimmy. Don't hesitate to leave at the first sign of trouble. You can always come back, but if you wait too long, well..." Jake's voice trailed off as he made a mental note to follow his own advice when the time came. Irby nodded. "Okay, Jake, I trust you, man. I'll start making the arrangements. Say, how will I know when it's time to go? Pay attention to the earthquakes. If they get stronger and more frequent, mash the gas, buddy." Chapter 35, FEMA, Washington, D.C. The Federal Emergency Management Agency became a part of the Department of Homeland Security in 2003. During that time frame, numerous natural disasters had befallen the United States, with hurricanes being the most devastating. The U.S. mainland had not experienced a volcanic eruption since Mount St. Helens in 1980, and the largest earthquakes recorded were in Alaska. FEMA department heads participated in the daily operations briefing. Topics typically covered significant weather events, solar activity, tropical disturbances, and on rare occasions, earthquake and volcanic activity. Today was one of those rare occasions. FEMA Director Kimberly Calhoun was winding up her initial remarks when she instructed her assistant to bring up the live feed on the wall-mounted monitor behind her. Rick Younger's image appeared from the YVO at Yellowstone. On a second screen was the USGS seismic event map, which identified earthquake activity in the U.S. of a magnitude 2.5 or greater. In the past 24 hours, there had been 635 earthquakes in the U.S. and Puerto Rico. Until recently, the vast majority of them were in Hawaii and Puerto Rico, but now a swarm was indicated near Yellowstone. Mr. Younger, thank you for joining us at this early hour for you. Director Calhoun greeted the Interior Department's choice for heading up the YVO. Privately, Calhoun voiced skepticism over the choice because of Younger's ties to the oil and gas industry, but she was reassured by her superiors at Homeland Security that Younger would perform his duties with supervision, of course. Thank you, Director Calhoun. I'm glad to assist you in any way possible. Good, Mr. Younger. Let me get right to the point. Anytime news reports gain traction like the one from the BBC, the White House contacts Homeland Security, and they bring in your superiors at the USGS and me. Not only do they want to formulate a response to the media for today's daily press briefing, but they are genuinely concerned about the veracity of the reporting. Yes, Director Calhoun, I understand fully. First, let me put your mind at ease and assure you that I'll prepare a statement that corresponds with my honest assessment of this situation. Calhoun settled in her chair and turned to view the screen. Proceed, please. Thank you, Younger began. The Yellowstone region has endured 3 major eruptions in the past. A little over 2 million years ago was the first, and the most recent significant eruption took place roughly 600,000 years ago. Now, contrary to internet fear-mongering as well as the typical conspiracy theories about government cover-ups, there's no sign that a 4th cataclysmic event is imminent. One of the department heads interrupted Younger. I've read that Steamboat Geyser has erupted for the 9th time in 3 months. This is unprecedented, is it not? Make that 10 based upon today's news reporting, interrupted one of his associates. Younger responded, yes, it is. However, it's not necessarily an indicator of a super eruption. We have the finest scientists in the world working at the YVO. The consensus among many is that, if anything, the Yellowstone caldera is getting old and tired. Our data and the results of Project Hydro point to a long nap rather than a major eruption. What do you mean by old and tired, Mr. Younger? Asked Calhoun. Look at it this way, Director Calhoun. When considering your evening meal, how many times do you want to reheat your leftovers? At some point, you're going to look at that Tupperware container and say, I'm not going to reheat this. After being microwaved half a dozen times, it no longer looks like food. Geologists look at Yellowstone the same way. It is likely approaching the end of its evolution because so much of the upper magma chamber has recycled and remelted after previous eruptions. It is the most likely reason for it being, quote, overdue, as the doomsday predictors like to believe. Any speculation that Yellowstone is due for a catastrophic extinction-level eruption implies that the supervolcano behaves predictably. Knowledgeable geologists disagree. Are you saying it will never erupt again? Asked another department head. No, sir, not necessarily. No one can say with confidence how much magma is required to trigger a caldera-forming eruption. Any future volcanic activity will most likely be small eruptions creating lava flows that can happen within the Yellowstone volcanic system, like the one from 70,000 years ago. We believe these smaller eruptions are more likely to occur than a giant, earth-altering super-eruption envisioned by doomsday theorists. What about this? Dr. Donovan quoted in the BBC piece. She points to Project Hydro as one of the potential causes of an eruption. Are we to disregard her theories altogether? Younger deflected. Let me also add, the smaller eruptions I referenced would be manageable along the line of Mount St. Helens. And I don't mean to diminish the loss of life and extensive damage that occurred after that 1980 eruption, but let's face it, between the advanced monitoring technology we've developed over the last 4 decades and responsive agencies like FEMA, the nation is better prepared to warn and protect its citizens from a VEI-5 eruption like St. Helens. Calhoun addressed the earthquake swarm. Mr. Younger, based upon your analysis of the recent geyser activity and the accompanying earthquake swarm, do you see any reason to raise the Yellowstone threat level to yellow? Younger nodded and appeared to be preparing a thoughtful response. Director Calhoun, the increased geyser activity happens from time to time here and is certainly within recorded norms. Also, there is not necessarily a correlation between the geysers and the earthquake swarm, which, by the way, pales in comparison to the 1,500 recorded earthquakes that occurred several years ago. I honestly don't see a reason to disrupt the height of tourist season at Yellowstone because of a few anomalies and fear-mongering. Director Calhoun spun around in her chair and looked to the attendees of the daily operations briefing. Any other questions for Mr. Younger? Nobody spoke up. Chapter 36. Norris area. Yellowstone, I'll be honest, with all joking aside, said Dusty, as he continued to unpack the van for a full day of testing. I enjoy our trips to Hawaii and other parts of the world, but Yellowstone's the best. Nature has given us the most ecologically diverse, unique laboratory on the planet to study right here. No matter what your field of study is, geology, volcanology, zoology, etc., Yellowstone has it in spades. I agree with Dusty for once, added Rita with a wink and a smile. Ashby studied the two and noticed their relationship had changed since their arrival. She wondered if it were possible the two had slipped off together to relieve their tensions, or perhaps a newfound respect had been achieved. Either way, the dynamic had changed. I've always had my eye on the Norris Geyser Basin, began Ashby, as she attached the NASA satellite antenna to a tripod and made the necessary line-of-sight adjustments based upon the coordinates provided on her laptop. Starting in 2003, there were several notable changes, including the formation of new hot springs and fumaroles. Ground temperatures in this area began to rise, and geysers that had been dormant for decades suddenly exploded with activity, like Pork Chop Geyser, for example. Fumaroles, or steam vents, were located throughout the park. The most famous was known as the Black Growler in the Norris area. It had been active for over 130 years, but in 2003, Black Growler started to shift its location. Superheated steam with temperatures as high as 280 degrees emerged from the vents, roaring in a constant stream of hot vapor. Rita approached Ashby. "Do you think the NASA satellites can help?" Ashby was satisfied with her adjustments and set up the link to the agency's newest orbiting Carbon Observatory satellite, designed to supplement the previously launched OCO-2. "I'm hoping the new OCO-3 can help before eruptions. There are a number of warning signs, as we all know. But the emissions of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide are important indicators. Jake has told us about parts of the forest where many acres of trees and plant life have died off. Also, there's the death of the frogs. He said they reeked of sulfur." "It's difficult and dangerous to monitor these emissions from the ground," added Rita. "Plus, think of the number of false alarms that have been generated by the misreading of ground-based data." "Trust me, Rita, I know. That's why I was excited when the Jet Propulsion Laboratory launched OCO-3 to help. Space satellite detection of localized spikes in carbon dioxide helps us differentiate from anthropogenic or human-originated and natural carbon dioxide sources. As you know, when light passes through carbon dioxide, some is absorbed by the gas itself while the remaining amounts bounce off the planet's surface." Dusty joined the conversation. "Volcanoes, without a doubt, are the strongest generators of natural carbon dioxide emissions." "Exactly, Dusty," said Ashby. "I addressed this issue with the JPL, and they were on board with creating a satellite to be used as a routine monitoring tool. The problem was that OCO-3 wasn't in a fixed orbit over Yellowstone. It simply didn't pass over the same place frequently enough to get consistent measurements." "Has that changed?" asked Rita. "We'll see," Ashby responded. "I called in a favor from an old friend. If my uplink worked, we'll have an eye in the sky monitoring Yellowstone nonstop for the next 72 hours before its trajectory has to return to normal." "Can your friend do that?" asked Dusty. Ashby studied her laptop monitor and began receiving data from OCO-3 and NASA. She leaned back in her chair and pointed at the screen. A graphic was revealed that showed the atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations around the globe. Ashby made a few keystroke entries, and the graphic zoomed in over the Pacific Northwest. The state line between Montana and Wyoming was obliterated by a red blob, apparently so, as indicated by the red blob covering the northern end of Yellowstone. The lighter colored red indicates the carbon dioxide levels have surpassed 400 parts per million. "That's a lot," began Rita. "But based upon my understanding of CO2 levels in the atmosphere around major metropolitan areas, that's not that far out of line." "Yeah, for places like New York, maybe," added Dusty. "But we're nowhere near a city of any significant size, especially in the north end of the park. 518 parts per million in the dark red area." Ashby read the graphic aloud. She leaned back in her chair and sighed. "At the Mauna Loa Observatory 2 weeks ago, NOAA registered a high of 412 ppm. That's a big difference." Dusty looked around at the sky, which appeared to be clear of pollutants. "Why can't we see it?" "For the same reason we can't detect ground swelling, which is barely noticeable to the naked eye. The satellite data doesn't lie. We've got a significant leak around here, and now we have to determine if it's getting better or worse." Chapter 37. Jake's Cabin. Yellowstone. The days were long at Yellowstone in mid-June. Jake's routine of rising at 5:30 in the morning, coupled with the excitement of another day of volcanic activity detecting, had rubbed off on Ashby and her team. By the time everyone circled up at the cabin at 7 that evening, they'd put in more than 12 hours of research. Despite being exhausted, they looked forward to 2 more hours of daylight to cook out and enjoy each other's company. Tonight, Dusty and Rita offered to cook and make sure everyone had their beer full. Jake and Ashby sprawled out in their Adirondack chairs with their feet propped up on the stones used to contain the fire. "Have you ever been married, Ashby?" probed Jake as he carefully peeled the label off the bottle of Belgian white. He slyly glanced at her face to see if she was taken aback by his question. "No, traveled too much," she replied dryly. "Where?" He attempted to keep the conversation going. "Anywhere there's a volcano with a temper." Jake nodded and completed his label-peeling project. He was fidgety and proceeded to slosh his beer around in the bottle to create some head. Normally, he'd have an orange peel or two to bring out the citrusy flavor of the beer, but he'd run out and, in his haste to check out at the supermarket, had forgotten to buy more. "Like this one." Ashby sat up in her chair. "Here's the thing. What I do is like being a detective. There are lots of signals and precursors to investigate, but in the end, all of the data and conclusions are nothing more than circumstantial evidence." "It's the same as a criminal investigation," added Jake. "Or the investigatory process is very much like the work done by epidemiologists when tracking down the source of infectious diseases, patient zero. It's a process of digging up markers, facts that point to a certain conclusion, but you must also eliminate other possibilities. It's tedious, time-consuming work, and in the present circumstances, just like when a deadly pandemic threatens to spread across the planet, every hour that passes leads us closer to a catastrophic collapse event." Jake was glad that Ashby was opening up. It appeared Yellowstone was consuming her, and she'd placed an enormous amount of pressure on herself to reach a conclusion. "I know you're just getting started, but it seems to me that the warning signs are there," said Jake. "We've got several more tests to run related to ground swelling, water temperatures, and noxious gas levels. Data gathering is the easy part. Even if all the markers are there and the evidence points to an imminent eruption, the problem lies in predictability." Jake finished his beer and set the bottle down so he'd quit fiddling with it. "Two obvious questions are, will it happen again, and when? If you don't warn people, the death toll would be in the millions. If you do, and nothing happens, many won't listen to you the second go-around." "Exactly." "Jake, the problem is scientists understand that each day or year in our lives is but a speck of time in the overall scheme of things. The last major eruption of Yellowstone was measured in thousands of years. Our lifespan is less than 100, a blink of an eye in Yellowstone's timeline." "But you believe it will erupt again and that it may be in the process, right?" asked Jake. "Yes, for many reasons. Primarily, I believe the magma reservoir is building, and it has been for many decades. Every sign is pointing to it. The only thing lacking, in my opinion, is more significant seismic activity. If that increases, then the warning must be considered." Dusty and Rita joined them with another round of beers. "We've got venison steaks ready to grill when you guys are ready," said Dusty. "What are you guys talking about?" asked Rita. "Predictability and warnings," replied Ashby as she finished her point to Jake. "Here's what I know. Something angry is brewing in Yellowstone's volcanic plumbing, and it's coming to a boil. We may not get as much warning as we'd like, which is what concerns me." "Ashby, if you take your findings to Younger and lay it out, surely he'll listen," said Jake. "If he ignores the facts, then you should consider alternative resources to get the information out there." "Like who?" asked Rita. "FEMA? We're dealing with the government, Jake. They're all about chain of command and not stepping on each other's turf." "No, I was thinking the media," replied Jake. "Ella," said Dusty. "Why not?" asked Jake. "So far she seems to have been fair to you, and it appears her reporting is not intended to be sensationalistic. I'm just saying she might be worth talking to." "I'll consider it," said Ashby. "We've still got a few days of work to do." Chapter 38, Lone Star Campground, Lower Geyser Basin, Yellowstone. Johnny Winston was a sexual predator. His preying field stretched across America from sea to shining sea. He was a heartless, indiscriminate bastard who sought out young girls who were naive and vulnerable. With the offer of a good time, he would make his move and take what he wanted. Then, before the sun could rise on the next day, he'd pack up his tent and camping gear, fire up his Harley, and motor off to seek out his next victim. He'd been kicking back at the Lone Star Campground in the Lower Geyser Basin area of Yellowstone for several days. Yellowstone was one of his favorite hunting grounds. It was a family-friendly destination. The parents wanted to enjoy the great outdoors. Their teenage daughters were forced to go along, all the while complaining about their loss of access to social media due to the poor internet connections. After the first couple of nights in the campground, Johnny was getting discouraged. The earthquake had scared some of the tourists off, and he was beginning to think he needed to make his way toward the West Coast, where his prospects would most likely improve. Then a fortuitous change of events came Johnny's way as a family of 5 pulled into the Lone Star campground from, drumroll please, of all places, Texas. He watched from afar as the group unloaded. The father was clearly the general, barking out orders as he threw back a few beers. The mother, thin and meek but still a looker for her 40-something years, hustled about trying to please her man. The kids did their part. The youngest, a boy of about 8, moved quickly when his dad issued the orders. He was careful to give dear old Dad a wide berth in order to avoid the occasional swat to the back of the head for some perceived mistake or shortcoming. The girls, one of which turned out to be a friend of the daughter of the Texas travelers, were exactly what Johnny hoped to find on the menu: petulant, uninterested, and mouthy to their parents. All of these traits Johnny had learned over the years meant one thing: rebellion. And where there was rebellion, there was risk-taking. The perfect combination of teenage behavior which made Johnny's task all the easier. The morning after their arrival, Johnny noticed that Mr. Texan was loading up his rifles to head off for a hunt. His missus and the kids wandered off to look at geysers and do touristy things. By the end of the day, they'd return to their camper, only to be berated by Mr. Texan for not being there when he returned empty-handed from hunting. A combination of too many beers and a snide comment from his missus ended in a scrap heard by many of the surrounding campers. During the verbal altercation, Johnny saw the telltale signs of adolescent pressures. The young girls stood by with their arms folded, kicking rocks at their feet, while the verbal onslaught continued. At their age, everything their parents did was embarrassing, especially a very public fight, even if it was in front of strangers. As darkness set in, the parents took their bitterness inside, and Johnny heard the door latch on the camper lock. Apparently, it was time to kiss and make up, Mr. Texan style. While the boy played a handheld video game, the girls began to wander around the parking area alone. It was time for Johnny to make his move. He was fairly good-looking, if rock stars were your thing. Johnny also looked much younger than his 26 years. He was the perfect bad boy for a young girl to bring home to her parents with the intent to say, "Screw you, here's my new boyfriend whom I'm sure you're gonna hate." Johnny played on their Texas heritage and poured on the southern drawl. "Hey, y'all having fun yet?" The girls were somewhat startled as they walked quietly, deep in thought. It was the daughter of Mr. Texan who responded. "I guess you saw that, huh? I'm so embarrassed." "Hey, no worries," offered Johnny. A common technique he used to con the girls into a false sense of security was to find a way to comfort them. Then he would offer them an alternative to their morose state. "My old man used to beat me over the head daily. He just didn't get it, you know?" "Yeah," the friend said hesitantly. Johnny sized her up. She was more cautious, but would most likely follow her girlfriend's lead. "I mean, who else would load up in a camper and drive all the way to see Yogi Bear at Yellowstone National Park unless you were a follower, right?" Johnny stretched out his hand to feign politeness. In reality, he was trying to break down any barriers they had by making physical contact. "Go ahead, shake my hand, I won't bite. I'm Billy Joe Campbell from Beaumont." Johnny took a chance these girls weren't from there. He'd lived for a time across the river in Baton Rouge as a kid and knew enough about Beaumont to make casual conversation. The daughter's demeanor changed immediately. "You're from Texas. So are we. My name's Kaylee, and this here's my friend Bailey. We live in Dallas, of course you do. Well, pleased to meet you, Kaylee and Bailey from the Big D." This drew giggles from the girls, which brought a big smile to Johnny's face. He was in. "I'm sorry about that," began Kaylee. "My dad means well. He just, sometimes he gets angry for the wrong reason. He lost his job and all, but we've been doing real good 'cause my mom makes good money at the bank. Anyway, we're on our family vacation. Well, this is an awesome place to visit." Johnny began to make the next overture, which was a big one. He glanced over at their camper and saw that nothing had changed. The little brother was still completely immersed in his video game, and the parents were still kissing and making up. Johnny reached into his pocket and pulled out a joint. He twisted it in his fingers to gauge an initial reaction. When the girls didn't run screaming into the night, he made the offer. "Want to burn one with me? You know when in the Rockies get Rocky Mountain High?" He held his breath and waited. The girls didn't make him wait long. Kaylee and Bailey looked at one another, giggled with big smiles on their faces, and nodded their heads in agreement. Johnny exhaled, and inside he could feel another conquest upon him. The game was on, one that he loved to play. The next night, after a similar ruckus was raised between husband and wife, the girls wandered toward Johnny's tent in search of another opportunity to release some teenage angst. "Girls, do you want to get away, like the airline says?" "You want to fly somewhere?" asked Kaylee, the ditzier of the two. "Nah, I'm talking about on my bike." Jake pointed to his 2002 Harley-Davidson Road King, which was equipped with a sidecar. "I don't know." Bailey hesitated, as Johnny thought she might. He focused his hard sell on Kaylee. "Just a quick ride. There's a place all the kids go to hang out and smoke a little grass, to take a break from their folks and all." Kaylee looked to Bailey and shrugged. "Come on, just a quick ride. I've never been in one of those sidecars, have you?" "I've never been on a Harley," replied Bailey. "Are you sure your parents won't mind?" "Dang, girl, they won't even know we were gone. Let's do it." Johnny didn't allow them any time to change their minds as he led them to the bike. He got the girls settled in the sidecar and asked them if they wanted a beer for the ride. They both cheerfully said yes, so Johnny went inside his tent. Once inside, he pulled the beers out of the cooler, and then he checked his watch. He calculated the ride up to Firehole as about 20 minutes. "Just about right," he thought to himself as he rummaged through his backpack. "Come on, Billy Joe, let's ride," shouted one of the girls in between giggles. "Oh, we're going to ride all right." He found what he was looking for. He'd located the blister pack of Rohypnol, commonly known as roofies, on the street. The drug itself was clinically prescribed to treat insomnia. For sexual predators like Johnny, it was the perfect tool to get an unsuspecting victim in the right frame of mind to be sexually assaulted. He quickly broke up the tablets and mixed the powder into the girls' beers. It took about 30 minutes for the effects of the drug to kick in, which gave him plenty of time to get to where he wanted to be, light up a doobie to chill, and then party. Johnny and the girls were in a partying mood when they arrived at the Firehole River and the extensive mud pot field. Mud pots were acidic hot springs with very little water, which created a pool of bubbling mud. Johnny had been here before just about a year ago. He'd been tipped off to the hot springs at the edge of the firehole. This particular young lady who worked for the park was more than willing to party with him. She took him to a place where the scalding hot waters overflowed and commingled with the cool currents of the water. Over time, adventurous bathers had constructed a large stacked rock wall that controlled the mixing of the hot and cold waters to create a pool of water perfect for hot potting. Johnny had fond memories of that night and thought it would be the perfect place to introduce these young ladies to all Yellowstone and Johnny Winston had to offer. Johnny lit up a joint, and the three eagerly passed it around as they walked toward the hot pot. It was dark, and Johnny hadn't brought a flashlight because the last thing he needed was to draw attention to the party he had planned. As the girls began to lose control of their faculties, Johnny convinced them to join him for a nude, under the stars swim in the hot pot. The girls had lost all inhibitions and understanding of what they were doing. Johnny undressed them and walked them toward the hot pot. He shuddered as the cold air and the euphoria of another glorious night was upon him. It was time to party. Chapter 39. Norris Area, Yellowstone. The deformation around the Yellowstone caldera was one of the most watched parameters by scientists. From 2015 to 2017, the ground around the Norris area rose by 3 inches, while there was a corresponding drop within the caldera itself during this same time frame. This had caught the attention of scientists years ago, and they continued to monitor the rate of surface inflation until the swelling stopped. Geophysicists determined that a sudden infusion of magma about 6 miles below the Earth's surface had caused the ground to swell near the northern rim of the caldera. But in the last 8 months, the swelling had subsided. Scientifically, the rise and fall was not deemed to be out of the ordinary. Magma and hydrothermal fluids migrated throughout the volcano's underground chambers. One scientist likened it to a sponge that soaked in the magma and then squeezed it out in a different direction. Decades ago, Yellowstone became known as the Restless Caldera because of its history of inflating and deflating over the past 14,000 years. Ashby accepted this science as fact, but she was always quick to point out that the Norris area bucked the trend. During the rise and subsequent fall of the caldera in other parts of Yellowstone, the Norris area typically remained the same. That was not the case in the last several years. The rise and uplift of the ground was common due to the addition of the deep magma and related gases mixed with water just below the Earth's surface. Historically, earthquake swarms led to a release of the pressure that caused the initial uplift, which allowed the area to return to normal. What puzzled Ashby was the fact that recent earthquake swarms were taking place near the Norris Geyser Basin, but there was not a corresponding subsidence in the ground uplift. To date, the swarm had produced nearly 700 tiny quakes in a little over a month, plus the 2 substantial quakes running through the heart of Yellowstone Lake and to the west in Montana. None of these seismic events had relieved the pressure. Ashby hovered over her laptop and studied the ground deformation graphic downloaded from the USGS. The Norris area stood out as an anomaly because its center of deformation was outside the caldera boundary. This graphic was lending credence to Ashby's dual magma chamber theory. She and other scientists now agreed that there were 2 magma chambers stacked on top of each other, separated by a layer of non-melted rock known as a sill located about 6 miles below ground. On top of the sill was an upper magma chamber, which contains thick, sticky magma and a great deal of noxious gases like carbon dioxide, helium, and sulfur dioxide. This deadly combination of gases makes the upper chamber particularly volatile. She equated it to a beer can that had been vigorously shaken. Open it up, and the liquid inside would spew everywhere. This was the primary reason Ashby opposed Project Hydro. The drilling focused on that part of the upper magma chamber where it met the sill 6 miles below ground. If the geologist's mapping of the sill's location was incorrect, closer to the Earth's surface, for example, then this non-melted rock could fracture, resulting in the upper and lower chambers joining as one. The pressure on the Earth's crust would be overwhelming, resulting in an eruption. It was at this point where Ashby's theories conflicted with other scientists. Many well-respected geologists and volcanologists argued that the Project Hydro drilling, if it in fact disturbed the sill, would only trigger a minor eruption, not the big one envisioned by Ashby. Ashby maintained the big one, as they sarcastically referred to a super eruption, would be triggered by the minor eruption because the precursors and groundwork for a super eruption had been taking place for decades. Ashby didn't want to be right. While the egos of some scientists would urge them to find the data to prove their point, Ashby honestly hoped her research would prove her wrong. Thus far, in a way, she was disappointing herself by being right. Chapter 40, Firehole River, Hot Pots, Yellowstone. The group had just reconvened at the cabin when Jake got the call from dispatch that his assistance was needed. Intrigued, the group piled into his expedition, backpacks full of gear included, and headed for the hot pots along the Firehole River. Once they arrived, Jake checked in with his fellow rangers and received the details of what had happened. By the time he rejoined the group, the shadows were growing long on another eventful day. Dusty and Rita peeled off and headed toward the hot pot, which was surrounded with yellow Do Not Cross police tape, to get a closer look. Jake walked with Ashby downstream along the Firehole River. He tried to recreate what had happened the night before. Apparently, from the best we can tell, 2 young girls and a guy shed their clothes with the intent to go hot potting. They wandered down the stream looking for one of the hot pot locations constructed years ago out of stacked stone, but it had been disassembled by order of the National Park Service. Based upon what happened, it was apparent they were under the influence of drugs or alcohol. "Was that their motorcycle back there?" asked Ashby. "Yes," replied Jake, when he abruptly stopped at a deep, clear pool which measured about 10 feet across. Ashby pointed toward a portion of a tarp that protruded beyond a rock outcropping just below their position. She walked toward it, commenting on the water temperatures. "Oh no, Jake. That water temperature could be as high as 180 degrees. Water covering your body at that temp is worse than the hottest. Scalding water your water heater can generate." Jake led her by the arm and walked around the outcropping. On the ground lay a tarp that was held down in the breeze by rocks placed at each corner. Ashby covered her mouth and gasped. Jake tried to intervene as he saw her reach for a corner to look underneath. "Ashby, you don't want to see this." "Seriously, there's nothing to see." She ignored him and pulled back a corner of the tarp. She caught a glimpse of a gruesome grisly corpse that sickened her. The skin and fat had dissolved away from the bones, leaving a combination of skeletal remains and some muscle. Ashby lowered the tarp and scrambled on all fours to the side before she vomited. Jake moved next to her and helped hold Ashby's hair back. Ashby wiped her mouth with her sleeve and sat back onto her heels. She looked up to Jake, who extended his arm to help her stand. "Do the investigators know what happened?" "The man has been identified from the motorcycle registration as Johnny Winston, a drifter with a rap sheet. As long as I am tall. He's wanted in California for jumping bail on a sexual assault charge after finding his campsite. He planned on using a date rape drug and then forcing himself on two young teenage girls who went missing last night. Oh my God, Jake! What kind of animal does this? Well, the type that deserves to get boiled alive, in my opinion. Ashby scowled, and then the tears began to flow again. But it wasn't fair to the girls to end up like before she could finish. Two law enforcement rangers came walking up a trail on the other side of the Firehole River. They were escorting the two girls wrapped in blankets. Ashby's crying stopped, and she regained her composure. They got away? They have little recollection of what happened except for the end. The girls were losing consciousness from the alcohol, marijuana, and a powerful drug. This scumbag decided to jump in and encourage them to join in the fun. It only took a few seconds for him to succumb. Scared, they gathered their clothes and ran for help. They ended up lost in the forest until they wandered on a campsite a few hours ago. Thank God, whispered Ashby, who immediately hugged Jake. The two were still in an embrace when Dusty and Rita came around the corner and caught a glimpse of the corpse. They stood in shock, staring at the remains, before Jake pulled the tarp back in place and replaced the stone at the corner. The four of them took a moment to shake off the visual of the destruction wrought by the hot pot when Dusty changed the subject. Doc, you've got to see this, said Dusty. He was holding a portable infrared radiometer, which was used to measure surface temperatures in harsh environmental conditions. Ashby took the device and looked at the readings. Dusty, are you sure about this? Please check it again. He has, replied Rita. I even checked it against the water temperature of the river, which was 86 degrees higher than other parts of the Firehole River, but at least confirms the accuracy of the radiometer. The number is correct, I'm afraid. What is it? Asked Jake. Ashby handed the device back to Dusty and wiped the sweat off her brow. 290 degrees, Jake. This is unheard of for surface water, even in the hot springs or geysers. Also, consider this, the highest temperatures ever recorded underground were taken the other day in the Norris thermal system at 480 degrees, surpassing the previous high by 20 degrees or so. These readings are off the charts. They stood in silence for a moment until a voice interrupted them. Good morning, all. It was the remarkably pleasant Ella. Chapter 41. Firehole River Hot Pots, Yellowstone. Ella approached the group with Simon in tow. He had his camera ready, hoping to sneak a peek under the tarp and get the money shot. Jake walked toward them, sensing the potential intrusion upon the deceased scumball that he was. Johnny Winston had a mother somewhere, and she didn't need to see images of his dissolved corpse on the homepages of news websites around the world. Simon, right? Asked Jake, even though he was certain of his recollection. No photos of the crime scene? The words were out of his mouth before he knew it. The reaction on Ella's face told Jake he'd made a mistake. Ella immediately picked up on the slip of the tongue and challenged Jake. Crime scene? We were told by those gentlemen over there this was a horrific accident, Jake deflected her inquiry. My mistake, ma'am. I used law enforcement lingo out of habit. I'm fairly certain the police tape was set up back there for your safety. Would you mind returning to the other side? They get to be down here, protested Simon, pointing at Jake's companions. They're leaving also, right, guys? Said Jake as he turned and raised his eyebrows, hoping they'd pick up on his suggestion. Dusty and Rita did Ashby, however did not, choosing to ignore Jake. She walked toward Ella and positioned herself right in front of the young reporter. Are you following me? Naturally, I remember you from Caltech, Ella stammered in her response. Well, yes, in a way I am. I go where the story is. And Dr. Donovan, you are the story. No, I'm not, said Ashby, immediately crossing her arms in defiance. And I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't reference me in your reporting. Oh, so you have seen my reports, Ella shot back. Or perhaps you follow my blog on BBC Earth called Dispatches. I've seen your reporting but know nothing about your blog, said Ashby brusquely. I do know, however, that my colleagues at the YVO ran me out on a rail after you reported on my comments at the symposium. Dr. Donovan, I simply reported your words and put them in context for our BBC viewership. It was not my intention to cause you any difficulties with your colleagues. Well, it didn't help, muttered Ashby, knowing the report couldn't be hidden from the public at this point. Dusty and Rita moved behind Ashby to lend her support. Parts of the story were hyperbole and borderline irresponsible under the circumstances. Ella stood a little taller and appeared indignant. How do you define responsible journalism? hiding the truth from the public or to repeat the government narrative to supposedly avoid causing an unnecessary panic. No, not necessarily, but Ashby started to reply before being interrupted. Isn't it responsible of me to write the story from all perspectives, even if some consider a theory to be far-fetched or fear-mongering? Dr. Donovan, I believe in full transparency, and I believe you do too. I do, said Ashby sheepishly. But still, Ella was relentless and strong in her convictions. Listen, I believe you every word you've said. You're on to something here, and the public needs to know about it. Dr. Donovan, please put your findings out there and allow people to draw their own conclusions, choose their own path, and give them time to prepare accordingly. In an attempt to shield Ashby, Jake stepped in. Ella, they have a lot of work to do, and I'm sure we can pick up this conversation at another time. Perhaps we can have your cell phone number and— No, Jake, Ashby began. She's right to an extent. Ella, I would be glad to speak with you, but off the record at first. Can you commit to that? A responsible journalist would say yes. Of course, she replied. Ashby turned to Jake. Can we add 2 more for dinner tonight? Jake scowled and glanced at Dusty, who shrugged. I have a bottle of Glenlivet Scotch whiskey to lighten the mood a wee bit, added Simon in an attempt at Scottish détente. Okay, said Jake. But the conversation stays at my place unless Ashby approves otherwise. Agreed. Chapter 42. Jake's Cabin. Yellowstone. Within the first 30 minutes of Ella and Simon's arrival at Jake's cabin, drinks were flowing, glasses were clinking, and the group was soaking in Simon's Scottish accent as he told story after story. Eventually, Jake began to prepare dinner, and Ashby left her grad students in the capable hands of Simon so she could take a walk down by the creek with Ella. The waning daylight glistened across the water as it ran into the river rock and diverted onto a different path downstream. Ella, it's just us. I want to trust you. I understand your hesitation. The media doesn't have the best reputation overall, but mine is stellar. As you've undoubtedly noticed, I was born with a disadvantage that has forced me to prove myself in ways others didn't have to. My journalistic integrity and commitment to learning about the scientific subject matter I cover in my reporting sets me apart from my counterparts. Please understand that I'm not trying to make a name for myself in some way. Actually, I'm here to help. Ashby smiled at the petite woman and nodded. She looked across the water and her mind wandered to the days leading up to the eruption at Mount Pinatubo. As a child, she was shielded and protected from news events by her parents. However, in their simple one-room home, she was fully aware of their discussions. Her parents had wrung their hands for 2 days as they agonized over evacuating or staying to warn the locals. They had come to love the Filipino people, especially those who lived in the jungles around Mount Pinatubo. Her father was adamant that they'd be safe. He was wrong in his defense. Based upon Ashby's recollection and the words of her mother, the threat had been grossly understated. It was apparent the Manila government didn't want to cause an undue panic. Ashby was beginning to see the parallels at Yellowstone. Okay, said Ashby. I have a couple more days of research to conduct, but Ella, I believe Yellowstone is capable of erupting at any time now, whether it is a medium-scale eruption or a supercolossal eruption like the one that occurred 600,000 years ago is open for debate. I will say this, however, with one comes the other. Even a VEI-5 eruption like St. Helens would likely trigger a super-eruption. When? I don't know, and nobody can say with certainty. After some additional testing, I can pinpoint whether it's most likely days or months. But, in my opinion, based upon my current research, it won't take years. Ella touched Ashby's arm. Before you tell me about your findings, may I ask how bad it can get? Mount Tambora was the largest eruption ever recorded and studied by humans with a VEI-7 rating. The eruption occurred in 1815 with an explosion so loud it could be heard over 1,000 miles away. But there were events leading up to the eruption that should have warned the 10,000 islanders who died. 5 days prior, small tremors and mid-sized earthquakes occurred on the island. There was some evidence of new vents and fissures appearing on the side of the mountain. I'm familiar with Tambora, added Ella. Didn't it lead to the so-called year without summer? Good, yes it did. 60 megatons of sulfur, together with 36 cubic miles of ash, pumice, and noxious gases soared into the atmosphere. As the pyroclastic flow mixed with atmospheric gases, substantial amounts of sunlight were prevented from reaching the Earth's surface, which reduced the average global temperature by 3 degrees. That doesn't sound like much, but it is, right? Asked Ella. The immediate effects were profound, replied Ashby. The local and surrounding islanders died from disease and famine since crops would not grow. The global cooling caused sporadic periods of heavy snow in Western Europe and Eastern North America with crop-killing frost from June through August. That's why historians call it the year without a summer. Is it safe to say that an eruption here, even if subdued, so to speak, from the worst-case VEI-8, could cause similar conditions worldwide? Ashby grimaced and replied as she wrapped her arms around herself in a subconscious comforting gesture. Worse. When the sulfur dioxide gas combines with the readily available hydrogen gas in the atmosphere, hundreds of millions of tons of sulfuric acid will form. This sulfuric acid will be condensed into tiny droplets that aren't visible to the naked eye, necessarily. In effect, the sulfuric acid will remain in our atmosphere like an aerosol cloud. The strong upper-level winds of the jet stream will quickly blow this aerosol cloud of sulfuric acid from west to east at 60 miles per hour around the planet. In addition, because the jet stream shifts from north to south in a wave-like pattern, the northern hemisphere will be blanketed first, followed by the southern hemisphere as the sulfuric acid cloud expands. How many months will it take for the cloud to circumnavigate the planet? No, Ella, not months. Most likely, depending upon the wind speed and the weight of the particles, 14 days is more likely. The cloud will be carried around at the will of the stratospheric jet streams. Eventually, many months or even years later, the aerosol cloud will drop to the lowest part of our planet's atmosphere, the troposphere, where rains will eventually cleanse the ash from the air. Ella appeared confused. Why would it take years for this to take place? It rains all the time. Ashby nodded as she understood Ella's bewilderment. Rain comes from clouds, and clouds are formed when warm air rises from the Earth's surface and mixes with the cooler air in the stratosphere. The cloud cover of the planet works to cool the air at the surface, which prevents cloud formation. With no rising warm air, clouds will rarely form to create moisture. This will result in extreme drought conditions around the world for years. In the case of Tambora, within a year of its eruption, an invisible veil of ash blanketed Earth, reflecting sunlight, lowering average temps and screwing up the weather patterns. Wait, did you say invisible? You mentioned the sulfuric acid was tiny. That's another part of the problem, Ella. Most people don't fear what they can't see, and if they don't take protective measures like wearing particulate masks at all times, they'll breathe in the particles ejected by the eruption. What will happen to them if they inhale the particles? The tiny droplets of sulfuric acid and the pumice particles that fill the air we breathe will be mixed with saliva and other fluids in the body. The pumice will harden into a concrete-type substance as sharp as glass. It will travel through the body's lungs and digestive system, ripping at the soft tissue of the person's organs until eventually internal bleeding causes death. And that's if the sulfuric acid doesn't kill you first. Ella sighed. Ashby, people need to know. I want to respect your wishes. But there are people in your country who don't believe an eruption of Yellowstone will affect them because they live in a place like Florida, which is the furthest point away from here. Well, they'd be wrong, Ella. Just because they can't see the particulate matter doesn't mean they aren't ingesting it. If they don't die quickly from internal bleeding or organ failure, they will certainly be impacted indirectly by drought and famine conditions. Jake hollered down to them from the deck. Hey guys, dinner's ready. Okay, Ashby yelled back. Then she turned to Ella. Let's start this way rather than discussing my findings. Can you write an article or a blog that educates people on what I just told you? Yes, I'd like to do that. Use Tambora and the year without a summer as a point of reference. And in your reporting, be sure to point out that a Yellowstone eruption would be at least 10 times worse than Tambora, maybe more, because the size of the Yellowstone caldera and magma chamber is many times larger than Tambora. May I say anything about your findings thus far? Asked Ella. Ashby thought for a moment, and then tears came to her eyes. For now, just tell them the threat is real. Ella unexpectedly hugged Ashby. She whispered in her ear. Thank you. I know this is hard for you, considering. What do you mean, your family? Ashby leaned back and asked, You know about my parents? I do, and that's why I'd never betray your trust. Chapter 43. Bear Lodge at Grant Village, Yellowstone. Ella sat down at the small desk stuck in the corner of her hotel room at the Bear Lodge. Simon, who was blissfully snoring away in the second bed, had enjoyed a few too many glasses of whiskey with his new best pal, Dusty. Undoubtedly, they'd both have heavy heads for tomorrow. She was reflective, focusing on her conversation with Ashby as she began typing. What you're about to read is fiction, but it is based upon historical fact. That was a powerful first line to her blog post titled Dispatches from Yellowstone, The Dragon Beneath. The signs were all there. The trembling and shuddering ground beneath our feet, superheated water begging to escape from any crack or crevice. And when there wasn't one, the massive beast made its own. The hot magma beneath the Earth's surface pitched and rolled in a continuous fit of rage as it sought its release. The quakes began to come in swarms, sometimes as many as 100 per day, although too faint for me to feel underfoot, but not so imperceptible that the scientists at the Yellowstone Volcanic Observatory didn't take notice. Then it happened. A massive upheaval of the ground occurred in the middle of the caldera, a flattened, irregular stretch of ground the size of Delaware. The ground shook and split, changing its shape with each upward thrust. The magma was rising now, desperate to escape, and suddenly seeking daylight for the first time in 600,000 years. The supervolcano reached its zenith, the climax of centuries of stress and building. The resulting eruption was like nothing mankind had ever seen. It had the power of 100,000 Hiroshima nuclear bombs concentrated in one spot. Yellowstone, the dragon, was released from its lair. It was too late for nearly 100,000 people who were in the immediate blast radius. Tourists, residents, and park employees were obliterated by the pyroclastic flow which ripped along the ground at 100+ miles per hour. Residents of nearby towns like Billings, Montana, and Idaho Falls stood in awe as the dark clouds of debris crossed one mountaintop after another. Surely the mighty Rockies would stop the coming carnage as it approached. They thought they were mistaken. Fire scorched Yellowstone National Park and points beyond. A blazing inferno was created that incinerated every combustible material. Millions of tons of melted rock and toxic gas spewed many thousands of miles into the sky. As a result, sulfuric acid and a pumice-type substance entered the atmosphere and was carried by the jet stream to wreak havoc around the world. But the dragon under Yellowstone was not finished. The first eruption only served to cause the entire caldera to become more unstable for 7 days. 7 additional eruptions occurred despite being smaller in magnitude. They distributed wave after wave of volcanic material into the now permanently darkened sky. The additional fires spread out of control throughout Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and as far south as Utah. Before people within a 200-mile radius knew what hit them, the volcanic material fell back to Earth in a blizzard of ash that landed 3 to 4 feet deep, burying everything underneath. Buildings collapsed under the weight. Airplanes crashed as the ash entering their jet engines turned into a ceramic-like substance and coated the working parts until they failed. Every living being in the heaviest ash fallout zone suffocated to death, but this was just the beginning. Over the next year, a cloud encircled the planet, causing dramatic climate change, drought, and famine. Those who were unaware of the toxic effects breathed in the air polluted with sulfuric acid and pumice. Their organs eventually failed as they suffered in death. It just took one deep breath of the fallout, and they died eventually. For the next 6 years, ash particles remained in the air until gravity, combined with cleansing rain, eventually took its toll. Earth's climate was radically altered from the worst environmental disaster in the history of modern man. The skies cleared, and mankind, what was left of it anyway, tried to rebuild as this near-extinction level event. The eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano finished its cycle until the next time. My friends, the threat is real. Govern yourselves accordingly. Ella's eyes welled up with tears as she pressed the enter key on her laptop to upload her blog entry for the day. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Although she'd been born into a family who regularly attended church services, she'd strayed from God in her adult years as the logic of science overtook her spiritual beliefs. In this moment, Ella had had enough of scientific thought. Now, she intended to look to God for guidance. She joined her hands in prayer, and as if by divine intervention, the ground began to shake again. Chapter 44. Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Another day of aftershocks concerned Ashby and her team. They'd spent their entire day in the area surrounding the Steamboat Geyser. Within Yellowstone, geysers were especially abundant in the upper, midway, and lower geyser basins. Geysers could occur on a fairly regular schedule like Old Faithful, hence its name. Others, like Steamboat in the Norris Geyser Basin, were far more unpredictable. Geysers are known to have two fundamental features. One is a reservoir just below the Earth's surface where waters accumulate and are heated to boiling temperatures by the magma chamber. Second, something constricts the reservoir, creating so much pressure that it has to find a conduit to escape. When the subsurface reservoir boils the water, pressure is built, and then water is ejected through the surface. At some point, the reservoir is emptied and the pressure drops to begin the cycle all over again. Steamboat Geyser was of particular concern to Ashby because of its sudden frequency of erupting, with the 9th eruption. In the 5th, in as many days, she was confident in her continued study of the Norris area. Frequent eruptions alone, even unusual ones like Steamboat, were insufficient to raise red flags. But when coupled with the other markers of an eruption Ashby and her team had uncovered, the conclusion was coming into focus. Jake had remained at the cabin for much of the day, except for a brief drive into their headquarters to quiz some of his fellow rangers on their sightings around the park. When the van arrived, he greeted everyone with a cold beer and suggested they take a stroll down by the creek. He wanted to share what he'd heard and listen to the result of their day's work as well. Several of the guys who patrol the roads have reported blue flames in the northern part of the park. "That's methane," said Dusty. "That's not that unusual considering what's underneath us." "Oh, okay," said Jake. "Also, I heard that." "Jake, wait a sec," interrupted Rita. "Did you say at Norris?" "Yes." She turned to Ashby, who took the lead walking across the river stones up Sentinel Creek. "I'm familiar with the methane leaks at Brimstone Basin on the east side of the lake. Wouldn't that be unusual at Norris?" "Rita, it goes back to everything else," answered Ashby. "By itself, we might chalk it up to our lack of understanding of Yellowstone's plumbing. Taken all together, however, it's yet another sign pointing to trouble at Norris." Jake continued as they climbed higher to get a look at a waterfall up ahead, one of several located at Sentinel Creek. Also at Norris, popping, hissing, and squeaking sounds have been reported up along the roadside near the point we went to see the lava flow. "These are new?" asked Ashby. "That's what the guy said," replied Jake. "I know that area well, and I've never experienced them before." "Fumarolas, right, Doc?" asked Dusty. A fumarola was an opening in the Earth's crust, often in areas surrounding volcanoes. They emit steam and gases into the air. "Most likely Dusty," Ashby began, "although it doesn't sound like typical CO2 or hydrogen sulfide emissions. It might be helium. We need to get up there and determine if it's helium-3 or 4. That'll tell us whether it's being emitted from the hot spot beneath. Make a note to put it on tomorrow's to-do." The ground shook so hard that all of them lost their balance. Jake fell to one knee, but the rest of the group hit the ground hard. "Is everyone okay?" "Yeah, but we started Ashby as the earth trembled again. It continued, causing her to be alarmed." "This is not good," said Dusty. Everyone held on to each other to keep from losing their balance. The tremors grew in strength until Dusty shouted and pointed upstream toward the waterfall. "Guys, look!" Boulders had worked their way loose and began crashing toward the stream below. The base of the waterfall, which was at least 20 feet above where they stood, did nothing to stop the boulders' forward momentum. The rocks were rolling their way in a hurry. Jake shouted instructions. "Hurry! We have to get out of their way!" He turned around and saw that they were in the bottom of a ravine. It was too risky to climb up the sides of the steep slope. They had to run. Jake directed their attention to the fork in the stream 200 yards below them. He knew they couldn't outrun the landslide, but at least the ground would flatten out, giving them the opportunity to enter the forest. "Run! And don't look back!" Jake led the way, periodically checking to make sure the group stuck together. Dusty, who was slightly hungover from his ill-advised attempt to match Simon drink for drink the night before, was lagging behind. "Which way, Jake?" asked Ashby. Jake dropped back to encourage Dusty to keep up. "Look for a flat spot and then turn up into the woods. Faster." The boulders were bouncing off each other. Some were 6 or more feet wide, while other, more jagged rocks were smaller. None of them appeared ready to stop their downhill chase. Dusty's chest was heaving as the slightly overweight scientist ran out of breath. "I got you, buddy. Don't panic and follow my lead. Jake, I can't." "You can, and you will," said Jake as he glanced back and saw the landslide was gaining on them. He needed an exit strategy. They ran another 30 yards before Dusty's legs gave out. He tumbled forward and landed on his stomach, skidding to a stop in the water. Jake didn't hesitate. They had no other options. He grabbed Dusty by the feet and dragged his body through the water to a fallen tree that had been uprooted due to erosion. The quaking aspen tree itself would be crushed like splinters if the boulders hit it, but Jake hoped the rare lower limbs could work as a ladder of sorts. "Come on, Dusty, use the limbs to pull yourself up the bank." Jake showed Dusty what to do as he glanced downstream and saw that the women were out of sight. He focused on helping his new friend. "You can do this! One limb at a time, but you've got to hurry." The boulders were upon them, but thus far they bounded by, leaving a rumbling sound, not that different from the bison that had rushed by him the other day. Jake made his way to the top of the bank and dropped to both knees. He reached his hands out to help Dusty. "Grab my hand!" Dusty reached up and grasped Jake's outstretched arms just as the landslide struck the root ball and turned the tree sideways. Dusty lost his grip on the tree branches, but he held on to Jake, who jerked him up the bank and out of harm's way. Dusty rolled onto his back and his chest was heaving, begging for air. Determining that he was all right, Jake began yelling, hoping he could be heard over the rocks tumbling downstream. "Ashby, are you okay, Rita?" The last of the rocks passed him, and he slid down the bank. "Ashby! Ashby!" The rocks found their way to flat ground, and Ashby emerged from the forest across the creek. "We're okay." "Hey, where's Dusty?" Jake was overcome with nervous laughter as his adrenaline levels began to subside. "He's fine. I think he's swearing off drinking right about now." Chapter 45. Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Ashby had a fitful sleep after the flirtation with being crushed by a landslide. The team stayed up into the early hours of the morning, waiting for the data feeds from NASA and the USGS to update regarding last evening's earthquake. It registered as a minor quake at 3.9 on the Richter scale, which meant it was felt by people but rarely caused property damage. It was, however, significant in other respects as far as Ashby was concerned, as was this day in particular. The first to rise, she immediately found her way outside and marveled at the beauty of their surroundings. Jake's cabin had a view of the mountains on one side and the creek on the other. The trees circled the cabin like a mother's arms comforted a child. Ashby walked down the slope to revisit the landslide. She paused at the edge of Sentinel Creek, which had risen substantially after the landslide ripped away part of the cliff that had created the waterfall. The rocky flat area between the convergence of the two creeks where she and Jake had fished just a few days prior was now covered with water, creating a shallow wading pool now teeming with fish. It was a reminder nature was in control at Yellowstone. The bison roamed free, the crystal-clear waters of the streams ran freely. To the naked eye, tranquility ruled at Yellowstone, which was why millions of people visit every year. Ashby took a moment to breathe in the fresh air and listen to the water splashing its way across the rocks, wishing, no, fantasizing, that what she was experiencing above ground was in harmony with what was happening below. Suddenly and without warning, a bald eagle swooped down and snatched a fish out of the shallow pool of water, grabbing it with its talons and snatching it into its beak in one fluid motion. Ashby flinched but was able to watch the eagle doing what comes naturally, feeding. The scene was a reminder to her that in a blink of an eye, nature could change the dynamics of our planet, sometimes with little or no notice. Just a few days before, she and Jake had stood where the pool was, fishing, much like the eagle just had, in order to feed themselves. Last night, an earthquake caused a landslide that could have killed them, but instead created a pond for the eagle to feed. Tomorrow, someone else might stand where she was now and admire the sparkling pool of water, not realizing the activity surrounding its creation. This is the way life works on our planet. One event leads to another, which leads to another, and most of us are either blissfully unaware or uncaring as to the reasons why. Ashby had carried her parents' journal down to the creek with her that morning. She had no photographs or old home videos. All of that had been lost to the lava and fires at Mount Pinatubo, as were her parents. She tried to hold on to her memories as she grew older. Over time, the pleasant ones faded away as the moment she saw them die began to consume her psyche. Her mother had handed her a backpack as she was being hoisted skyward into the rescue helicopter. It was full of her beloved toys and a change of clothes. And the journal? It was the only personal item of her parents that she had, and she referred to it often. The light brown, Swede leather cover had lost its brushed feel over the years. The pages inside were now ragged and stained by Ashby's tears in places. They were her only memories, and despite the fact she could recite the words without referring to the journal, Reading them from time to time helped her get through those dark moments when her memories of their death overwhelmed her desire to remember them alive. Dawn arrived after another night of the earth shaking. Ashby began reading from the pages of the journal that she avoided the most their last day together. I warned Casey that the volcano would erupt today. The smoke had continued to pour out of Pinatubo, thick enough to block the daylight and cause us all to remain in bed after another sleepless night. I wandered outside and stood on the picnic table. Rays of sunlight shone on the ash-dusted flanks of Pinatubo and cast shadows down the mountain. The volcano has been tormented with steam explosions and tortured by earthquakes for days, yet this morning it seems to have regained some serenity. Could it be that it's over? Were the warnings we'd received in Manila incorrect? Ashby paused to push her long hair behind her ears. She'd forgotten her hair ties when she wandered out of the house and had left her ball cap on the bed. She chuckled as she admonished herself to get with it. She continued reading her mother's words. Perhaps it was the serenity and calm that woke me after just an hour of solid sleep. It may be the singing of birds, a sound that had escaped the jungle several days ago. Maybe it's something else which I'll never understand. I checked on Casey, who was finally asleep, and my darling Ashby. I wondered if she comprehended what was happening. She is old enough to sense the danger we are in, yet she doesn't show it. When Casey wakes up, I must insist we leave. We've done our part, and now it's time to care for our daughter. Anyway, here I sit, on top of the picnic table, writing another entry. This is a labor of love for us both, a diary of our lives as a family. One day we'll be old and gray, reliving these times in the Philippines. It has been an adventure, one that God has blessed us with. I am proud of the work we've done here, but sadly I think it's time to go. Those were her mother's final words in the journal. I think it's time to go. Ashby began to tear up as she recalled that fateful day. She had been frightened for days prior to their evacuation. But she didn't speak up. She trusted her parents. Besides, I was only a child. Why would they listen to me? If I had insisted, maybe they would have left. If Mom had written those words just a day earlier, we would all be alive. Ashby wiped the tears from her cheeks. Then she frantically thumbed through the journal to find her father's words. It was something he'd written that set the course for her life. The quote he'd found was scribbled on a page by itself. Civilization exists by geologic consent, subject to change without notice. She closed her journal and allowed these words to soak in. With a deep breath, she stared at the creek, mesmerized by the water. The geologic clock was ticking. Chapter 46. Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Jake made his way into the kitchen in a zombie-like state. He'd stayed up late watching the frenzy of activity as Ashby and the gang hungered for data regarding yesterday's earthquake. Jake was used to living alone, but now his living room lent the appearance he had nearly 36 guests invading his cabin, even though there were only 3. He tidied up while the coffee brewed. Jake chuckled as he cleared the house of water bottles and soda cans instead of the customary empty Blue Moon bottles. Being chased down Sentinel Creek by a landslide had been a sobering experience for them all. He filled his coffee tumbler and strolled onto the back porch. Jake noticed Ashby sitting alone next to the creek. He checked his watch at 5:50. It was early, yet Ashby had beaten him to the punch. He'd noticed her coffee thermos was still inside, so he washed it for her and filled it with the perfect mix of cream and sugar, the way she liked it. Jake smiled as he completed the ordinarily mundane task. It felt good to take care of someone, even if it was just making coffee the way she liked it. He started down the steps onto the dewy grass when something stopped him. Ashby was reading from a book. He didn't know if she was religious, and it dawned on him that she might be reading the Bible or praying. The near-death experience had had a profound impact on them all, and perhaps Ashby was having difficulty dealing with it. Jake wanted to get to know her better. He longed to be attuned to someone's feelings again. To know whether Ashby needed comforting right now, or simply needed some alone time, some space. Ashby stood and stared at the creek, completely unaware she was being observed by Jake. He remained still, deciding what to do next.
"Good morning,"
greeted Rita as she walked out onto the porch. Jake flinched as her unexpected voice startled him. "Oh, I'm sorry, Jake. I didn't mean." Jake turned to her and smiled. "Nah, it's fine, Rita. It's just, well, I was going to take Ashby some coffee, but she seems to be deep in thought. Does she pray often? I saw her reading from a book. Maybe a Bible. Rita came down the steps and joined Jake. Now they both were watching Ashby. She does sometimes, but only when she misses her family, replied Rita. Is she all right? Yeah, she gets like this sometimes, especially on the anniversary of... Has she told you what happened? About the day her parents died? Yes. I don't know all the background, but it must have been traumatic for her as a little girl. It was, but it also made her a very strong woman, Rita began. Sure, she gets emotional, like all of us, sometimes. She turns to prayer to help her through. Other times, she reads her parents' journal. It's all she has left of them. So sad. Rita paused for a moment, and then she continued. Jake, let me tell you something, and I'm not over-exaggerating. Ashby has a tremendous gift. Maybe it was ingrained in her because of what she went through at Mount Pinatubo that day. All I know is that her ability to sense the moods and changes of a volcano are deep-rooted in her brain. It's more than being analytical. It's almost psychic. Jake understood what Rita meant. He'd had an epiphany on the way to West Yellowstone the other day. He wondered if he and Ashby were on the same wavelength, or if he was simply getting caught up in the hype of their scientific research. Jake nodded. For her, it's more than the science. It's personal. Yeah, the volcano is her nemesis. She considers herself to be in a high-stakes chess match, a real-life game of Clue in which she has to determine whether her nemesis is telling the truth or lying about its intentions. Jake laughed. You guys talk like the volcano under our feet is alive? That's because it is, Jake. Think about it. Yellowstone breathes, it eats, it grows, and most importantly, it belches too. Under our feet, as you say, there is a massive moving and changing magma chamber that we can't see. Sure, our technology has the ability to create computer-generated models. You have to remember the computer is only as smart as the programmer. It may be able to analyze data quickly and then assemble it into a viable forecast model, but regardless of what the computer predictions may show, we don't know anything to an absolute certainty. You're saying Ashby can sense the difference? Yes, and I've seen her do it. She predicted Volcán de Fuego in Guatemala. The officials at CONRAD, Guatemala's emergency response agency, failed to heed her warnings. The resulting loss of life saddened her at first. Then it made her angry. She's been on a mission since then. Jake continued to hold both tumblers of coffee. It was becoming awkward, and he was about to turn around to go inside when Ashby called his name. Hey, Jake, you got a minute? Chapter 47. YVO Yellowstone. Jake offered to drive Ashby into the YVO at Grant Village, but she didn't want him to be involved. She warned him that outward association with her might cause him difficulty with his superiors. Likewise, she insisted Rita and Dusty spend the day taking readings at Norris. If her theory was right, the 3 recent earthquakes were a harbinger of bad things to come. She thumbed through her iPhone to locate her train playlist and immediately found the song she was looking for. Drops of Jupiter. She paired her phone with the Jeep's entertainment system and turned up the music. Seconds later, the windows were rolled down, her hair was blowing all around her head, and Ashby was singing at the top of her lungs. What she was about to do might mean suicide for her career, but she didn't care. Yes, she'd been wrong before, but she also had accurately called the Guatemala eruption. After a conversation with Jake this morning, a guy whom she trusted more than any other she'd ever been around. As an adult, Ashby summoned the courage to confront younger. Hey, 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 she sang, allowing her head to bounce back and forth on her shoulders. She sailed past Old Faithful and the throngs of tourists waiting for the amazing show, not realizing any minute the ground under their feet could disappear, sucked deep into the molten earth below before the caldera hurled what was left of them toward space. Acts like summer, walks like rain. The lyrics reminded Ashby there was still time to change. As she wheeled into the parking lot, flinging gravel off the knobby all-terrain tires, Ashby realized she'd know what that change looked like in the next 15 minutes. Ashby marched into the reception area, which had been cleaned up and put together since her last visit to the YVO. She decided to be polite at first. Good morning, she started cheerfully. I'm here to see Mr. Younger. Your name, please? Dr. Ashby Donovan with NASA. Ashby looked around to see if she'd been identified by anyone yet. A woman walked out of the restroom but barely gave her a second look. So far, so good. The young woman behind the desk thumbed through a calendar book on her desk. I'm sorry, Dr. Donovan, I don't see an appointment with Mr. Younger. In fact, he doesn't have anything scheduled until tomorrow morning's conference call. Well, someone must have forgotten to pass along the message to you. Would you mind letting him know that I'm out here waiting to see him? Yes, ma'am, of course. After the woman walked away out of curiosity, Ashby leaned over her desk and studied the scheduling book. At 10 the next morning, a notation was made that read, FEMA USGSWHH. They let this idiot talk to the White House? She muttered. Ashby stood upright as she heard the heavy, plodding footsteps of Younger approaching. A jolt of anxiety overcame her as she vividly recalled their last confrontation. She hoped he had a different attitude. "What do you want, Donovan?" He barked his question. So much for a different attitude. Kill him with kindness, she thought to herself. Or just kill him. It'll be easier. "Mr. Younger, I'm afraid we got off on the wrong foot the other day." "I have some information that—" "Oh, well, why didn't you say so?" Younger was mocking her. "Now, is this pre-press information, or is this something you've already spilled to the British girl who's been running around the park asking questions of anybody who will talk?" Ashby drew in a deep breath and remembered Jake's suggestion before she left, which instantly produced a smile. "You can't fix stupid, Mr. Younger. If you'll just take a moment to hear me out, then I'll leave." He stood there, staring at her with a look of contempt on his face. "Well, it's not like I have a choice anymore." Ashby was puzzled by his statement. She was about to speak when he demanded she follow him to his office. The two of them walked through the cubicles, which was awkward in itself. Ashby was uncertain whether the scientists and support staff were required to avoid any form of contact with her or if they were fearful of interaction with Younger. Based upon Ashby's experience with the man, she assumed the latter. "Sit down," he instructed brusquely as he shut the door behind them. Younger found his way to his chair and then he asked, "Where are you staying anyway? I've had my staff looking for you since yesterday morning and you're not registered at any of the lodging within the park or the surrounding hotels." Ashby hesitated and then responded, "We have sleeping accommodations in our van. Why were?" He rudely cut her off. "First, what information do you have for me?" "But before you answer that, have you given this information to the press? I'm sick of being beat over the head by higher-ups because you put out your press releases or whatever it is you're doing and we know nothing about it." Ashby kept her composure under the overbearing assault of Younger. "I haven't spoken with any reporters. We're doing what we can, the best we can, considering you cut us out of the summer field program." Younger leaned back in his chair, rolled his eyes, and dismissed her statement with a wave of a hand. He got comfortable in his chair and told her to continue. "I need to talk with you about yesterday's quake and the seismic activity we've experienced over the last week to 10 days. Aftershocks, nothing out of the norm," he barked. "Just because that bookshelf almost hit you in the head doesn't mean the sky is falling. What else?" "The swarm continues to center around the north end of the Eagle Bay Fault," continued Ashby. She pulled a computer-generated image up on her iPad and showed it to Younger. "Do you see the pattern indicating slippage at the epicenter? You'll see the rupture didn't occur uniformly across the entire fault plane. It traveled in a northerly direction at about 3 kilometers per second. The graphic shows some parts of the plane show significant slippage, while the northern end didn't show any at all." "What's the point?" "These are all indicators that asperities are forming," replied Ashby. "An asperity is part of a geological fault line that does not move because it's stuck. Earthquakes begin and end at asperities. Come on, Donovan, I'm a geologist, remember?" Ashby had never been so tired in her life, yet at this moment she was totally awake and focused on the task at hand. "Mr. Younger, what if the quake we experienced at the YVO the other day wasn't the first in the sequence? What if it was a foreshock?" Younger sat up in his chair and leaned forward so his elbows rested on his desk. Ashby had his attention. "I don't think that's likely. A 4.9 would be one heck of a foreshock. But continue." "Yes, I understand. As a geologist, you know one of the most difficult tasks we face is determining whether an earthquake is a foreshock or an aftershock. Naturally, we won't know for certain until adequate time has passed to rule out whether an upcoming major quake is related." Younger interrupted. "Yesterday's activity registered 3.9, less powerful than the first, but fairly close. It could mean we're in store for one more, most likely bigger than the first two. A triple." "Yes, sir." "Triples are not that unusual at intraplate settings like this one. Most earthquake activity occurs where the planet's tectonic plates bump against each other. A small amount of geologic activity takes place within the plate itself. The Yellowstone caldera was one example. Younger thought for a moment. There was a triple in the Sudan in 1990. They hit over a 5-day period. Ashby added, in Australia they had 3 magnitude 6 quakes on the same day. Fortunately, it was in the middle of the outback. 88, said Younger. I remember. Ashby took a deep breath and made her proposal. Mr. Younger, despite our differences, we are on the cusp of a serious situation. I have no desire to speak with the media, nor will I about this possibility. We'll have a panic on our hands if it leaks out. We are even contemplating this possibility. We don't need people becoming hysterical. You don't watch the news much, do you? Asked Younger. We already have it. These articles being passed around through conspiracy websites are now finding their way into the mainstream media. Food is being cleared off the shelves of grocery stores. ATMs run out of cash constantly. Gun shops are so inundated with purchases that background checks were halted because the government servers crashed. Hysteria? It's already begun. Ashby sat back in her chair and closed up her iPad. She wondered to herself if her conversations with Ella had anything to do with the panic. She wasn't sure what to say next when Younger continued. In any event, that's why I was looking for you tomorrow morning at 10. We, and by we I mean you and I, need to be in the conference room for a high-level conversation about Yellowstone with the heads of FEMA, the USGS, and most likely the president. Me? Yes, Dr. Donovan. Now, let me give you some sage advice, and I hope you'll take it to heart. If or when you're called upon to speak tomorrow, don't get all crazy with doomsday scenarios. If your data confirms your scientific theories, then present them clearly and cogently. Decisions are likely to be made that impact a lot of lives around here. Do you understand me? Ashby had been caught off guard. Yes, I do. Good, prepare yourself for tomorrow, he said as he began to thumb through a report. You can find your way out. Flabbergasted at the turn of events, she realized she'd forgotten to tell Younger about the lava discovery at Norris. She stopped and turned to speak, but Younger cut her off before she started. There's one more. Save it, Donovan, he gruffed. Tomorrow, go. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow morning at 10, Ashby said to him as she walked out. As she slowly made her way through the cubicles, one woman made a point to make eye contact with her. What she said seemed harmless at first, but then Ashby wondered if the woman was trying to give her a signal of some kind. See you tomorrow, Dr. Donovan, the woman said, and then she winked. Chapter 48, Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Dusty and Rita were tasked with preparing an organized set of notes together with corresponding graphics in the event Ashby had the ability to upload them onto the monitors or computers of the attendees. Jake was responsible for talking Ashby off the cliff as the reality of speaking directly with the President of the United States dawned on her. Ashby was pacing the floor with a full beer in her hand. She'd been carrying it for 10 minutes without taking a sip. Finally, she looked at it, dropped it on a side table by the couch, and flopped onto the deep cushions. Jake joined her and sat by the fire. You're going to do great, Jake offered her words of encouragement. I know you said that already, she said with a forced smile. I mean, here's the problem. A lot of what I'm going to say to the president can easily be shot down by the usual response of Younger, or any scientist for that matter, not out of the ordinary. Doesn't mean an eruption is imminent. Project Hydro is doing its job. Don't need to panic the public unnecessarily. Jake chuckled, which drew a sharp look from Ashby. He stood and retrieved her beer and plopped on the couch next to her. He handed her the beer, and she reluctantly took a sip. After lifting up her feet and dropping them on his coffee table, he said with a grin, Chill, dude. Dude, okay, dudette. It's the chill part. That is important. Ashby, you're the smartest woman I've ever met. Shut up, Jake, she said with a laugh as she took another sip. Seriously, you are. Let me also say this. I know when somebody thinks they're all smart, and really they're faking it. You're not faking it. I don't know who else is going to be on that conference call, but is there any doubt you know more about this stuff than the rest of them? Maybe, she replied shyly. Listen, this may not be much of an analogy, but when I went on Survivor, I really knew how to survive. I mean, all of it. We were dropped in a remote part of Thailand with nothing but a machete, a cast iron pot, and a bag of rice. I was amazed they gave us so much stuff. Doesn't sound like much, Ashby added. It was a lot as far as I was concerned. Here's the thing. Some of the members of my tribe pissed and moaned at the lack of survival items given to us by production. Others proclaimed themselves to be hardcore survivalists. They're the ones that worried me the most because they were full of crap. Sure, they'd purchased a few survival guides on Amazon and could regurgitate a few buzz phrases, but when it came down to the nut cuttin', they had no idea how to make fire or purify water. I'm the one that built their shelter, made fire, and showed them how to purify water, not the know-it-alls. Ashby smiled and petted Jake's leg. I'm sure they appreciated it. His hearty laugh drew the attention of Rita and Dusty. Oh yeah, until the food comp started and their bellies got full. Then, because everybody loved me and appreciated me, they voted me off the island so I couldn't win. Ungrateful, started Ashby with a laugh. Guys, interrupted Rita, Ella just posted another article. They've called out the National Guard to go into Minneapolis, Kansas City, and Chicago. I guess food shortages are occurring, which has caused rioting in the big Midwestern cities. The entire article is about societal collapse because people are unprepared for the coming eruption. Nobody said anything about a coming eruption, said Ashby. Well, apparently they moved the doomsday clock to 1 minute before midnight because of the threat here. Rita continued. People are freaking out. Ashby slammed her head back against the couch. Well, great. One of two things will happen tomorrow. My theories will be accepted by the leader of the free world, and he'll thank me for saving humanity. Or I'll be blamed for contributing to the mass hysteria and get voted off the island like Jake was. Chapter 49, WVO. Yellowstone. Ashby arrived 15 minutes early that morning, expecting to be briefed, or at least have a conversation with Younger before the 10 o'clock conference call. This could very well be one of the most important moments in her career, not to mention the information she was about to share with the president could result in mass evacuations across the country. Jake, who insisted upon driving her into Grant Village this morning, left her with a final thought. You can lead the horse to water, etc., etc., etc. Ashby understood in the past she'd been too forceful with her opinions. She was like a wild Mustang within a corral of riding ponies. The government didn't like grandstanders. Her prior approaches, although misconstrued by most, had been a little too forceful. Today she'd lay out the facts, as Jake suggested, and answer questions with her honest opinion. Nobody, especially her, could tell this president what to do. He was a successful businessman and an independent thinker. He took advice from many sources and then adopted a course of action. The lack of political interference in his decision-making had served him well as he completed his 5th year in office. Good morning, Younger announced his presence without making eye contact. He was followed by his assistant and 2 scientists that Ashby had seen in the old YVO but had never met. None of them gave her so much as a glance. Morning, said Ashby, in an equally insincere tone. She sat there for several minutes, thumbing through her notes, while Younger's aide set up the microphones on the conference table and powered up the monitors with built-in cameras that were mounted on the wall. Minutes later, the 4 screens were filled with faces that she recognized. The Director of Homeland Security, the FEMA chief, the Director of the USGS, and for the moment, the presidential seal appeared on the monitor directly across from Ashby's seat. She would be face-to-face with the president. Ashby was staring at the screen when the president suddenly appeared. He was sitting behind his desk in the Oval Office, flanked by his chief of staff to his right and an unidentified aide to his left. He kicked off the meeting. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. President. Everyone responded except Younger's assistants. He must have read them the riot act. Ashby surmised. I want to start this conversation with a letter that I was just hand-delivered from the Senate Minority Leader from New York. My beloved home state, said the president as he was handed a single piece of paper from his aide. Let me read it for you. Mr. President, New York is the leading fruit and vegetable producer in the eastern United States. Similarly, other states throughout America's breadbasket generate food production for much of the world. I have constituents who are concerned for the well-being of their cash crops and livelihood in the event of a Yellowstone eruption. What are you planning to do about stopping the Yellowstone supervolcano from erupting? The president looked up at the camera and shook his head before slinging the letter across his desk onto the floor like it was a frisbee. He continued, I'm not a scientist like most of you people, but I'm pretty sure there is nothing we can do to stop Yellowstone from erupting. Am I right? Or has the science suddenly changed? Ashby glanced over at Younger, who wiggled in his seat and glanced down at a notepad in front of him. Apparently, he thought that was his cue to speak. Mr. President, my name is Rick Younger, and I am the scientist in charge at the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. I've been told that my summary of Project Hydro has been delivered to the White House. If you've not been briefed already, I'd be glad to do so now. The president pursed his lips and responded, I've been briefed. Will Project Hydro provide the Senate Minority Leader the extraordinary relief he seeks for his constituents? The president's chief of staff stifled a laugh at his boss's snide sense of humor. There was no love lost between the president and the minority party in Washington. They'd been at each other's throats for many years. Mr. President, Younger continued, Project Hydro is still in its infancy, relatively speaking. Because of the efforts of my team, we've brought the drilling and energy extraction online much sooner than anticipated, by years, in fact. With that success, we gained authorization to expand the project to allow for additional drilling locations and deeper depths in order to extract clean geothermal energy. As the summary I provided shows, Project Hydro has the ancillary benefit of releasing the pressure under Yellowstone's magma chamber. Ashby's eyes grew wide, and she snapped her head in Younger's direction, who was oblivious to her look. Are they out of their minds? No wonder Yellowstone's pissed off. Will it stop an eruption? Asked the president, who was obviously unaware of the danger presented by Younger's casual statement. Mr. President, in all honesty, nobody can answer that question with certainty. We do believe, however, that it could lessen the magnitude of an eruption to something akin to Mount St. Helens, sir. Well, we need something good to come out of Project Hydro, said the president. It has become something of a financial boondoggle, one that I inherited, I might add. Frankly, I wouldn't have pursued it, but now we have it. Younger began to defend the financial aspects of Project Hydro, but the president held up his right hand to stop him. The president continued, Let's set that aside for a moment, because I'm working under the assumption that the Yellowstone supervolcano is too much for man to tame. Tell me about your monitoring process. The head of the USGS took that question. He explained to the president the extensive monitoring activities associated with the Yellowstone caldera. Any activity leading to a possible volcanic eruption, hydrothermal event, or large earthquake was monitored and evaluated by the scientists around the world using modern digital instrumentation and internet connectivity. Then Younger addressed some of the newer methods employed by the YVO. Mr. President, we have also devised a way to estimate how fast the molten rock, the magma, is recharging within Yellowstone's magma chamber. It's the coal that heats the furnace, Mr. President, the head of the USGS quickly added as Younger awkwardly paused to refer to his notes. Ashby, who held nothing but contempt for Younger, especially after his earlier revelation, mused that someone who knows their job doesn't need to refer to notes to drive the point home. She slipped her own notes into a file folder and closed them up. She wanted to add her own commentary regarding the new study to which Younger was referring, but, following Jake's advice, she bit her tongue. The analogy to the coal and a furnace was only part of the story. A more appropriate analogy would be the fire that heats the boiler. The boiler can explode, but nobody can say with certainty how much heat is required to blow the boiler. Younger was still fumbling through his notes, so the USGS director added another method of monitoring the caldera. Of course, Mr. President, we've been conducting ground-based studies for years. We've deployed a group of helicopters that fly about 200 feet above the ground. Using an electromagnetic monitor, we're able to survey Yellowstone's hydrothermal features, which enables us to visualize the geology and the subsurface water up to 1,500 feet below ground. This procedure came on the heels of the newly discovered reservoir in 2015, which lies below the shallow, already documented magma chamber. With all due respect, that's only part of the story, Mr. President. Ashby shocked herself with the outburst, as well as every other attendee on the video conference call. She caught her breath and contemplated sinking under the table, but then she decided to roll with it. Sir, if I may, please allow me to show a graphic of what I'm referring to. The president leaned over to his chief of staff and then looked directly at Ashby. I take it you're Dr. Donovan? Yes, sir. Mr. President, I apologize for my outburst. The president laughed as he glanced at his chief of staff. Reminds me of someone else I know who seems to shoot first and ask questions later. So, young lady, I take it you're not 100% on board with this. That's correct, Mr. President, for several reasons. Chapter 50. LIVO. Yellowstone Ashby avoided making eye contact with Younger's death stare and spoke directly to his assistant. She requested he upload a graphic dealing with the new discovery referenced by the director of the USGS. Ashby continued, Mr. President, this newly discovered magma reservoir is 4.5 times larger than the chamber located in the upper crust below the Earth's surface. That's enough magma to fill the Grand Canyon. Furthermore, it sits directly above Yellowstone's hotspot plume, which acts as a conduit to continuously feed hot magma into the chambers. If enough of that magma forces its way toward the surface, another magma chamber could be created. In my opinion, this process has begun and has created a larger continuous magma chamber to the northeast part of the caldera at Norris. The president leaned forward in his chair. Are you saying this new study doesn't help us predict the eruption? No, sir, it does not. If anything, it's an indicator that Yellowstone is even more potentially catastrophic than we once. Younger interrupted Ashby. With all deference to Dr. Donovan's alarmist opinions, we use many monitoring devices such as global positioning systems, tilt meters, and borehole strain meters to measure. Please, interrupted the president. I want to continue hearing from this young lady. Go ahead, please. Ashby nodded and continued. Mr. President, Yellowstone is under strain, in my opinion. In addition to the crustal deformation which the YVO has accurately measured, we've measured unusually high surface water temperatures, increased geyser activity, and 2 very important discoveries that my team has uncovered in the last 2 days. What are they? Sir, I believe the 2 recent large earthquakes, coupled with the recent swarm of smaller quakes registered at Yellowstone, are foreshocks. Based upon a number of factors, it is my opinion that a much larger earthquake is imminent and could be of sufficient magnitude to trigger an eruption. It could be a magnitude 7 or greater. Younger shook his head in disgust. Ashby assumed he'd be furious if she suggested this. Well, she thought to herself, he was about to turn apoplectic. She messaged 3 photos to his aide and asked her to make them available for everyone to see. She did so, and Ashby believed the assistant would draw Younger's ire for it afterwards. The president looked at a laptop which sat in front of him on his desk, and then turned his attention back to Ashby. What am I looking at here? That's lava, Mr. President. It was discovered by a ranger here at Yellowstone in the Norris area, which I referred to previously. Younger erupted, his face deep red in anger, much like a volcano. Mr. President, this is outrageous. I must apologize for... Mr. President, began the director of the USGS. I must assure you I had no knowledge of this, and it needs to be verified. Oh, it's been verified, Ashby shot back. And analyzed too, its silica content is off the chart at 77%. Does somebody want to explain why this is so significant? Asked the president. Ashby spoke over Younger and answered the president. Mr. President, this is the first time an ongoing lava flow has been discovered at Yellowstone since the supervolcano studies began. It is significant because it means lava is breaking through to the Earth's surface and in an area that has not been on the YVO's radar. How did you discover it? I spoke with a local ranger who assisted in fighting a major wildfire here 2 weeks ago. He said he'd seen an orangish glow coming out of a rock formation, and he took me to where it was located in the Norris area of the park. Sir, the lava, although somewhat solidified by exposure to the cooler air and recent rains, was still hot with a recorded temperature of over 300 degrees. Why wasn't I told about this? Demanded Younger. Mr. Younger, I attempted to report my findings, yes. The president interrupted Ashby. I'm still unclear on something. I get that this is unusual, but does it indicate an eruption? The lava sample is more than 70% silica, indicating it is rhyolite, which is typically associated with an explosive eruption. The discovery of the larger magma chamber, as well as the surface lava, is an indication that the magma is bulging and swelling. Mr. President, it's spreading its tentacles below the Earth's surface. The president raised his hand for a moment and instructed his aide to mute the microphone on his end of the teleconference. He spoke with his chief of staff for a moment and then nodded. He waved his fingers at the speaker, indicating he was ready. Dr. Donovan, I think it's important you share your research with Younger and vice versa. Mr. Director, I want you to see that my request is adhered to. Yes, Mr. President, replied the director of the USGS. Now, I have a couple more questions for Dr. Donovan since I don't have the benefit of a written briefing from her. Yes, sir. I'm ready. I've been repeatedly assured by the people on this call that we'd receive adequate warning signals of Yellowstone erupting. Why has that changed? I mean, 2 million years ago or 700,000 years, I get that. Those are long stretches of time. What makes you think this could happen right here, right now, and on my watch? Ashby paused and inhaled deeply. In that moment, she wondered if she'd get out of the building alive. Mr. President, scientists have long been unsure about what triggers violent supereruptions. Technically, we look at a combination of temperature influences and the geometrical configuration of the magma chamber. In the case of Yellowstone, I believe the signs, the warning signals as you called them, have been occurring for nearly 70 years. Because the changes in the caldera are slow in developing. Scientists have concluded that they're normal. I disagree. The pressure being exerted by the magma chamber and the spreading of the newly discovered one is exerting upward pressure resulting in an uplift of the surface. Eventually, faults trigger a collapse of the caldera. Look at it like baking a loaf of bread. At the end of the baking process, the top of the loaf becomes crusty and it cracks. The same thing is happening at Yellowstone now, and I believe it is part of the natural evolution of the caldera. The president stopped her. But couldn't you agree that this is open for reasonable debate? I understand you've uncovered some new, potentially damning information about where the evolution, as you call it, stands. Is there something more? She didn't hold back. Mr. President, I was a very vocal opponent to Project Hydro from the beginning. It was my opinion that drilling into the magma chamber could cause the cap to become more brittle and prone to fracture. Further, volatile gases would be released into the atmosphere which would normally be contained. We have evidence of that already. You said prone to fracture, am I correct? Asked the president. Yes, sir. Seismic activity at Yellowstone is not out of the ordinary. But if a series of mid-sized to large earthquakes occur as they are now, this brittle cap could release the energy beneath. Younger couldn't help himself. But, Mr. President, we explained all of this to Congress. While it is true that an eruption on a much smaller scale might occur, the super-eruption envisioned by Dr. Donovan isn't necessarily a natural consequence. Ashby countered. Sir, one thing leads to another. The Yellowstone caldera should not be trifled with. A mid-sized eruption like Mount St. Helens would trigger a complete collapse of the caldera and a super-eruption of Yellowstone. I couldn't disagree, began Younger. Enough, shouted the president. Dr. Donovan, I want to hear your recommendation. If you were in my seat, what would you do? Mr. President, at a minimum, I would raise the alert level from normal to advisory or even a watch, she replied. The advisory level alert indicated the volcano was exhibiting signs of elevated unrest above norm. A watch indicated there had been increased unrest within the Yellowstone caldera with a potential of eruption, although the time frame was uncertain. You do realize, Dr. Donovan, we'd get substantial pushback from the governors of Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana. Frightening off visitors during the height of tourist season at Yellowstone could have an economic impact in the billions of dollars. Yes, sir, I understand that. But those visitors would be alive. The president shrugged and pursed his lips again. What about airline travel? For aviation traffic, Mr. President, I would suggest a VANA code of yellow or orange at the moment. Both of these would correspond with the change to advisory or watch. VANA stood for the Volcano Observatory Notification for Aviation. The president waited while his aide took notes of Dr. Donovan's suggestions. Obviously, conditions could change, which could raise these alert levels much higher. What do you need from us to assist you in preparing a detailed analysis of this threat? Ashby managed to smile, but inwardly she was jumping up and down. Mr. President, I mentioned the access to the YVO data. That's important. Also access to a helicopter to give me a different perspective of Yellowstone and allow me to quickly expand my points of study. The president leaned into his chief of staff and could be overheard saying, "Make it happen." His chief of staff nodded. The president wound up the video conference. All of the experts whom I've heard from tell me the eruption of Yellowstone has a potential for devastation that is near extinction level. Some of you say we will have adequate warnings, while this bright young woman makes a plausible argument the time may be upon us. I need all of you to get on the same page with this. The White House press secretary will be asked for an official comment on this at some point. We can't be all over the board in our response. Thank you all for your counsel. Then the president looked directly at Ashby and gave her his signature smile and a thumbs up. Chapter 51. Yibo Yellowstone. Clear the room, please, hissed Younger. His entourage scampered out without bothering to take their coffee mugs or push in their chairs. Younger stared at Ashby. You, however, can stay. Ashby's mind raced as she fought the urge to blast the pompous, demeaning fool or continue playing the game as Jake suggested. Kill them with kindness. The words echoed in her head and fortunately reached the part of her brain before she let him have it. Instead, she decided to tweak him a little bit. Well, that went well, don't you agree? Ashby couldn't look at Younger because she feared she'd burst out laughing. The president loved her, and it was probably killing the new scientist in charge. No, it most certainly did not, he barked back at her. That's a BS move to blindside me like that. All of us, including the director, too. Very disrespectful. I tried to tell you yesterday about the lava, but you told me to save it, if I recall correctly. So I saved it for today, per your request. You should have insisted. You should have told me anyway. You should. No, Mr. Younger, interrupted Ashby as she walked toward the door, which had been left open by the quickly exiting aides. Ashby saw that the YVO staff had stopped working and were listening to the two of them fire words back and forth at each other. She turned around briefly to face Younger. You should have treated me with respect from the day I arrived here. Respect goes both ways. Ashby walked out and smiled. Younger shouted after her, Where do you think you're going? I'm not done with you yet. I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Younger. I look forward to perusing your data. Ashby continued to walk through the cubicles. When she was about to pass the woman who'd been friendly the day before, an arm stuck out of her cubicle and it was holding a plain manila envelope. She waved it slightly so only Ashby would see. Without hesitation, Ashby slyly took it from her and stuck it into her own file folder. The two never made eye contact, but Ashby noticeably picked up the pace to leave, happy to be alive and ecstatic to have a potential ally on the inside. Chapter 52. Jake's cabin, Yellowstone, in Ashby's euphoric state of reliving every second of the teleconference with the president, delivering a recap of the blow-by-blow scrap with Younger. She'd forgotten to look at the manila envelope and its contents. Dusty and Rita arrived back at the cabin early from their day of recording water temperatures and noxious gas emissions levels. They'd popped open their second round of beers when Ashby remembered the secret envelope. She examined the contents, and after she covered her mouth, the group's chatter died down. This is unbelievable. No wonder Younger was so nervous. She began handing reports and printed graphs to Dusty and Rita. Jake sat back and watched the scientists as their eyes grew wide in amazement. This is criminal, muttered Dusty, who traded documents with Rita. Doc, could these have been forged or photoshopped to send us chasing our tails? I suppose anything is possible, replied Ashby. If they're authentic, a lot of what we've discovered around Yellowstone can be attributed to it. Finally, Jake had to ask what they were talking about. Guys, would you mind cluing me in here? Ashby reached over to Jake and patted his arm. Jake, I'm sorry. This envelope was passed to me by a woman at the YVO. I have no idea who she is, but I think she's a friend. The documents contain status reports and updates from the Project Hydro field office. I know where it is, although I've never been inside, added Jake. Well, I'm surprised it isn't under armed guard, Dusty quipped. Ashby continued her explanation. Jake, it's no wonder Younger is so protective of his precious Project Hydro. Their drill rate is 10 times what was initially proposed and approved by Congress. Also, they've gone much deeper than the original 6 miles. Doc, did you notice this? Asked Dusty. He folded over an Excel spreadsheet so the columns were exposed at the top half of the page. Notice the column designations. Dusty had a concerned look on his face when Ashby took the report from him. Are you kidding me? 4? They've drilled into the magma chamber 4 times, and all of them are in excess of 11 miles, added Rita. They've skewered the crust. Are they out of their minds? Ashby stood up and tossed the spreadsheet back to Dusty. She paced around the fire pit, rubbing her temples as she went. The group became quiet as Ashby weighed what to do next. She stopped and became animated with her arms. Okay, let's think this through first off. We can't say anything yet. Dusty was unusually dire with his words. Doc, they're poking the beast, the devil himself. No wonder the caldera is falling apart. I know, Dusty, but what's done is done, is it? Asked Rita. Maybe we can stop the bleeding, so to speak, if we cut off the water injections and prevent deeper drilling. Yellowstone's plumbing could repair itself. You're most likely right, Rita. However, we need to find out more. If I run into the YVO waving these reports, Younger will lose it despite the president's directive to give me access. Furthermore, I'll be persona non grata with the staff, the very people I need to uncover the truth," Jake intervened. "Could you learn more with a couple of days inside the YVO?" "Yes," replied Ashby. "If this is as bad as you say, one more day won't make a difference underground, but it sounds like it will in terms of how you stop it from continuing," said Jake. "As always, Jake is the voice of reason," said Rita with a laugh. Dusty piled on. "I hate that. Before Jake got involved, we could fly by the seat of our pants, wreak havoc in the scientific community, and stay in the doghouse. He's such a buzzkill." Jake laughed. "Hey, Dusty, I'm standing right here." "Oh, yeah. Oops." Everyone got a good laugh, and then Ashby gathered up all the reports. "I want to look at these in the morning when my mind is fresh," she said to the group as she stuffed all of the documents back into the manila envelope. "Let's enjoy the progress we made today. I'm afraid this might be our last opportunity to kick back." She was right. Chapter 53. Grant Village, Yellowstone. The next morning, Jake fixed everyone a breakfast of pancakes and venison sausage. Coffee fueled this bunch, so one pot was consumed and another was poured into thermos containers for the road. For a second straight day, Dusty and Rita were off to the Norris Geyser Basin while Jake escorted Ashby into Grant Village with a newfound confidence and a million questions on her mind after reviewing the contents of the manila envelope in detail. Ashby intended to be at the YVO when they opened. Jake still had several days left of his vacation, but he wanted to attend this morning's roll call and briefing of the law enforcement rangers. He needed to do damage assessment in case Younger contacted his superiors in an attempt to tie Jake to Ashby. Also, he wanted to quiz a few of his fellow rangers who regularly patrolled the south end of the park regarding unusual seismic activity or anything else that seemed out of sorts for that matter. Ashby had concentrated her efforts in the Norris area, but it was south and west of Yellowstone where the drilling was taking place. It was hard for Jake to fathom that underground activity near the southernmost part of Yellowstone could trigger an eruption almost 60 miles away. He wheeled the truck near the entrance to the YVO. "Break a leg," said Jake with a smile as he reached across the expedition's wide armrest to give Ashby's hand a squeeze. "I picked up that little ditty during my Hollywood days." Ashby laughed. "Did you now? What else did you pick up? Mr. TV star, any sexually transmitted diseases or other forms of creeping crud?" Jake frowned. "No, of course not. I wasn't wild like the rest of them." "Who are the rest of them?" "You know, the so-called reality stars. Once you were on one of those shows, you became part of this big fraternity. First, you'd start hanging out with other cast members from Survivor. Then your clique would expand to the CBS reality shows Big Brother and Amazing Race. Before long, you were drinking buddies with the casts of virtually every reality show there was." Ashby sat quietly for a moment. "You know, shame on me, Jake. I've never asked you about your life. I've been so consumed with all of this, and myself at times, that we've never talked about your family, growing up, past lovers." Ashby said that last part while batting her eyes and swishing her hair from side to side. Jake, who was unaware he was still holding her hand, let go and shooed her away. "Well, there'll be plenty of time for that during the apocalypse. There'd better not be an apocalypse," said Ashby jokingly. "The eruption you're going to hear today is me when Younger gets in my way. I've got the power courtesy of the President of the United States." "Use it, baby," said Jake with a chuckle as he and Ashby exchanged high fives. She hopped out of the truck and marched into the YVO. Jake watched her for a moment, like a proud parent seeing his kid off to school for the first day of class. Then a wave of sadness overcame him. He'd never talked with anyone about his past, especially his lovers. Ashby entered the YVO with trepidation. She expected Younger to be a jerk, as she was convinced the man didn't know any other way. Despite the exuberant rah-rah speech he'd given to the YVO staff when she first saw him, Ashby's observations of the man in dealing with his staff and the overall meekness they exhibited while working indicated the real Rick Younger was a tyrant. She was greeted by the receptionist who remembered her from yesterday. Younger had left a note for her indicating he'd be in the field and unavailable. It was short and sweet. "Talk to anyone you want, but don't touch anything, Rye." Ashby studied it for a moment and then dropped it on the receptionist's desk. "Well, that doesn't help me much, miss. Is there an assistant scientist in charge? Someone that Mr. Younger gives responsibility to when he's gone?" "Not officially. No, she replied. I can introduce you to Maureen Berger. She's been around the longest and frequently works on special projects for Mr. Younger. You know, like preparation for yesterday's meeting. Ashby thought about the 3 people Younger had brought into the conference room yesterday. The 2 scientists were men, and the assistant was a young woman. She shrugged and asked the receptionist to lead the way. They walked halfway into the large room full of cubicles and stopped at Ashby's new friend, the undercover operative as she had thought of her this morning while reviewing the reports on Project Hydro. Maureen, excuse me? The receptionist interrupted Berger, who was navigating through several spreadsheets on her computer. May I interrupt for a moment? This is Dr. Donovan with NASA. Mr. Younger has given her access to the YVO. Here's the note he left. Ashby gave Berger a knowing smile. She extended her hand to formally meet her undercover operative. Hi, Maureen. I'm Ashby. It's far less formal than Dr. Donovan. Well, Ashby, it's my pleasure. I don't know how I can help, but I'll be glad to do whatever Mr. Younger allows. Ashby detected a wink from Berger. This was working out perfectly. Great, and I'm sorry for the sudden intrusion. Perhaps we can go in the conference room and talk where we won't disturb everyone else. Sure, said Berger. She thanked the receptionist, who hustled back to her ringing telephone. Berger, who was in her early 60s, gently touched Ashby's elbow and led her into the conference room where she closed the door behind her. She turned to Ashby and smiled. Well, wasn't this a stroke of luck? Ashby looked around the room and asked. Is it safe to talk in here? I mean, could Younger have it bugged? Berger laughed. Not without me knowing about it. Take a seat. Thank you, and especially for that heartfelt gift yesterday. It was very well informative. Do you mean alarming? Asked Berger. Yes, that too, Maureen, the young lady said. You've been around the YVO the longest? Are you a scientist? My apologies for not knowing what. I'm an IT specialist by designation, but I also assist with budgeting and other administrative functions. Pretty much the same stuff I handled for Dr. Peak. He used to call me his Girl Friday. Berger dropped her chin to her chest, and it appeared she was going to cry. Ashby was fond of the newly retired scientist as well. Dr. Peak was one of my mentors, said Ashby. After I received my doctorate, I conducted field study here, and Dr. Peak gave me the benefit of his years of experience. I was shocked to learn he'd suddenly retired. It's Younger's fault, said Berger. Dr. Peak really never had a chance after Project Hydro was announced. He was old school, Ashby. He knew every inch of Yellowstone above and below ground. His relationships with the National Park Service were excellent. Heck, he'd take school kids on tours of the geysers from time to time. What did he do wrong that got him pushed out? Asked Ashby. He confided in me before he left. It was because of his opposition to Project Hydro. He said it was too dangerous, with the risks far outweighing the reward of geothermal energy. In the end, the Interior Department wanted someone in place who was on board with the project. Who better than one of the people who shepherded it through Congress? Younger? Yes, and how fortuitous for him, I must add. What do you mean? For starters, I assume you looked at the reports I handed you yesterday. Ashby nodded and leaned toward Berger. Maureen, I'm going to have to tell someone about these, but I didn't want to expose you. I understand. And so you know I didn't create them. Dr. Peak has more friends at the YVO than just me. I was the only one gutsy enough to make the handoff. Ashby laughed at the handoff reference. Maureen Berger was playing the part of her undercover operative and talking the talk, too. Maureen, you saw Younger's note. He doesn't want me digging into the computers or touching the dials, so to speak. How can you help me? We can, but don't you worry about that. The best way to handle this is to keep you out of sight. Younger has people on his side, too. Let me message the people that I trust. They'll generate a lot of reading material for you, but it will focus on Project Hydro and the impact it's had on the fundamentals of the seismic system at Yellowstone. Should I leave and come back? No. It'll take a couple of hours, but just hang out in here. I'll feed reports to you as they're generated. With a little luck, you can be on your way before Younger returns around noon. Where did he go? Asked Ashby. I don't know, but I was here when he got a phone call early this morning. He grabbed his jacket and ran out the door. He must have dropped this note off on the way by the receptionist. Ashby sighed. She wasn't certain of her expectations for this morning. Naturally, Younger wouldn't want her digging through his computers. In a way, this worked out better. With loyalists on the inside like Berger, she could rely on them to give her the juicy stuff, not just what Younger would allow her to see. Plus, it was a huge time saver. She leaned forward and took Berger's hands in hers. "Maureen, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on so I can stop a catastrophe. You have no idea how much you're helping me."
Don't you worry about a thing, Ashby. It's the right thing to do.
Berger exited the room and closed the door, leaving Ashby alone in the same chair in which she'd stared at the president the day before. Chapter 54. Grant Village, Yellowstone. It was approaching noon when Jake finished helping Ashby load the 3 bankers' boxes of reports into the back of his truck. He had news to tell her, which included the arrival of a helicopter from the Army Aviation Support Facility. Part of the 5th Battalion, Wyoming Army National Guard C Company, or Charlie Med, was a medical evacuation unit that had a storied history. Dating back to 2008, Charlie Med, also called Charlie Dustoff, was known for flying operations in the Middle Eastern theater that were previously deemed impossible due to geopolitical or operational limitations. The unit had gained a reputation consistent with the history of Wyoming settlers as living on the edge. Jake stopped and talked with the pilots before he went to the YVO. The pilots appeared to be good guys and ready to help. Jake supposed that any directive from the president got special attention within the military. The Sikorsky UH-60 Blackhawk assigned to Ashby wasn't one of the newest helicopters added to their fleet recently. 4 more choppers had been received from the Los Alamitos Armed Force Reserve Training Base near Anaheim, California. It was, however, perfectly suited for their needs. The UH-60 came in many variants. This particular helicopter was a UH-60Q, nicknamed a Dustoff, an acronym for Dedicated Unhesitating Service to Our Fighting Forces. For Dustoff crews, the advanced cockpit enabled them to map out entire missions on their displays, access NOAA satellites to avoid severe weather, and see thermal imagery from the infrared turret on the Blackhawk's nose. Their communications included UHF and SINGAR's military radios, which gave them access to all frequencies through digital 2-way communications. The UH-60Q was different in the back, where a clinical cabin replaced the normal seating afforded troop transports. Specially designed Martin Baker crew seats allowed easy access to patients during evacuation flights, but were also designed to be crash-worthy. Ashby called Dusty and told him to pack it up for the day. The data provided by the YVO needed to be reviewed immediately. It would take them an hour to arrive, which gave her time to speak with Jake. She retained a series of aerial photographs depicting tree die-offs in the southern region of Yellowstone, as well as an unexplained rock slide on the Idaho border. After Jake introduced Ashby to the 2 pilots assigned to her, he led her to a picnic table under a stand of pines where they could talk. "The Rangers are planning an emergency evacuation drill for the day after tomorrow," Jake began. "Had this been planned?" she asked. "Nope," replied Jake with a grimace. "The directive came directly from FEMA headquarters. In addition, during my conversations with the chopper pilots, I learned that a larger-scale emergency readiness drill is being set up for the Tri-State area. The drill will not take place in Yellowstone. They're going to use Bighorn National Forest to the east of here." "They don't want to alarm visitors," said Ashby. "Right. There's more. One of the guys told me of a massive elk die-off near Big Springs, Idaho, just southwest of West Yellowstone, Montana. It happened 3 days ago in an area where a pine forest suddenly began to show signs of dying, too. Carbon dioxide levels must be high in those areas," added Ashby. She thumbed through her images and slid one in front of Jake. "This is satellite imagery I obtained today based on yesterday's OCO-3 flyover. I'll bet this is the spot." It could be, although another ranger said he witnessed something similar near Hidden Falls in the Bridger-Teton Forest, which is due south of here. "Ashby, it's a long way between those 2 points. Could carbon dioxide be seeping through the ground all over the place?" "Maybe, if Yellowstone is ready to erupt." Jake leaned back to view an approaching vehicle. It was Dusty and Rita. Jake added sarcastically, "That's great. I've got an idea." "What? Can you turn over your reports to the guys? Why don't we go see for ourselves?" "Great idea." Ashby stood and extended her fist to Jake, hoping for a fist bump to seal the deal, which he did. While Ashby greeted her team, Jake made the arrangements. 10 minutes later, they were strapped in, headsets were affixed, and they lifted off from Grant Village, with the first stop being the Bridger-Teton National Forest area. Both of them enjoyed the view, barely speaking as they cruised at a fairly slow speed of 130 miles per hour just 2,000 feet above ground. The pilot instructed them to request that he hover if there was a particular point of interest. If they needed to land, he'd have to confirm conditions on the ground before he did so. "This is not area known for seismic activity, Jake," started Ashby. "Grand Teton National Park sits on the southernmost end of the Yellowstone caldera. Are you sure you heard correctly?" "Definitely. The areas near Hidden Falls and Inspiration Point were closed to the tourist traffic because of the sudden forest die-off and a rockfall which blocked the roads temporarily. With that in mind, they scoured the park for telltale signs of volcanic activity. They neared the area of the forest die-off when Ashby suddenly said, 'Hover!' The pilot expertly slowed the helicopter and brought it back around to the point where she'd made the request. "Jake, look," Ashby said, holding the microphone unnecessarily. She directed his attention to a barely noticeable scar in the ground. It appeared to extend about 50 feet, but wasn't very wide. "Do you see that tear in the ground near that deadfall? That might be a fissure. It's right in the center of the dying trees," added Jake. "Why wouldn't this be seen from the satellites? It appears to be a 100-foot fissure, too small for the satellite to pick up on routine flyovers. This is why Younger needed to step up his own aerial flights to survey the park. Do you want to take it down to get a closer look? Not without protective gear. Besides, the ground might be too unstable to land. Clearly, there are expanding cracks in that rock buttress. We can always hike back up later to take measurements. Our next stop is Big Springs, unless you want to see something else," said Jake. "Do you know where the Project Hydro field office is located? It's on the way, sort of. I'll guide them over it." The pilot followed Jake's instructions, and they slowly passed over the top of the simple block building contained within a tall chain-link fence. Just outside the fence was a large grassy area which could accommodate the helicopter if they chose to land. This gave Ashby an idea, which she'd proposed to Jake later that evening. 2 white sedans were parked outside the fence, and other than that, it appeared quiet. Ashby pulled the images obtained at the YVO that morning. One was an aerial map of Yellowstone. A circle was drawn around an area on the left side of the image. She handed it to Jake. "Do you know where this is?" Jake studied it for a moment and responded, "Yeah, it's known as Cascade Corner. It's one of the more undisturbed parts of the park, lush meadows, twisting canyons, and countless waterfalls, the picture postcard everyone wants to photograph. Seriously, though, it's one of my favorite places to camp and free climb." "Free climb?" Jake stared blankly out the window of the helicopter. "Yeah, rock climbing without gear? Wait, what? No harnesses, ropes, and all that?" she asked inquisitively. Jake nodded and changed the subject. "Cascade Corner is just north of the Fall River on the Idaho state line. This valley is on the road from Squirrel to the Cave Falls campground." Ashby gave him a puzzled look and then asked, "Will you have them take us there? Okay." Jake unbuckled his harnesses and quickly made his way to the cockpit to direct the pilots to the area circled. GPS coordinates would have made their job much easier, but these guys seemed to have a knack for finding ground locations from above. Minutes later, the pilots located what Ashby was looking for. A large excavation project was underway in the middle of an open field a mile east of Cave Falls. No roads led to the site, which meant the heavy equipment being used must have been delivered by helicopter. Ashby questioned the pilots. "Excuse me, but do you see the excavating equipment and pipes below us? Is there a helicopter that could lift that amount of weight?" The chopper circled the area again, and both pilots studied the equipment on the ground. "Yes, ma'am. The newly designed Boeing Chinooks could easily handle a heavy lift like that." "Thanks," said Ashby as she turned to Jake. "Did you notice there were no roads leading in or out of the dig site?" "Younger is hiding this from the public?" "For sure. I also saw 4-wheelers parked under a shed that was covered with a camouflaged tarp. They're going to great lengths to hide their activities." Ashby continued to look through the window as the chopper circled. "This must be the 4th drill site Maureen Berger told me about, Jake. We may be looking at the straw that broke the camel's back at Yellowstone." Chapter 55, Project Hydro Field Headquarters, Yellowstone. That evening, the group argued the pros and cons of Ashby's bold proposal as they perused the documents she'd obtained from the YVO. In the end, her stubborn willingness to risk her career for the greater good won out, and Jake agreed to be her wingman. The next morning, he put on his uniform and all of the gear he'd carry for a potential active shooter drill. He needed to look intimidating. For her part, Ashby wore her usual khaki pants, but this time Her white Pima cotton shirt contained the NASA logo embroidered on the left chest pocket, together with her NASA identification badge hanging from a lanyard around her neck. This was Ashby's equivalent of wearing dress blues. They drove into Grant Village and rehearsed their roles during the drive. Rita and Dusty planned on taking the Jeep into the area of the Bridger-Teton forest where Ashby had seen the small fissure. They'd take various measurements regarding ground deformation, carbon dioxide levels, and look for possible lava flows similar to what Jake had discovered at Norris. The National Guard pilots, who pledged to be on standby at Grant Village at all times, were having a casual conversation with some visitors when Jake and Ashby arrived. Jake provided them instructions for their flight, and minutes later they were airborne. During the flight, Jake gave Ashby one final opportunity to back out of their plans for the day as the Project Hydro field office came into view.
I gotta make sure you're up for this. That guy Younger is gonna lose his mind when he finds out. And make no mistake, the phone lines will be burning up as soon as we walk in or out.
The president told him to give me access, said Ashby as she feigned an innocent shrug. So I'm accessing. Jake laughed and pointed through the window as the helicopter slowed for landing. Like yesterday, there were only 2 vehicles parked in front of the chain-link gate. After the chopper touched down, Jake fully expected a welcoming committee, so he asked the pilots to stand at attention outside the helicopter to leave the impression that Ashby was there on official business. He developed a rapport with the 2-man team, and they were willing to play along just to break up the monotony of their regular duties. For his part, Jake would stand next to Ashby with his right hand resting on his sidearm the entire time. He'd also brought along his black Ray-Ban Wayfarer 2 sunglasses to mask his eyes. The pilots quickly departed the aircraft and were opening the side door to assist Ashby's exit when a tall, lanky man emerged from the field office wearing a long white lab coat. He met Ashby at the gate, which was locked from the inside. "May I help you?" he nervously asked, as his eyes darted from Ashby to Jake and beyond to the military presence Jake hoped to project. "Yes, I'm Dr. Ashby Donovan with NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory."
I'm here by directive of the President of the United States. Are you in charge of this facility?
Yes, the President, you say? Yes, the President. Please open the gate so we may continue this conversation inside. The man hesitated and looked around again. I don't know. Maybe I should. Ashby cut him off. "Call the White House?" "Sure, use my phone. This phone number goes directly to the President's Chief of Staff." She held up her iPhone, which displayed the phone number to the White House switchboard, 22.4561414.
"Well,
the man continued to equivocate. Jake moved forward and slowly but audibly unsnapped his holster strap. "Sir, I'd suggest you comply with Dr. Donovan's request. Either make the call or open the gate." The man nervously fumbled through the pockets of his lab coat. Jake held his breath, hoping he wasn't searching for his phone. One call to Younger and the so-called jig would be up. When the jingle of keys could be heard, Jake knew they'd achieved an important first step. The man unlocked the gate and led Jake and Ashby inside the air-conditioned building. An older woman sat in front of a series of computer monitors, studying real-time seismic activity and live video feeds from the Project Hydro substations around the perimeter of the caldera. She swung around in her chair, startled by Jake's imposing presence behind her.
"What's going on, Chuck?"
"Nobody is allowed in here. The President sent her." Her associate named Chuck replied. "She's with NASA." The woman seemed skeptical. "What's NASA got to do with this?" Ashby moved closer to the woman. "NASA is who I work for, except with respect to certain special projects being monitored by the White House, like this one. The day before yesterday, the President personally asked me to look into the 4th drill site at Cave Falls. Now, if I didn't have the authority to be here, I wouldn't know about Cave Falls now, would I?" The woman was still unconvinced, but she finally succumbed to the pressure. She looked to Chuck and shrugged. "Fine, pull up a couple of seats. We'll stand, thank you," said Jake brusquely. Ashby managed a slight smile. From this point, Ashby would have to wing it. "Give me the current status of the 4th drill site. The President expressed concern about your progress." The woman began reeling off dig depths, time frames, and predictions of completion at this point. The well has been drilled both vertically and horizontally to a depth of 12 miles below the surface. In fact, the big drill rigs were pulled out just last week after the horizontal curve was completed and sloped to its present depth. They are currently in the process of casing and cementing. which will take another few weeks. Were there any difficulties during the drilling process? The vertical dig experienced a hiccup at 6.5 miles. They burned up quite a few of those leftover pink drill bits before they cracked their way through. Pink? Asked Ashby. Yeah. The manufacturer of the drill bits, Baker Hughes in Houston, manufactured 1,000 of them to raise money for the Susan G. Komen Foundation years ago. They gave 100,000 to Komen for breast cancer awareness. It caused a big old uproar. The drill bits were distributed to oil and gas companies, but environmental groups gave them flack because they were used to frack. Pardon the pun, Ashby chuckled. Overall, she was pleased that the woman was so forthcoming. Were the pink bits constructed differently, which might account for the damage? Asked Ashby. The woman hesitated. I shouldn't say. Your question is more appropriate for Mr. Younger. He's a geologist, you know. I do, and he's a busy man. Have the drill engineers confided in you? I mean, we could fly out to the cave fall site and take a look around, but I'd hate to disrupt the operation. She quickly replied to Ashby, Oh, no, they're already behind schedule, according to Mr. Younger. He was just here yesterday reading everyone the riot act. Some say it was the crust, while others say the bits deformed from the magma. Ashby took a deep breath. This was worse than she imagined. Thank you so much for answering my questions. I'll let you both get back to it. Sure. Ashby turned and started toward the door. She suddenly stopped and spun around. One more question. Did the engineers have the same difficulty at the third drill site? What's the name of that area? Bridger Teton? Ashby shot Jake a glance. Yes, over in the Bridger Teton forest. Did they have the same difficulties there? As a matter of fact, they did. It required a much deeper dig. 15 miles, I think. Am I right, Chuck? Yes, 15, but it's producing now. Our best producer, in fact. Mr. Younger knew all along that 6 miles wouldn't cut it. But hey, we've got the first two at roughly 12 miles. Now another at 15. Go deep or go home. The two employees of Project Hydro had a good laugh as Ashby balled her fists. She took a slight step toward them when Jake intervened. Dr. Donovan, we need to stay on schedule, please. Superstorm. Ashby whirled around and stormed outside. Chapter 56. Jake's cabin Yellowstone that evening. Yellowstone was getting pounded by severe thunderstorms since most of the park was at an elevation of 6,000 feet or higher. Unpredictability characterized Yellowstone's weather. Big temperature swings, heavy rains, and even snow throughout the year was possible. The incessant downpour and temporary loss of power from downed trees didn't put a damper on the group's spirits. It's a good thing we don't have cell phone service up here, quipped Dusty. You know, Younger has been speed dialing your phone hundreds of times today. I'll have to face him at some point, said Ashby, who took a sip of beer. But not tonight. Rita returned from the kitchen with another candle to place on the dining table. The flickering light cast an orangish glow in the room. That was a lot of paperwork to go through after we compared it to our own findings. Dusty and I agree their monitoring is similar to ours, although they haven't placed the focus on Norris like we have. Well, it sounds like we need to spend more time near these two drill sites, right, Doc? Asked Dusty. They've certainly overstepped their congressional approvals unless they've circumvented the law somehow. Whether it's the cause of the recent activity is still subject to debate. It's always been my belief that Yellowstone has been building to this for decades, and our research at Norris proves that the hotspot has shifted or even expanded. Either way, it changes everything. Jake retrieved another round of beers for the group and took his seat next to Ashby. Would you explain this whole hotspot thing? Are you saying everything above ground is moving, but what's underneath is not? Kind of, replied Ashby. She reached into the center of the table and pulled a candle over so that it was positioned between them. She rested her elbows on the table and looked at Jake. May I have your hand? Are you a palm reader too? No. Will you trust me for a moment? Jake smiled. Always. He gave her his left hand and she took it in hers. She turned it parallel to the table and began to pull it toward the candle. Jake tensed up, making it more difficult. Loosen, Jake? I won't hurt you. Jake glanced at Dusty, who shrugged. He turned his attention back to Ashby and relaxed. Ashby explained. Below the Yellowstone caldera is a massive chamber of molten rock called a hot spot. Now, this hot spot, represented by the candle flame, stays in a relatively stationary location under the Earth's crust. But the Earth's surface does not remain in one place. Continents are made up of many tectonic plates which float on the planet's mantle. Sometimes they zigzag against each other, which causes earthquakes. Other times they just float along on this gigantic sea of molten rock or magma. In the case of the North American tectonic plate, it has been shifting toward the southwest throughout the millennia at the rate of about an inch per year. Ashby took Jake's hand and placed it well above the flame, but close enough to prove her point. As she continued, she slowly moved his hand across the flame until it traveled from his palm to his index finger. 17 million years ago, when this hotspot first appeared, it broke through the crust of the region north of Reno, Nevada. Over time, the North American plate continued to move in a southwesterly direction. With each successive volcanic eruption over hundreds of thousands of years, the hotspot built up more energy and the tectonic plate shifted farther. Now I believe the hotspot is under the Norris area. In several 100,000 years, it will be under Billings, Montana, Rita's hometown. Their hands lingered together before Ashby finally released Jake's Dusty, and Rita glanced at one another and smiled. There was definitely chemistry between them. "This hotspot is the lair of a fire-breathing dragon," said Dusty, who enjoyed playing Ego Draconosis, an interactive online video game. "Yes, and it wreaks havoc every so often," added Ashby. The first time was at the 17-million-year-old McDermott caldera at the Oregon-Nevada-Idaho border, and more recently at Yellowstone, which created the Lava Creek Tuff. "How does what we learned today, or these past 2 weeks for that matter, play into all of this?" asked Jake. "The major indicators of trouble are appearing outside the caldera rim, except for the earthquakes which are occurring along traditional fault lines. The signs uncovered at Bridger to the south and Cave Falls to the west may be a direct result of the activity by Project Hydro. What we've learned at the Norris area are attributable to the shifting hotspot." "What are we waiting for? What will trigger the eruption?" Jake asked. "Quake activity, but on a larger scale than the 2 we've recently experienced," replied Dusty. "Doc thinks the first 2 were foreshocks because they were small." "How big of an earthquake will it take to set things off?" "A 7.5 like at West Yellowstone in 1959, replied Dusty. "Even the 6.1 at Norris in 75 wouldn't do it." Rita leaned forward and placed her thumb over the top of her beer bottle and shook it vigorously. She let a small amount of beer spew over the top and onto a napkin on the table. "Or a minor volcanic eruption could destabilize the entire region," she proposed. "At Norris?" asked Jake. "No, Norris will be the big guy," replied Dusty. "A minor eruption could occur anywhere in the region near the caldera rim." "It will be a 1-2 punch, Jake," interjected Ashby. "The earthquake will hit us, and the volcano will erupt shortly thereafter. We have to be diligent and not take any of these tremors lightly." Chapter 57, Grant Village, Yellowstone. The next morning, Jake and Ashby rode into the YVO together. They were in a light-hearted mood despite the fact that Ashby fully expected a tongue lashing from Younger. Jake was dressed in his full uniform as he had the day before. As they parked at the YVO, Jake hopped out of the truck and hustled around to the rear door. He opened it and reached for his M16. "Please let me escort you inside," said Jake with a chuckle as he revealed the weapon to Ashby. "I'm pretty sure Younger will be a lot more humble than usual with me by your side." Ashby laughed and playfully shoved him. "You sit out here, lawman. This isn't going to take long. I'll gladly accept my tongue lashing from Younger. As long as NASA doesn't fire me, I don't care. Well, I'll put on the sunglasses, lean against the hood of the truck, and look menacing, just in case." "You're so sweet, Jake," Ashby said as she casually brushed past him. "I've got this. If he won't arrange another conference call with the president, or at least the top dogs at the USGs, then we'll use the nuclear option." "A bomb?" Ashby laughed and walked off. She shouted over her shoulder, "No, the media?" Jake patiently waited, observing his surroundings at Grant Village. There were no sounds of chirping birds. Ordinarily, the high-pitched whine of fishing boats could be heard on the water at this time of the morning. Today it was silent. The rainstorms had moved out, leaving a fresh pine scent in the air. He was contemplating the fact that he'd have to return to work in a few days when the front door to the YVO swung open. Ashby strutted out, leaving a red-faced Younger in the entry. "Don't even bother to come back here, Donovan. I've had enough of you." No problem, she replied sarcastically before she raised her right hand and gave the scientist in charge a well-deserved middle finger. Jake was grinning when she joined him at the truck.
I take it you two aren't BFFs anymore?
Ashby laughed.
Yeah, I got that right? Oh, by the way, he knows about you. Did you have your name badge on yesterday, too? Oh, crap, I did. I totally forgot.
Ashby walked around to the passenger door, and Jake quickly hopped in the driver's seat.
He knew who you were, said Ashby. You might catch some heat from your people. I'm not worried. My guys hate Younger. Besides, they can't fire me.
I work for the government.
That's true. Let's find Ella. I need to fill her in, and then I'm going to suggest she leave right away.
Really?
Absolutely. I did learn from overhearing conversations in the YVO that an earthquake swarm hit the Idaho-Wyoming border this morning, just west of Cave Falls. The geologists couldn't find a record of that happening in the last 100 years.
Jake nodded and spun his tires in the loose gravel as he drove the short distance to Bear Lodge, where Ella and Simon were staying. They pulled up just as Simon was packing their gear in the rental vehicle. Jake rolled down his window.
Where are you headed today?
Back to L.A. The BBC wants to pull us out and get us closer to home.
Why?
Ella heard Jake's question as she walked through some parked cars. Jake, Ashby, good morning.
Good morning, Ella,
greeted Ashby, who had leaned over onto the truck's console. Why are you guys being pulled? Ella approached the driver's side window and rested her elbow on the doorframe. You two should really turn on the news once in a while. Do you even read my blog? Every day, and then we close off the world, replied Jake. I'm sorry to inform you that parts of America are in chaos. Most of your Midwestern states can't control the mid to large-sized cities. There are so many people fleeing to the south, all the major roads are gridlocked. There's talk of Texas closing its borders to non-residents.
Wouldn't surprise me, interrupted Jake. Ella, nothing has happened yet.
I know that hasn't stopped the major media outlets from picking up the story in the last 24 hours. I would expect you to see large mobile news trucks arriving throughout the day.
Ashby, your name has been included often?
Ashby sighed and looked to Jake. I need to spend a little while with Ella, do you mind?
Not at all.
I'll talk with Simon about our favorite subject, drinking. Jake and Simon spoke while they loaded up the news team's gear. Ashby opened up the expedition's tailgate and began to lay out all of the details of her team's findings. After they finished the conversation, Ashby promised to email all the details to Ella and to stay in touch by telephone.
Ella, I need you to continue reporting on this for me, said Ashby as they wound up their conversation. I have no allies in the government except maybe the president, and Younger is blocking my path to the White House. You tell me what to report and I'll get it out there as best I can, said Ella. Here's the bottom line. All of the signs are there indicating a potential minor eruption. It is my belief that a super eruption is imminent and simply needs to be triggered.
Ella, we are looking at a domino effect, which most likely started with the irresponsible drilling at Project Hydro. The word needs to get out about their drilling deeper than mandated by Congress. If we have to blow my cover, then so be it. It has to be stopped before it's too late. Ella gave Ashby a hug and then said her goodbyes to Jake as they drove off. Ashby said, "That's one determined young woman." Jake put his arm around Ashby's shoulders and added,
You both are.
Chapter 58, Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. Ashby had been scouring the internet looking for stories about the seismic activity at Yellowstone. Ella had immediately prepared a scathing article about Project Hydro. She used another image she found of the Cave Falls build site, where the fourth water injection project was about to come online. Pulling testimony from Younger's appearance before Congress, she successfully exposed the violations of their mandate for the project. What frustrated Ashby was that none of the American mainstream media had picked up on the Project Hydro aspect of the story. To be sure, websites like InfoWars, Zero Hedge, and Drudge were all over it. In the UK, the usual websites like the UK Express and Independent reprinted the BBC piece Ella wrote. Otherwise, it didn't appear. The media seemed to focus on the societal collapse occurring in the Midwest. Dusty did his best to lighten the mood that evening. He disappeared into the cabin, and when he returned, he was wearing a tinfoil hat and was carrying his MacBook.
Wait, I'm picking up on something.
He stifled a laugh of his own as he approached everyone on the back deck. A light sprinkle of rain had fallen since dusk, but it had a springtime freshness about it which led everyone outside for the evening.
You're an idiot,
sniped Rita.
No, hold on, Rita. Yes, reports are coming in. We have confirmation. It's giant gnomes. Yes, indeed. The mythical knockers are much larger than the Welsh ever imagined. They have on their mining gear. Oh, they're digging for underground treasure underneath Yellowstone. Shut up, grumbled Rita. You don't understand, Dusty continued undeterred. Everything we've discovered for 2 weeks has been interpreted. The increased seismic activity, unexplained fissures, poisonous gases seeping through the earth, animals acting all crazy like superheated hot pots and streams. Oh, the lava! Don't forget the lava! None of this has anything to do with the obvious. No siree, Bob? It's the gnomes, the Heinzelmännchen. If you're from Germany, I knew it all along. It was a rare show of sarcasm by Dusty, who generally kept things light-hearted. The frustration was getting to him as well. Ashby stood and snatched the tinfoil hat off Dusty's head. She tried it on and gave her best teenage girl selfie pout. You know, the one that makes an otherwise pretty girl smile get replaced by an absurd protruding of the lips to look like a duck. How do I look, cute? Said Jake. Just ducky, added Dusty. Rita didn't respond as she stared intensely at her laptop screen. She glanced up momentarily and remarked how the rain had stopped and the skies were clearing. Rita abandoned her computer and set it on the table in front of her. She was drawn to the spectacle. That's incredible, remarked Rita. The thick cloud cover had dissipated and the dark blue sky filled with stars replaced the falling rain. Bands of brilliant lights and various hues of color shimmered across the horizon toward Idaho. Blue, yellowish, orange, and white rippled across the sky in waves. Just above the horizon, a light green light seemed to float like a fog on a lake. Earthquake lights, muttered Ashby as she joined Rita by the railing. The lights were an aerial phenomenon associated with tectonic stress, seismic activity, and volcanic eruptions. These streaks of light have often been associated with unidentified flying object sightings near volcanoes prior to eruption. I've seen them be. Several loud dings began to emanate from Rita's laptop, which grabbed the attention of the group. They snapped their heads in unison out of curiosity. She rushed to pick it up. I'm on globalincidentmap.com. Their Quakes map reports seismic activity in real time. Guys, look! Rita turned the laptop for everyone to see. The Quakes map identified the seismic activity by time, region, magnitude, and depth. Most of the activity was centered around Kilauea and Mauna Loa until just a few minutes ago now. Entry after entry was in Idaho or Wyoming. These are located in the Caribou-Targhee Forest, said Jake, who recognized the small-town names of Island Park, Ashton, and Squirrel. Just west of the new drill site. Ashby. Dusty pulled up a map on his laptop. That's just outside the western rim of the caldera. They studied the Quakes map on the Global Incident website until the entire page of recent activity was virtually filled with Yellowstone activity. Dusty was calling out the numbers as everyone remained riveted to the screen. Jake walked away and wandered to the rail of the porch. He felt the first movement, a slight quiver imperceptible to the others, but noticeable to the guy who'd lived there for many years. Ashby stood and looked at him. She focused her gaze toward Sentinel Creek and then up toward the sky where the light show had intensified. "Hold on!" she exclaimed as the ground began to shake. Chapter 59, Situation Room, Washington, D.C. The President had called the late evening meeting in the Situation Room at the White House. For 6 decades, the sit room served as a center for emergency operations to brief the President in a time of crisis. Members of Homeland Security, the military, and the specific agencies related to the crisis were typically in attendance. Tonight, the purpose of the impromptu gathering was the increased seismic activity near Yellowstone, coupled with a heads-up from the Washington Post that a detailed article would be published in the morning concerning Project Hydro. The President insisted upon the USGS being present to defend their actions at Yellowstone. In addition to his national security team, he called in his chief science advisor. The President had already been warned by his White House communications director, the former president of Fox News, who had ushered the President through his re-election, that the Post article would be unfavorable. Although Project Hydro was not his creation, and he'd gone on record as opposing it, the Post intended to hang it around his neck. After they all arrived, the President called upon the USGS director to summarize the findings of the YVO team and those of Ashby for the others in attendance that evening. He used graphics and charts to show the increase in all scientific indicators, typically considered precursors of an eruption.
When he was finished, the president asked for an update on the seismic activity at the Idaho-Wyoming state line. Mr. President, I would like to say that this activity is not out of the ordinary, but I can't, he began. Before I explain why, let me advise you that I've ordered the seismographs monitoring earthquakes around the Yellowstone supervolcano to be taken off the internet and away from public view at this time. As you can imagine, especially in light of recent news reports, the potential for a panic here is great. The sudden flurry of seismic activity might signal a pending eruption, and it might not. But that determination should be made by scientists and the people in this room, not amateur volcano watchers and conspiracy theorists. The White House press secretary was in attendance, and she leaned over to the president and whispered. He nodded his head in agreement. The president responded, "By 7 tomorrow morning, let's hope this activity has subsided. Taking the data offline will only fuel the fire of conspiracy." Yes, Mr. President, I understand, and we have a solution in mind. The seismic data transmitted on the internet comes from a feed generated via the University of Utah Seismograph Stations, or USEWS. We have the ability to modify the amount of historical data that is streamed online. We can shorten it to an hour rather than the customary 7 days. Okay, very well. Now let's get to what's happening at Yellowstone that we don't want the world to see yet. The director of the USGS brought up an image of the Yellowstone seismic activity from 2 hours ago. Yellowstone National Park was depicted by a green line in the northwest corner of Wyoming. For reference, Yellowstone Lake was in the center of the park. Earthquakes measuring from magnitude 3 to magnitude 6 were indicated by red dots, which varied in size according to strength. Mr. President, this image is the culmination of earthquake activity over the last 7 days, he began. He used a pointer to draw everyone's attention to the western rim of the caldera. This is the location of significant activity this evening. Sir, the activity on the north end of the park can be directly attributable to the likelihood of a major eruption in the Norris area at some time in the future, when the president interrupted. Unknown, sir. The data I referenced earlier indicates years rather than decades. We will have some notice. If we have years before Yellowstone erupts, what's the Hellfire emergency? This new swarm on the western rim indicates the caldera is under duress, sir. We believe that a smaller, more imminent eruption is possible. Would it be manageable, sir? The director paused and took a deep breath. A smaller eruption similar in explosivity to Mount St. Helens or even to Fuego in Guatemala would be manageable if it was standing alone. The problem, sir, is that the Yellowstone volcanic system is interconnected. While earthquakes larger than the ones we're experiencing this evening are required to trigger the eruption, a smaller eruption in the area of the western rim of the caldera, for example, could destabilize the entire supervolcano. One leads to another. Is that what you're saying? Asked the president. Yes, sir. Imminent. Maybe predictability is not an exact science. We look at the signals, generate models, and apply our best analysis to make a determination. False alarms are possible. The president leaned back in his seat and looked at his chief of staff. Great! If I order an evacuation and call out the National Guard, I look like an alarmist and incompetent when nothing happens. If I do nothing and the thing blows, then I'm a criminal accused of murdering millions. Why the hell would anybody want this job? He grimaced and shook his head. Nobody in the room responded to his rhetorical question, opting instead to allow someone else to speak. Finally, the director of the USGS spoke up with a solution. Mr. President, I came here knowing that this information would put you in an untenable position. I have a suggestion, sir, one that comes from my personal experience and is not necessarily the official position of the USGS or the Interior Secretary. Out with it? Don't equivocate, barked the president. Mr. President, Project Hydro has just installed a 4th water injection site near the location of this quake swarm, he began. The president was about to speak, but stopped. He waved his hand, indicating the director should continue. I know you're against the project, primarily on economic grounds, sir. However, we firmly believe we can cool the magma chamber down. What's your proposal, Mr. President? I understand the importance of the phrase plausible deniability. I'm prepared to take the heat for what will happen, and will offer my resignation in advance, accepting full responsibility. Okay, may one assume you want to expedite the project? Yes. And in so expediting the project, is it possible a minor eruption might occur? Yes, Mr. President. A minor eruption which would likely relieve the stress on the caldera for another 600,000 years or so. Are there any other options? No, sir. Okay. What needs to be done on our end? Sir, I would begin making evacuation plans just in case.
Chapter 60, YVO Yellowstone. The next morning, Ashby and Jake were waiting in the parking lot for Younger to arrive at the YVO. After the U.S. seismic feed went offline, Dusty tapped into the NASA computers to follow the activity in real time. The swarm finally subsided about 3 o'clock that morning, after a sustained period of earthquake activity that lasted 6 hours. It was time to act, and she was not going to be blown off by Younger, as she had been before. Ashby was growing impatient. Jake, maybe we missed him? Heck, the SOB probably slept on the couch in his office. Who knows? Let's give it a few more minutes and then we'll go inside. Jake was attempting to calm Ashby. He admired her passion and respected her sense of urgency, but Younger hadn't responded well in the past confrontation. Jake hoped she'd adopt the calm approach he'd suggested to her before. A car pulled into the parking lot and headed toward the front door of the YVO. There he is, Ashby said, pointing at Younger as he exited his vehicle. He was not wearing his customary suit and tie, but instead had opted for jeans and a white polo shirt with the USGS logo embroidered in green on the front. Imagine that! He parked in the handicapped spot. Does this guy have a sense of entitlement, or what? Jake was about to respond when Ashby swung the passenger door open and quickly exited his truck. There was no stopping her now. Jake's window was rolled down, so he could hear Ashby yelling for Younger to wait. There's no time for you today, Donovan. Go! Just go do whatever it is you're doing. What about the earthquake swarm west of Cave Falls? Are you ready to admit your precious Project Hydro has caused this? You're out of your mind, said Younger, who found himself suddenly face-to-face with Ashby, who'd sprinted after him. Damn it, Donovan! Do I need to have you arrested? Maybe your ranger buddy will have to do it? Jake noticed a crowd had gathered inside the front door of the YVO to watch the sparring match. The onlookers didn't deter Ashby, who lit into Younger. I've seen how far you've pushed this thing. You're destabilizing the caldera. Don't you realize that? You're going to blow the whole thing. Just before Younger was about to enter the YVO, he swung around and bared his teeth. You need to get back on your meds, Donovan. You don't think I've checked you out? I know all about Pinatubo and this crusade you're on. Donovan, you're wrong this go-around, and you need to let the people who've worked here for years do their jobs. Ashby was taken aback by his statements, and her shoulders became visibly slumped. Her mouth opened to speak, but Younger continued his stinging attacks. He made their disagreement personal. I could have called your people at NASA. I didn't because I learned of your situation. But enough is enough. Leave. No, better yet, go home. You're done here. If you're so concerned about an eruption, go hide somewhere. He turned around and marched into the YVO, roughly pushing the glass door open, causing the spectators to scatter. Ashby turned around and sulked back to the truck. Jake climbed out of the driver's seat to greet her when he heard a whistle from the corner of the building. Ashby heard it too and quickly moved toward the source of the brief, high-pitched sound. She walked over to meet a woman who was partially obscured from Jake's view. The two of them hugged briefly, and after a very short conversation, Ashby left and joined Jake. She wiped the tears from her eyes and mumbled, "Let's just go." Jake nodded and eased the truck out of Grant Village. As he turned right on Grand Loop, she finally spoke. I really despise that man. Can't blame you there, said Jake. Hey, I don't know much about that Shakespeare guy, but didn't he say, methinks thou protesteth too much? Ashby managed a laugh. Shakespeare wrote it in the play Hamlet, and the line was the lady doth protest too much, methinks. Same thing, said Jake. Here's my point. Younger's not protecting his turf, he's afraid. He knows he's got trouble with Project Hydro, and you're the #1 threat to exposing it. Those sheeple who work in the YVO aren't going to turn into whistleblowers because they don't want to lose their jobs. That's why he's so hostile to you. Okay, fine. He didn't have to throw what happened to my parents in my face, and I don't take drugs for it. They rode in silence as they passed Old Faithful, where hundreds of tourists stood waiting for the next eruption, blissfully unaware of what was going on under their feet. Ashby opened the metal clasp on the manila envelope handed to her by Maureen Berger. Was that your friend? Asked Jake as he glanced down at the envelope. Yeah, my only one, it appears, she mumbled as she spilled the contents onto her lap. A dozen pages and 2 plastic key cards fell out. Ashby picked up the key cards and examined them.
Then she turned over the small packet of materials, which included a yellow post-it note on top.
"What's all that?" asked Jake.
Ashby peeled off the post-it and slapped it on the dashboard in front of her. The note read, "Just in case." Slowly at first, Ashby flipped through the first couple of pages. Then Ashby's eyes grew wide.
"Jake, come on, Ashby. What is it?"
"She's provided me the instructions and computer passwords to shut down Project Hydro," she replied. She picked up the plastic cards, which resembled hotel room card keys. "These are pass cards to enter all the facilities." Jake gripped the wheel with both hands as he swerved to avoid the hot, soupy asphalt in the middle of the road. The problem had sprung up throughout the park's roadways due to the extreme heat being generated below ground, causing some roads to close.
"What are you gonna?"
Jake began to ask before Ashby interrupted him.
"Oh my God, Jake,"
said Ashby excitedly.
"the last page is a copy of an email from the director of the USGS.
He's authorized Younger to immediately begin water injections into the Cave Falls drill site." "I thought it wasn't completed," the lady said, commented Jake before Ashby interrupted.
"It must be complete enough to risk pushing water into the western rim of the caldera."
"Why now? Is it because of last night's quake activity?" Ashby set the papers down and stared out the passenger window of the truck, deep in thought. Yellowstone was extraordinarily beautiful above ground, and Ashby was taking a moment to admire it before she responded.
"They're trying to stop it. They think an eruption is imminent."
Chapter 61. Jake's cabin. Yellowstone on the way back to Jake's cabin. Ashby reached Dusty and Rita, who were en route to West Yellowstone. They planned on driving into Idaho to set up more monitoring devices as close to the Cave Falls drill site as they could get without being detected by Project Hydro personnel. After the revelation contained in the packet of materials from Berger, Ashby had everything she needed. It was time to consider evacuating her team, but first, she made a series of phone calls. She contacted her superior at NASA. Ashby was surprised to learn she'd been removed from the Advisory Council for Planetary Defense. There was no explanation given other than her contrarian views were deemed to be counterproductive. The insult broke her spirit, and she gave her boss only a cursory explanation of her findings at Yellowstone. He asked for a written report, and she promised to get right on it, which was a lie. Her next call was to Ella. Jake had to stop the truck for a few minutes to allow Ashby to finish her call before cell phone service became spotty. While they were parked along the side of Firehole River, a mud pot suddenly spewed steaming water mixed with mud into the air. Ashby was startled by the blast and then pointed into the distance as several others occurred downriver. One after another, the mud pots burst open with a loud pop, followed by the muddy mixture. The sound resembled the start of a bag of popcorn popping inside a microwave. She disconnected the call with Ella and said, "Jake, none of this is good. I think we need to get the van packed and get out of Yellowstone." "I can't argue with that," Jake said in agreement. He considered her words for a moment.
"You mean we all need to go, right?"
Ashby didn't respond as Jake wheeled the truck up the rain-soaked gravel road toward his cabin. The frequent showers had taken its toll on the park, resulting in muddy off-road conditions. Jake persisted.
"Ashby, right? We'll see."
Her response was noncommittal. Jake pulled to a stop at the side of the cabin and was about to speak when Ashby quickly left the truck and wandered down toward Sentinel Creek. Despite the temperatures being in the upper 60s, a slight chill filled the air, and steam rose from the ordinarily cool water. For Ashby, nothing was what it seemed. She found herself questioning everything, including herself. For years, the criticism of others had taken its toll on her. Younger's words still hung in the air as she recalled the number of times other scientists had whispered behind her back. Donovan's judgment is clouded. She just can't let it go. Take her conclusions with a grain of salt, because, well, for years she found herself having to prove her abilities as a volcanologist to anyone she came in contact with. Her false alarms in the past hadn't helped. They came early on in her career, and she'd learned important lessons from her mistakes. Her approach, beginning with Guatemala's eruption, was to triple-check everything and be totally certain before she spoke. She also tried to learn not to speak in absolutes. Seasoned scientists, like politicians, always gave themselves an out. They had a way of wording their conclusions that, if proven wrong later, could be later disavowed by using some minute detail. Jake approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her. "Hey, I'm no expert, but I can tell when a girl needs a hug. Astute observation, she said with a smile as she raised her arms to pull his hug closer to her. It had been a long time since she'd felt the warmth of a man's touch. After a moment, she turned in his arms and looked into his eyes.
Jake, do you believe me?
No doubt whatsoever. Yes, I'm not over-exaggerating, I swear. He placed Ashby's arms at her sides and took her face in his hands. This was the moment she'd been waiting for all her life. That moment when a man she'd fallen for was about to kiss her. Ashby closed her eyes. Suddenly, Jake's two-way radio blared from inside his truck, interrupting the moment. All Rangers, alert level raised to warning. Repeat. Warning level. Evacuation protocols have been declared.
Ashby, come on!
Jake grabbed Ashby by the hand and dragged her up the slope toward the cabin. As they reached the back porch, they heard the sound of the van arriving. Ashby pulled away and then abruptly stopped. She ran back to Jake and kissed him. It was quick but memorable. "I'll help them get the van loaded up," she said. "Do you have to help the park?" Jake paused before responding as he attempted to process their first kiss. The radio began to call on his comrades, which forced him to focus. They'll be setting up an incident command known as the ICS. The ICS commander, my boss, will coordinate with Younger at the YVO to begin evacuations of visitors and non-emergency personnel. "What about the scientists at the YVO?" asked Ashby. "The deputy scientist in charge would be designated the team leader to continue monitoring of the volcano." Ashby's eyes grew wide. "There isn't one. Younger hasn't named a deputy yet?" Jake gripped her by the shoulders. "Ashby, get loaded up. We'll go down there and figure it out, okay?" She smiled sheepishly and nodded. In seconds, she was running around the front of the house, barking instructions to Dusty and Rita. Chapter 62, YVO, Yellowstone. Maureen Berger now understood what left holding the bag meant. She'd just been designated the deputy scientist in charge of the YVO, even though she was not a scientist. Minutes after the National Park Service raised the threat level to warning on orders of the Department of Homeland Security, Younger frantically ran through the YVO, ordering everyone out of the building. During the chaos, the head of the NPS arrived and asked Younger who his deputy was. Berger, who was one of the last to leave, was directly in Younger's line of sight. After he made the designation, he bolted for the door. She called after him to ask Younger where he was going, and his reply was Utah. "I can monitor things from there," he'd said as he disappeared into the parking lot. Berger muttered "coward" and then turned to the NPS head and shrugged. "Ma'am, do you know anything about monitoring the caldera?" Berger, who'd remained remarkably calm, shook her head. "No, I'm an accountant with a background in internet technology. I can show you readings, but I can't explain what they mean." "Where do you live, West Yellowstone?" Berger replied. The NPS head furrowed his brow. "Ma'am, do you have family there? Is there any place else you can go?" "St. George, Utah, where my brother lives." The man approached her and patted her on the back. "You need to go now." "Okay, I will, I promise. I just need to get my things and I'll lock up on my way out. Please don't delay." Berger thanked him for his concern, and after he left, she rushed back to her desk. She scribbled some notes for Ashby on a white legal pad. She advised her of Younger's panicked exit and provided her a few additional comments regarding the water injections at Cave Falls. Earlier that morning, she'd eavesdropped on a phone conversation Younger had had while in the conference room. Berger had learned that the pipes which injected the water deep into the magma chamber were not properly sealed. The water, according to the geologist on site, was likely being diverted in any number of directions along the western rim of the caldera. Berger didn't know what that meant, but Younger's reaction to the news prompted several panic calls behind closed doors. It was a few hours later that the increased warning level was initiated. Berger paused as she approached the front door and looked around the empty building. She wondered what Dr. Peak would do, and then she came to the realization that, in a way, she was helping someone who Dr. Peak would have endorsed wholeheartedly. She thought of Ashby as she flipped off the light and pulled the door closed behind her. She couldn't lock it as promised because Ashby had her card key. Chapter 63, Jake's Cabin, Yellowstone. "Take cover," shouted Jake as the earthquake began. The group had been frantically racing in and out of the cabin to load up their scientific gear and computers, while Jake filled the expedition with food, medical supplies, camping equipment, hiking gear, and weapons. The one-story cabin seemed to sway on its block foundation, causing anything on a shelf to topple and 100-year-old dust to fall from the ceiling. This tremor was sustained and felt more powerful than the one the day Ashby arrived.
"We've got to get out!"
yelled Ashby as a deafening roar could be heard from the front of the house. Dusty raced out the entry door toward the van and immediately stopped. His voice was high-pitched, panicked. "The back! Go out the back! Mudslide!" Jake grabbed a backpack and handed the other one to Ashby. They ducked their heads as a hanging light near the back door swung wildly until it had detached from its bracket and was only hanging by its power cord. Rita followed, and the group raced around the side of the cabin for Jake's truck. When they turned the corner, they saw the source of the roar coming towards them. Yellowstone had had record amounts of snow the previous winter. The snow had stayed well into April, insulating the ground and keeping it moist. As the snow melted, much of it soaked into the ground instead of finding its way to the streams and rivers of the park. The swarm of earthquakes, coupled with the recent rain at Yellowstone, had taken its toll on the water-soaked surface. When this larger earthquake struck with its epicenter near Jake's cabin, the weight of the heavy soil became too great, causing the slopes up the ridge to break loose, taking with it everything in its path. They arrived at the expedition just as the mudslide struck their van, pushing it toward the front of the cabin. The Jeep, which Dusty had attached to the tow bar on the trailer hitch, was being forced toward the house faster than the van, causing it to jackknife. Rita pulled away from Dusty's grasp and started toward the rig.
"Our computers! Our research! Everything! We'll get it later!"
yelled Jake as he waved them back toward the truck. Astonishingly calm, Ashby looked at Jake over the hood of the truck.
"Jake, there won't be a later."
Ignoring his warnings, she raced for the front of the van as it was slowly being pushed toward the cabin.
"I'm coming too!"
shouted Dusty, who chased after Ashby with Rita close behind. Jake's fist slammed the hood of the truck in frustration before he ran up the incline to catch them. Ashby arrived first and crawled through the back seat to get access to the equipment and gear. She began tossing computer cases and backpacks containing their field notes to Dusty. He handed them to Rita, and she, in turn, passed them along to Jake. As the mudslide pushed them to the edge of the front porch, Ashby emerged satisfied that she'd grabbed everything they might need or want.
"Now, guys, there's no time."
Jake saw the trees start to topple to the side of the cabin, which meant if they didn't leave immediately, his driveway would be washed out and they'd be stuck. The group raced for the truck, slipping on the wet grass, but managing to load up before the mudslide took the cabin, which had stood on the hill overlooking Sentinel Creek for over 100 years. Jake navigated down the gravel driveway toward Grand Loop as fast as the deteriorating conditions would allow. The expedition had a tendency to slip into the curves of the gravel surface, causing the passengers to gasp with each slide. He was going too fast when he hit the pavement of the main road. The truck's tires caught the asphalt, immediately giving it traction, which had the effect of turning the big Ford abruptly to the side. For a moment, Jake thought it was going to tip over. After everyone checked their pants, Jake pushed the accelerator to the floor and the expedition lurched forward. They hit 80 miles an hour as Jake raced through the many curves of the highway. Dusty discovered that his cell phone had service, and he immediately opened up his MacBook to gain internet access via the mobile hotspot. He reported his findings. Another earthquake swarm has occurred at Norris. The one we just felt was a 6.5 based upon the preliminary reporting from the Global Incident website. It's a ripple effect, Rita calmly surmised. The swarm at the western rim of the caldera triggered Norris. Remember Landers, California in '92? Same thing. Landers triggered Mojave, which triggered Big Bear. Here the quakes are following the general direction of the caldera rim. Ashby looked at Dusty's laptop and then angrily slammed her head into the headrest of her seat like a child throwing a tantrum. "It's the water injection. Their drill sites are all at the edge of the caldera rim." As they dug deeper and increased the volume of water, the delicate balance underground between rock and magma was disturbed. Jake hit 90 miles an hour as he pushed the truck down the highway, dodging more depressions in the road caused by the asphalt melting. Blue flames of methane were seeping through the subsurface voids in the ground along the shoulder of the road. In the middle of the highway, the heat below was causing the asphalt to liquefy further, which could immediately melt the rubber on the truck's tires if they came in contact. As they rushed past Old Faithful, it was shooting high into the sky, reaching altitudes he'd never seen before. It was a spectacular display, yet nobody was there to see it. The park was devoid of visitors or personnel. Chatter filled the truck as they approached Grant Village, with all the excitement surrounding the seismic activity. Nobody offered a plan as to where to go. Jake wheeled the truck into the village and glanced to his right toward his headquarters. Several of his fellow rangers were in the parking lot talking back and forth. They were animated as their hands and arms gestured in all manners of hyper-overdrive.
"Look!" shouted Dusty. "The chopper is still here!"
Jake slammed on the brakes and slid to a stop, throwing gravel all over a sign that read "Welcome to Grant Village." He quickly turned to the right and drove through the woods on a service road to the clearing where the Sikorsky waited. As Jake slowed the truck, the pilots emerged from the other side. Ashby jumped out to meet them before Jake pulled to a complete stop.
"Dr. Donovan, we were about to pull out per the mandatory evacuation order," Ashby shouted. "Hang on!"
and rushed to greet them. After a minute, she rejoined the group at the truck.
"Change of plans," she began, slightly out of breath. "Jake, guys, stay here and load all of our gear into the chopper. They're our ride out of Yellowstone."
"What are you gonna do?" asked Dusty. Ashby reached for the manila envelope on the truck's dash. "It's time to shut Project Hydro down before it's too late." Jake grabbed her wrist and looked into her eyes. "Ashby, it's already too late. There's no time. We've got to go." Ashby forced her hand forward and picked up the envelope. "It will only take a second. By the time you guys load up, I'll be back, I swear." Jake paused and then let go of her wrist. "Ashby, you have to hurry."
"If you're not back by the time we've loaded up, I'll come get you and then we'll leave, okay?" "Promise," she replied as she tore around the front of the truck and ran into the woods toward the YVO.
Chapter 64. Yellowstone. Ashby's chest was heaving by the time she reached the front door of the facility. Sweat poured down her face, and her hands were shaking from anxiety. She fell with her back against the wall of the YVO and searched the envelope for the key cards to open the front door. They weren't there. Ashby began to panic. She realized she'd failed to close the clasp on the manila envelope during her race through the woods. "Are you kidding me? How could you be so stupid?" She chastised herself for a moment and then pushed off her thighs to muster the energy to backtrack through the trail in search of the plastic cards. She felt something. She tucked the envelope under her arm and rooted through her khakis' right pocket. Thank God! She'd forgotten she'd placed the key cards in her pocket where she knew she'd find them later. Ashby released some nervous laughter. That's the way these things go. The light-hearted moment allowed her to regain her composure. She wiped the sweat out of her eyes. She turned to the keypad and magnetic card reader next to the door. She swiped the key card. Nothing happened. No ding, no green light, no click of the door latch. Ashby looked at the other card, wondering if she had them mixed up. She swiped it, hoping for a different result. Again, nothing. "No, no, no!" she shouted as she looked skyward. She tried the first card again, but the attempt yielded the same results. The earth began to shake again, causing Ashby to walk toward the parking lot and look around her. She felt like she was failing. This was her opportunity to make a difference, to prevent a catastrophe like the one that took her parents' life. As the tremor continued, she turned toward the door and tried the keycards again to no avail. Out of frustration, she pounded the glass door with the bottom of her right fist. It budged. Ashby's eyes grew wide and she shoved the door with both hands, causing it to swing open violently until it hit the safety catch and flew back toward her. She stepped back just in time to prevent her face from being smashed into the glass. This second go-around, she pushed the door open more gently and entered the IVO. It was empty and deathly silent except for the hum of computers running throughout the cubicles. It was dark in the building except for a single fluorescent light in the center of the room. She found her way to Berger's computer and sat down in front of the keyboard. The note was in plain view, and Ashby read it, shaking her head in disbelief as she did so. Using the notes provided to her previously, she navigated through Berger's computer until she was in the program operating the controls of the water injection system. Project Hydro's graphics revealed the story each of the 4 drill sites had been ramped up to maximum pressure and volume in a futile attempt to cool the magma chamber. Corresponding temperature readings revealed the magma's estimated temperature had not changed either. The injected water was seeping through the rock underneath the upper chamber, or it was turning into explosive steam demanding a way to the surface. Either way, this had to end now. Ashby had studied the keystrokes and entries required to shut down the entire system on numerous occasions since Berger had turned over the paperwork to her. In her frantic state, however, she had to make sure to follow the steps precisely so that any type of internal security program didn't lock her out. She began the process, shutting down the first well without difficulty in just a few minutes. Likewise, she initiated the termination of the second injection site. Then another earthquake hit, causing the building to shake on its foundation. "Just like before," she muttered as she continued making the proper entries. The sounds of coffee mugs sliding off cubicle desks to the floor could be heard. Picture frames, once full of images of smiling loved ones, crashed downward and shattered. The tremor continued for at least 5 minutes as Ashby worked through the process. "Ashby, where are you?" It was Jake. He ran into the darkened workspace and tripped over a rolling office chair that had found its way into his path. "Over here!" she yelled back over the rumbling sound of the tremor. "We've got to go! Now!" She continued her keystrokes. The third injection site was shut down. Just one more. The new site at Cave Falls. Jake arrived by her side and stood over her, his arms holding onto the tops of the adjacent cubicles to give him support as the ground rumbled. "Please, Ashby, there's no more time. The chopper will leave us if we don't get back." "Almost," she whispered, ignoring his pleas. Jake reached into the cubicle for her arm when she slapped both of her hands on the top of the desk. "Boom! Done! Let's go!" She pushed away and grabbed Jake's hand as he pulled her out of the building. Minutes later, they were in the clearing where Rita and Dusty could be seen strapped into their seats. The co-pilot stood under the slowly rotating blades of the helicopter as the pilot began to fire the twin General Electric 1900 horsepower engines. He was waving for them to hurry. However, Ashby suddenly stopped. Chapter 65, Grant Village, Yellowstone. Ashby closed her eyes as her mind took her back to Mount Pinatubo. She remembered the ash as it began to fall like thick flakes of snow. Her overwrought parents had tried to get her to safety amidst the massive volcanic eruption. Over the years, she tried to conjure up the visuals which were stashed away in the deepest part of her memories. She could only recall twirling in that rescue basket, swinging in circles, as her parents' outstretched arms tried desperately to steady her. Then they were gone, swallowed in flames, as Ashby climbed helplessly into the sky. Now, for the first time in all these years, she remembered Pinatubo's eruption, the shaking of the ground, the deafening roar as the pyroclastic cloud rose high into the sky, the heat of the inferno that engulfed her surroundings. She could hear Jake yelling for her to move. Or was it her father? "Ashby, it's time to go, it's time to go." Or was she recalling the words of her mother in her last journal entry? Her mind was filled with so many voices. "It's time to go," shouted Jake as he gently shook her shoulders, bringing her back to the present. "Jake, I have to see, just a little." Jake turned her toward him. "No, Ashby, all you need to see is right here in front of you. Me. Look at me. That volcano is the past." "I'm the future." Tears rolled down Ashby's face as a combination of emotions overwhelmed her. Reliving the past broke her heart, but hearing Jake's words gave her hope for something else. A new life. She smiled and nodded. "Okay," she whispered, and began running toward the helicopter. They loaded up through the side door of the Sikorsky, and the co-pilot buckled them into their harnesses before closing the door. Within a minute, they were lifting off. The group affixed their headsets as the two pilots went through their final pre-flight checks. Then the ground began to shake, but with far more intensity than any of the previous earthquakes. The helicopter was lifted upward at least 6 feet before being dropped down again on its 3 wheels. Rita, who was riding in a seat directly behind the cockpit, pointed out the port side windows. Everyone turned their attention to the west side of Yellowstone. The sound they experienced was indescribable. It wasn't just a roar or a rumble. There was no bang or boom. The earth exploded skyward with the strength and speed of a nuclear explosion. "It started," mumbled Ashby. The pilots hastily brought the chopper's rotors to a speed capable of liftoff as they rose into the sky. So did the pyroclastic material from the volcanic eruption occurring at Cascade Corner. "Dr. Donovan, which way?" asked the co-pilot. Ashby closed her eyes and shook her head in anger. She knew it was coming, yet she hadn't thought through an escape. Ashby's delay caused Jake to speak out of turn. "East! Go east away from the—" said Jake before being interrupted. Ashby quickly overruled him. "No! North first, then west." "Yes, ma'am," replied the pilot, as he brought the Sikorsky to 1,000 feet above ground, turned it northward, and increased the RPMs of the main rotor. "Shouldn't we be running away from it?" We are, sort of, replied Ashby. The stratosphere will be filled with ash, sulfuric acid, and other remnants of the eruptions. The jet stream and upper-level winds will circle the planet toward the east first. The worst fallout won't reach our west coast for 12 to 14 days, Jake apologized. I'm sorry I spoke out of turn. No worries, said Rita with a slight chuckle. Professionals on board. Jake looked to Ashby. You said eruptions, plural. Does that mean more than one? She finished his sentence. Yes, most likely. What we're witnessing at Cascade Corner is just the beginning of what will likely be a total eruption of Yellowstone. Chapter 66. Sikorsky OH-60Q, above the Yellowstone caldera. The drill site near Cave Falls was near the epicenter of the earthquake that opened up the earth. Everyone strained to watch the eruption through the left side windows of the helicopter. At one point, Ashby attempted to remove her harnesses to take a better look, which earned her a stern rebuke from the co-pilot. Dr. Donovan, we are receiving readings from the NOAA satellites. 2 earthquakes were recorded at the park. The epicenter for the first quake was in the vicinity of the Caribou-Targhee Forest and registered magnitude 7.7. The second earthquake appeared to center at the north end of Yellowstone Lake and measured 7.9. It's too early to assign a VEI factor, said Dusty as he stretched to watch the spectacular eruption. From what I can see, I'm guessing about a VEI 5. What do you think, Doc? She desperately wanted to remove her harnesses so she could view the eruption from eye level. Ashby tried to lift up in her seat to see better. I can't see as well as you can, Dusty. You and Rita managed to snag the best seats on the flight. Dusty laughed. Early bird worms. You know the drill, Doc? Seniority? Professor F. grade. Ashby couldn't help a light-hearted comeback in the moment. She didn't know what was in store for their lives, but she was on her way to safety, where the 4 of them could figure things out. They passed over Yellowstone Lake and were traveling directly toward the Norris area. The continuous shaking of the ground caused more landslides, one emanating from Avalanche Peak on the east side of the lake. They were able to catch a glimpse of the results of an enormous rock slide generated by the earthquake that destroyed the ridge where they'd stood just days before. On the other side of the chopper, they were witnessing a landslide that bulldozed past the 9-mile post trailhead before it crashed into Yellowstone Lake. The resulting tsunami they'd experienced 2 weeks before was nothing in comparison. The water gained momentum as it approached West Thumb and Grant Village. Every building was destroyed, thrown around like matchsticks in the ocean surf. Where they had stood just 10 minutes ago was now underwater. But that was nothing compared to the havoc being wrought at Cascade Corner. The pilot banked left over Norris and began heading in a westerly direction. Dr. Donovan, the co-pilot, had turned in his seat to address Ashby. Do you have a destination in mind? Ashby looked around the cabin. She was at a loss. Throughout the hectic days of research and dealing with Younger, the one thing that hadn't crossed her mind was where to go. She looked to Jake, upset that she'd not discussed this with him previously. He gave her a knowing smile. Head for Arcata, California. I'll try to guide you to our place when we arrive. You have a place? Asked Ashby. This is another interesting twist in your life, Jake. Do tell. Let's just say it's the only fond memories I have of my childhood.
Wow,
Dusty exclaimed as the ash and debris spewed out of the eruption, frustrated because she couldn't see. Ashby glanced at the pilots and then quickly began to unlock the harness buckles of her safety seat. Ashby! No! Warned Jake, but it was too late. She wiggled out and stood at the small window overlooking the eruption. That's amazing, she muttered, mesmerized by the continuous blast from below. Ashby stared, ignoring everyone's pleas to get back in her seat. She had to see. Jake stretched and grabbed her arm. Ashby! Ashby, please sit down. We've got along. Jake finished his sentence, but nobody heard him.